Preface. The object of this volume is to place before the general reader our two early poetic masterpieces, the Canterbury Tales and the Faerie Queene, to do so in a way that will render their popular perusal easy in a time of little leisure and unbounded temptations to intellectual languor, and, on the same conditions, to present a liberal and fairly representative selection from the less important and familiar poems of Chaucer and Spenser. There is, it may be said at the outset, peculiar advantage and propriety in placing the two poets side by side in the manner now attempted for the first time. Although 2 centuries divide them, yet Spenser is the direct and really the immediate successor to the poetical inheritance of Chaucer. Those 200 years, eventful as they were, produced no poet at all worthy to take up the mantle that fell from Chaucer's shoulders. And Spenser does not need his affected archaisms, nor his frequent and reverent appeals to Dan Geoffrey, to vindicate for himself a place very close to his great predecessor in the literary history of England. If Chaucer is the well of English undefiled, Spenser is the broad and stately river that yet holds the tenure of its very life from the fountain far away in other and ruder scenes. The Canterbury Tales, so far as they are in verse, have been printed without any abridgment or designed change in the sense. But the 2 tales in prose, Chaucer's Tale of Meliboeus and the parson's long sermon on penitence, have been contracted so as to exclude 30 pages of unattractive prose and to admit the same amount of interesting and characteristic poetry. The gaps thus made in the prose tales, however, are supplied by careful outlines of the omitted matter, so that the reader need be at no loss to comprehend the whole scope and sequence of the original. With the Faerie Queene, a bolder course has been pursued. The great obstacle to the popularity of Spenser's splendid work has lain less in its language than in its length. If we add together the 3 great poems of antiquity, the 24 books of the Iliad, the 24 books of the Odyssey, and the 12 books of the Aeneid, we get at the dimensions of only 1/2 of the Faerie Queene. The 6 books, and the fragment of a 7th, which alone exist of the author's contemplated 12, number about 35,000 verses. The 60 books of Homer and Virgil number no more than 37,000. The mere bulk of the poem, then, has opposed a formidable barrier to its popularity. To say nothing of the distracting effect produced by the numberless episodes, the tedious narrations, and the constant repetitions, which have largely swelled that bulk. In this volume, the poem is compressed into 2/3 of its original space, through the expedient of representing the less interesting and more mechanical passages by a condensed prose outline, in which it has been sought as far as possible to preserve the very words of the poet. While deprecating a too critical judgment on the bare and constrained précis standing in such trying juxtaposition, it is hoped that the labor bestowed in saving the reader the trouble of wading through much that is not essential for the enjoyment of Spenser's marvelous allegory will not be unappreciated. As regards the manner in which the text of the 2 great works, especially of the Canterbury Tales, is presented, the editor is aware that some whose judgment is weighty will differ from him. This volume has been prepared for popular perusal, and its very raison-d'être would have failed if the ancient orthography had been retained. It has often been affirmed by editors of Chaucer in the old forms of the language that a little trouble at first would render the antiquated spelling and obsolete inflections a continual source, not of difficulty, but of actual delight, for the reader coming to the study of Chaucer without any preliminary acquaintance with the English of his day or of his copyists' days. Despite this complacent assurance, the obvious fact is that Chaucer in the old forms has not become popular in the true sense of the word. He is not understanded of the vulgar. In this volume, therefore, the text of Chaucer has been presented in 19th century garb. But there has been not the slightest attempt to modernize Chaucer in the wider meaning of the phrase, to replace his words by words which he did not use, or, following the example of some operators, to translate him into English of the modern spirit as well as the modern forms. So far from that, in every case where the old spelling or form seemed essential to meter, to rhyme, or meaning, no change has been attempted. But wherever its preservation was not essential, the spelling of the monkish transcribers, for the most ardent purist must now despair of getting at the spelling of Chaucer himself, has been discarded for that of the reader's own day. It is a poor compliment to the father of English poetry to say that by such treatment the bouquet and individuality of his works must be lost. If his masterpiece is valuable for one thing more than any other, it is the vivid distinctness with which English men and women of the 14th century are there painted, for the study of all the centuries to follow. But we wantonly balk the artist's own purpose and discredit his labor when we keep before his picture the screen of dust and cobwebs which, for the English people in these days, the crude forms of the infant language have practically become. Shakespeare has not suffered by similar changes. Spenser has not suffered. It would be surprising if Chaucer should suffer, when the loss of popular comprehension and favor in his case are necessarily all the greater for his remoteness from our day. In a much smaller degree, since previous labors in the same direction had left far less to do, the same work has been performed for the spelling of Spenser. And the whole endeavor in this department of the editor's task has been to present a text plain and easily intelligible to the modern reader, without any injustice to the old poet. It would be presumptuous to believe that in every case both ends have been achieved together. But the laudators temporis acti, the students who may differ most from the plan pursued in this volume, will best appreciate the difficulty of the enterprise and most leniently regard any failure in the details of its accomplishment. With all the works of Chaucer, outside the Canterbury Tales, it would have been absolutely impossible to deal within the scope of this volume. But nearly 100 pages have been devoted to his minor poems, and, by dint of careful selection and judicious abridgment, a connecting outline of the story in all such cases being given, the editor ventures to hope that he has presented fair and acceptable specimens of Chaucer's workmanship in all styles. The preparation of this part of the volume has been a laborious task. No similar attempt on the same scale has been made, and, while here also the truth of the text in matters essential has been in no wise sacrificed to mere ease of perusal, the general reader will find opened up for him a new view of Chaucer and his works. Before a perusal of these 100 pages will melt away forever the lingering tradition or prejudice that Chaucer was only, or characteristically, a coarse buffoon, who pandered to a base and licentious appetite by painting and exaggerating the lowest vices of his time. In these selections, made without a thought of taking only what is to the poet's credit from a wide range of poems in which hardly a word is to his discredit, we behold Chaucer as he was: a courtier, a gallant, pure-hearted gentleman, a scholar, a philosopher, a poet of gay and vivid fancy, playing around themes of chivalric convention, of deep human interest or broad-sided satire. In the Canterbury Tales, we see, not Chaucer, but Chaucer's times and neighbors. The artist has lost himself in his work. To show him honestly and without disguise, as he lived his own life and sung his own songs at the brilliant court of Edward Roman III, is to do his memory a moral justice far more material than any wrong that can ever come out of spelling. As to the minor poems of Spenser, which follow the Faerie Queene, the choice has been governed by the desire to give at once the most interesting and the most characteristic of the poet's several styles, and, save in the case of the sonnets, the poems so selected are given entire. It is manifest that the endeavors to adapt this volume for popular use have been already noticed, would imperfectly succeed without the aid of notes and glossary, to explain allusions that have become obsolete or antiquated words which it was necessary to retain. An endeavor has been made to render each page self-explanatory, by placing on it all the glossarial and illustrative notes required for its elucidation, or, to avoid repetitions that would have occupied space, the references to the spot where information may be found. The great advantage of such a plan to the reader is the measure of its difficulty for the editor. It permits much more flexibility in the choice of glossarial explanations or equivalents. It saves the distracting and time-consuming reference to the end or the beginning of the book. But, at the same time, it largely enhances the liability to error. The editor is conscious that in the 12,000 or 13,000 notes, as well as in the innumerable minute points of spelling, accentuation, and rhythm, he must now and again be found tripping. He can only ask any reader who may detect all that he could himself point out as being amiss to set off against inevitable mistakes and misjudgments, the conscientious labor bestowed on the book, and the broad consideration of its fitness for the object contemplated. From books the editor has derived valuable help, as from Mr. Cowden Clarke's revised modern text of the Canterbury Tales, published in Mr. Nimmo's library edition of the English Poets, from Mr. Wright's scholarly edition of the same work, from the indispensable Tyrwhitt, from Mr. Bell's edition of Chaucer's poem, from Professor Craik S. Spencer and his poetry, published 25 years ago by Charles Knight, and from many others. In the abridgment of the Faerie Queene, the plan may at first sight seem to be modeled on the lines of Mr. Craik's painstaking condensation, but the coincidences are either inevitable or involuntary. Many of the notes, especially of those explaining classical references and those attached to the minor poems of Chaucer, have been prepared specially for this edition. The editor leaves his task with the hope that his attempt to remove artificial obstacles to the popularity of England's earliest poets will not altogether miscarry. D. Lang Purves. Life of Geoffrey Chaucer. Not in point of genius only, but even in point of time, Chaucer may claim the proud designation of first English poet. He wrote The Court of Love in 1345, and the Ramont of the Rose, if not also Troilus and Cressida, probably within the next decade. The dates usually assigned to the poems of Lawrence Minot extend from 1335 to 1355, while the Vision of Piers Plowman mentions events that occurred in 1360 and 1362, before which date Chaucer had certainly written The Assembly of Fowls and his Dream. But though they were his contemporaries, neither Minot nor Langland, if Langland was the author of the Vision, at all approached Chaucer in the finish, the force, or the universal interest of their works and the poems of earlier writer. As Yeoman and the author of the Ormulum are less English than Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Norman. Those poems reflected the perplexed struggle for supremacy between the two grand elements of our language, which marked the 12th and 13th centuries, a struggle intimately associated with the political relations between the conquering Normans and the subjugated Anglo-Saxons. Chaucer found two branches of the language, that spoken by the people, Teutonic in its genius and its forms, that spoken by the learned and the noble, based on the French, yet each branch had begun to borrow of the other, just as nobles and people had been taught to recognize that each needed the other in the wars and the social tasks of the time. And Chaucer, a scholar, a courtier, a man conversant with all orders of society, but accustomed to speak, think, and write in the words of the highest, by his comprehensive genius cast into the simmering mold a magical amalgamate which made the two half-hostile elements unite and interpenetrate each other. Before Chaucer wrote, there were two tongues in England, keeping alive the feuds and resentments of cruel centuries. When he laid down his pen, there was practically but one speech, there was, and ever since has been, but one people. Geoffrey Chaucer, according to the most trustworthy traditions for authentic testimonies on the subject are wanting, was born in 1328, and London is generally believed to have been his birthplace. It is true that Leland, the biographer of England's first great poet, who lived nearest to his time, not merely speaks of Chaucer as having been born many years later than the date now assigned, but mentions Berkshire or Oxfordshire as the scene of his birth. So great uncertainty have some felt on the latter score, that elaborate parallels have been drawn between Chaucer and Homer, for whose birthplace several cities contended, and whose descent was traced to the demigods. Leland may seem to have had fair opportunities of getting at the truth about Chaucer's birth, for Henry Roman VIII had him, at the suppression of the monasteries throughout England, to search for records of public interest the archives of the religious houses. But it may be questioned whether he was likely to find many authentic particulars regarding the personal history of the poet in the quarters which he explored. And Leland's testimony seems to be set aside by Chaucer's own evidence as to his birthplace, and by the contemporary references which make him out an aged man for years preceding the accepted date of his death. In one of his prose works, The Testament of Love, the poet speaks of himself in terms that strongly confirm the claim of London to the honor of giving him birth. For he there mentions the city of London, that is to me so dear and sweet, in which I was forth grown, and more kindly love, says he, have I to that place than to any other in earth, as every kindly creature hath full appetite to that place of his kindly engendrier, and to will rest and peace in that place to abide. This tolerably direct evidence is supported, so far as it can be at such an interval of time, by the learned Camden. In his Annals of Queen Elizabeth, he describes Spencer, who was certainly born in London, as being a fellow citizen of Chaucer's. Edmundus Spencerus, Patria Londinensis, musis adeo or ridentibus natus, ut omnes Anglicos superioris evi poetas, ni Chaucer quidem concive excepto, supererit. One the records of the time notice more than one person of the name of Chaucer, who held honorable positions about the court. And though we cannot distinctly trace the poet's relationship with any of these namesakes or antecessors, we find excellent ground for belief that his family or friends stood well at court, in the ease with which Chaucer made his way there, and in his subsequent career. Like his great successor, Spencer, it was the fortune of Chaucer to live under a splendid, chivalrous, and high-spirited reign. 1328 was the second year of Edward Roman III. And, what with Scotch wars, French expeditions, and the strenuous and costly struggle to hold England in a worthy place among the states of Europe, there was sufficient bustle, bold achievement, and high ambition in the period to inspire a poet who was prepared to catch the spirit of the day. It was an age of elaborate courtesy, of high-paced gallantry, of courageous venture, of noble disdain for mean tranquility. And Chaucer, on the whole a man of peaceful avocations, was penetrated to the depth of his consciousness with the lofty and lovely civil side of that brilliant and restless military period. No record of his youthful years, however, remains to us. If we believe that at the age of 18 he was a student of Cambridge, it is only on the strength of a reference in his Court of Love, where the narrator is made to say that his name is Philognet, of Cambridge clerk, while he had already told us that when he was stirred to seek the court of Cupid he was, at 18 years of age. According to Leland, however, he was educated at Oxford, proceeding thence to France and the Netherlands to finish his studies, but there remains no certain evidence of his having belonged to either university. At the same time, it is not doubted that his family was of good condition, and whether or not we accept the assertion that his father held the rank of knighthood, rejecting the hypotheses that make him a merchant or a vintner at the corner of Curtain Lane, it is plain, from Chaucer's whole career, that he had introductions to public life and recommendations to courtly favor, wholly independent of his genius. We have the clearest testimony that his mental training was of wide range and thorough excellence, altogether rare for a mere courtier in those days. His poems attest his intimate acquaintance with the divinity, the philosophy, and the scholarship of his time, and show him to have had the sciences, as then developed and taught, at his fingers' ends. Another proof of Chaucer's good birth and fortune would be found in the statement that, after his university career was completed, he entered the Inner Temple, the expenses of which could be borne only by men of noble and opulent families. But although there is a story that he was once fined 2 shillings for thrashing a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street, we have no direct authority for believing that the poet devoted himself to the uncongenial study of the law. No special display of knowledge on that subject appears in his works. Yet in the sketch of the Manciple, in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, may be found indications of his familiarity with the internal economy of the Inns of Court, while numerous legal phrases and references hint that his comprehensive information was not at fault on legal matters. Leland says that he quitted the university, a ready logician, a smooth rhetorician, a pleasant poet, a grave philosopher, an ingenious mathematician, and a holy divine. And by all accounts, when Geoffrey Chaucer comes before us authentically for the first time, at the age of 31, he was possessed of knowledge and accomplishments far beyond the common standard of his day. Chaucer at this period possessed also other qualities fitted to recommend him to favor in a court like that of Edward Roman III. Urry describes him, on the authority of a portrait, as being then, of a fair beautiful complexion, his lips red and full, his size of a just medium, and his port and air graceful and majestic. So, continues the ardent biographer, so that every ornament that could claim the approbation of the great and fair, his abilities to record the valor of the one and celebrate the beauty of the other, and his wit and gentle behavior to converse with both, conspired to make him a complete courtier. If we believe that his Court of Love, had received such publicity as the literary media of the time allowed in the somewhat narrow and select literary world, not to speak of Troilus and Cressida, which, as Lydgate mentions it first among Chaucer's works, some have supposed to be a youthful production. We find a third and not less powerful recommendation to the favor of the great co-operating with his learning and his gallant bearing. Elsewhere, 2 reasons have been shown for doubt whether Troilus and Cressida should not be assigned to a later period of Chaucer's life, but very little is positively known about the dates and sequence of his various works. In the year 1386, being called as witness with regard to a contest on a point of heraldry between Lord Scrope and Sir Robert Grosvenor, Chaucer deposed that he entered on his military career in 1359. In that year, Edward Roman III invaded France, for the 3rd time, in pursuit of his claim to the French crown. And we may fancy that, in describing the embarkation of the knights in Chaucer's dream, the poet gained some of the vividness and stir of his picture from his recollections of the embarkation of the splendid and well-appointed royal host at Sandwich, on board the 1,100 transports provided for the enterprise. In this expedition, the laurels of Poitiers were flung on the ground. After vainly attempting Rheims and Paris, Edward was constrained, by cruel weather and lack of provisions, to retreat toward his ships. The fury of the elements made the retreat more disastrous than an overthrow in pitched battle. Horses and men perished by thousands or fell into the hands of the pursuing French. Chaucer, who had been made prisoner at the siege of Retters, was among the captives in the possession of France when the Treaty of Bretigny, the Great Peace, was concluded in May 1360. Returning to England, as we may suppose, at the peace, the poet, ere long, fell into another and a pleasanter captivity, for his marriage is generally believed to have taken place shortly after his release from foreign durance. He had already gained the personal friendship and favor of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the king's son. The Duke, while Earl of Richmond, had courted, and won to wife after a certain delay, Blanche, daughter and co-heiress of Henry Duke of Lancaster. And Chaucer is by some believed to have written the Assembly of Fowls to celebrate the wooing, as he wrote Chaucer's dream to celebrate the wedding of his patron. The marriage took place in 1359, the year of Chaucer's expedition to France. And as, in the Assembly of Fowls, the formal or female eagle, who is supposed to represent the Lady Blanche, begs that her choice of a mate may be deferred for a year, 1358 and 1359 have been assigned as the respective dates of the 2 poems already mentioned. In the dream, Chaucer prominently introduces his own ladylove, to whom, after the happy union of his patron with the Lady Blanche, he is wedded amid great rejoicing. And various expressions in the same poem show that not only was the poet high in favor with the illustrious pair, but that his future wife had also peculiar claims on their regard. She was the younger daughter of Sir Painrote, a native of Hainault, who had, like many of his countrymen, been attracted to England by the example and patronage of Queen Philippa. The favorite attendant on the Lady Blanche was her elder sister Catherine, subsequently married to Sir Hugh Swynford, a gentleman of Lincolnshire, and destined, after the death of Blanche, to be in succession governess of her children, mistress of John of Gaunt, and lawfully wedded Duchess of Lancaster. It is quite sufficient proof that Chaucer's position at court was of no mean consequence, to find that his wife, the sister of the future Duchess of Lancaster, was one of the royal maids of honor, and even, as Sir Harris Nicolas conjectures, a goddaughter of the Queen, for her name also was Philippa. Between 1359, when the poet himself testifies that he was made prisoner while bearing arms in France, and September 1366, when Queen Philippa granted to her former maid of honor, by the name of Philippa Chaucer, a yearly pension of 10 marks or L6, 13s. For D, we have no authentic mention of Chaucer, express or indirect. It is plain from this grant that the poet's marriage with Sir Painrote's daughter was not celebrated later than 1366. The probability is that it closely followed his return from the wars. In 1367, Edward Roman III settled upon Chaucer a life pension of 20 marks for the good service which our beloved valet, Ductus Validus Noster, Geoffrey Chaucer has rendered, and will render in time to come. Camden explains Validus Hospitiae to signify a gentleman of the privy chamber. Selden says that the designation was bestowed, upon young heirs designed to be knighted, or young gentlemen of great descent and quality. Whatever the strict meaning of the word, it is plain that the poet's position was honorable and near to the king's person, and also that his worldly circumstances were easy, if not affluent, for it need not be said that 20 marks in those days represented 12 or 20 times the sum in these. It is believed that he found powerful patronage, not merely from the Duke of Lancaster and his wife, but from Margaret Countess of Pembroke, the king's daughter. To her Chaucer is supposed to have addressed the goodly ballad, in which the lady is celebrated under the image of the daisy. Her he is by some understood to have represented under the title of Queen Alcestis, in the Court of Love and the prologue to the Legend of Good Women. And in her praise we may read his charming descriptions and eulogies of the daisy, French, Marguerite, the name of his royal patroness. To this period of Chaucer's career we may probably attribute the elegant and courtly, if somewhat conventional, poems of the Flower and the Leaf, the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, and c. The Lady Margaret, says Urry, would frequently compliment him upon his poems. But this is not to be meant of his Canterbury Tales, they being written in the latter part of his life, when the courtier and the fine gentleman gave way to solid sense and plain descriptions. In his love pieces, he was obliged to have the strictest regard to modesty and decency, the ladies at that time insisting so much upon the nicest punctilios of honor, that it was highly criminal to depreciate their sex, or do anything that might offend virtue. Chaucer, in their estimation, had sinned against the dignity and honor of womankind by his translation of the French Roman de la Rose, and by his Troilus and Cressida, assuming it to have been among his less mature works, and to atone for those offenses the Lady Margaret, though other and older accounts say that it was the first queen of Richard Roman II. Anne of Bohemia prescribed to him the task of writing the Legend of Good Women. See introductory note to that poem. About this period, too, we may place the composition of Chaucer's ABC, or the Prayer of Our Lady, made at the request of the Duchess Blanche, a lady of great devoutness in her private life. She died in 1369, and Chaucer, as he had allegorized her wooing, celebrated her marriage and aided her devotions, now lamented her death in a poem entitled The Book of the Duchess, or The Death of Blanche, 3. In 1370, Chaucer was employed on the king's service abroad, and in November 1372 by the title of Scudifer Noster, our esquire or shield-bearer. He was associated with Jacobus Pronin and Johannes de Mari Civis Janunsis in a royal commission, bestowing full powers to treat with the Duke of Genoa, his council and state. The object of the embassy was to negotiate upon the choice of an English port at which the Genos might form a commercial establishment. And Chaucer, having quitted England in December, visited Genoa and Florence, and returned to England before the end of November 1373, for on that day he drew his pension from the exchequer in person. The most interesting point connected with this Italian mission is the question whether Chaucer visited Petrarch at Padua. That he did is unhesitatingly affirmed by the old biographers, but the authentic notices of Chaucer during the years 1370–1373, as shown by the researches of Sir Harris Nicolas, are confined to the facts already stated, and we are left to answer the question by the probabilities of the case, and by the aid of what faint light the poet himself affords. We can scarcely fancy that Chaucer, visiting Italy for the first time, in a capacity which opened for him easy access to the great and the famous, did not embrace the chance of meeting a poet whose works he evidently knew in their native tongue and highly esteemed. With Mr. Wright, we are strongly disinclined to believe that Chaucer did not profit by the opportunity of improving his acquaintance with the poetry, if not the poets, of the country he thus visited, whose influence was now being felt on the literature of most countries of Western Europe. That Chaucer was familiar with the Italian language appears not merely from his repeated selection as envoy to Italian states, but by many passages in his poetry, from the Assembly of Fowls to the Canterbury Tales. In the opening of the first poem, there is a striking parallel to Dante's inscription on the gate of hell. The first song of Troilus, in Troilus and Cressida, is a nearly literal translation of Petrarch's 88th sonnet. In the prologue to The Legend of Good Women, there is a reference to Dante which can hardly have reached the poet at second hand. And in Chaucer's great work, as in the Wife of Bath's tale, and the Monk's tale direct reference by name is made to Dante, the wise poet of Florence, the great poet of Italy, as the source whence the author has quoted. When we consider the poet's high place in literature and at court, which could not fail to make him free of the hospitalities of the brilliant little Lombard states, his familiarity with the tongue and the works of Italy's greatest bards, dead and living, the reverential regard which he paid to the memory of great poets, of which we have examples in the House of Fame, and at the close of Troilus and Cressida, 4. Along with his own testimony in the prologue to the Clerk's Tale, we cannot fail to construe that testimony as a declaration that the tale was actually told to Chaucer by the lips of Petrarch. In 1373, the very year in which Petrarch translated it into Latin, from Boccaccio's Decameron. 5. Mr. Bell notes the objection to this interpretation, that the words are put into the mouth, not of the poet, but of the clerk, and meets it by the counter-objection, that the clerk, being a purely imaginary personage, could not have learned the story at Padua from Petrarch, and therefore that Chaucer must have departed from the dramatic assumption maintained in the rest of the dialogue. Instances could be adduced from Chaucer's writings to show that such a sudden departure from the dramatic assumption would not be unexampled. Witness the aside in the Wife of Bath's prologue, where, after the jolly dame has asserted that half so boldly there can no man swear and lie as a woman can, the poet hastens to interpose, in his own person, these 2 lines. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. And again, in the prologue to the Legend of Good Women, from a description of the daisy. She is the clearness and the very light, that in this dark world me guides and leads. The poet, in the very next lines, slides into an address to his lady. The heart within my sorrowful heart you dreads and loves so sore, that ye be, verily, the mistress of my wit, and nothing I and see. When, therefore, the Clerk of Oxford is made to say that he will tell a tale, the which that I learned at Padova of a worthy clerk, as proved by his words and his work, he is now dead and nailed in his chest, I pray to God to give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all idyll of poetry. But forth to tellin of this worthy man, that taught me this tale as I began. We may without violent effort believe that Chaucer speaks in his own person, though dramatically the words are on the clerk's lips. And the belief is not impaired by the sorrowful way in which the clerk lingers on Petrarch's death, which would be less intelligible if the fictitious narrator had only read the story in the Latin translation, than if we suppose the news of Petrarch's death at Arqua, in July 1374, to have closely followed Chaucer to England, and to have cruelly and irresistibly mingled itself with our poet's personal recollections of his great Italian contemporary. Nor must we regard as without significance the manner in which the clerk is made to distinguish between the body of Petrarch's tale and the fashion in which it was set forth in writing, with a proem that seemed a thing impertinent, save that the poet had chosen in that way to convey his matter, told or taught, so much more directly and simply by word of mouth. It is impossible to pronounce positively on the subject. The question whether Chaucer saw Petrarch in 1373 must remain a moot point, so long as we have only our present information. But fancy loves to dwell on the thought of the 2 poets conversing under the vines at Arqua, and we find in the history and the writings of Chaucer nothing to contradict, a good deal to countenance, the belief that such a meeting occurred. Though we have no express record, we have indirect testimony that Chaucer's Genoese mission was discharged satisfactorily, for on the 23d of April 1374, Edward Roman III grants at Windsor to the poet, by the title of our beloved Squire, Dalcto Armigero Nostro, unum pitcher. Vinny, 1 pitcher of wine daily, to be perceived in the port of London. A grant which, on the analogy of more modern usage, might be held equivalent to Chaucer's appointment as poet laureate. When we find that soon afterwards the grant was commuted for a money payment of 20 marks per annum, we need not conclude that Chaucer's circumstances were poor, for it may be easily supposed that the daily perception of such an article of income was attended with considerable prosaic inconvenience. A permanent provision for Chaucer was made on the 8th of June 1374, when he was appointed Controller of the Customs in the Port of London, for the lucrative imports of wools, skins, or woolfells, and tanned hides, on condition that he should fulfill the duties of that office in person and not by deputy, and should write out the accounts with his own hand. We have what seems evidence of Chaucer's compliance with these terms in the House of Fame, where, in the mouth of the eagle, the poet describes himself, when he has finished his labor and made his reckonings, as not seeking rest and news in social intercourse, but going home to his own house, and there, all so dumb as any stone, sitting at another book, until his look is dazed. And again, in the record that in 1376 he received a grant of L 731, 4s. 6d. The amount of a fine levied on one John Kent, whom Chaucer's vigilance had frustrated in the attempt to ship a quantity of wool for Dordrecht without paying the duty. The seemingly derogatory condition that the controller should write out the accounts or rolls, rotulos, of his office with his own hand appears to have been designed or treated as merely formal. No records in Chaucer's handwriting are known to exist, which could hardly be the case if, for the 12 years of his controllership, 1374–1386, he had duly complied with the condition. And during that period, he was more than once employed abroad, so that the condition was evidently regarded as a formality even by those who had imposed it. Also in 1374, the Duke of Lancaster, whose ambitious views may well have made him anxious to retain the adhesion of a man so capable and accomplished as Chaucer, changed into a joint life annuity remaining to the survivor, and charged on the revenues of the Savoy, a pension of L10 which 2 years before he settled on the poet's wife, whose sister was then the governess of the Duke's 2 daughters, Philippa and Elizabeth, and the Duke's own mistress. Another proof of Chaucer's personal reputation and high court favor at this time is his selection, 1375, as ward to the son of Sir Edmund Staplegate of Bilsonton, in Kent, a charge on the surrender of which the guardian received no less a sum than L104. We find Chaucer in 1376 again, employed on a foreign mission. In 1377, the last year of Edward Roman III, he was sent to Flanders with Sir Thomas Percy, afterwards Earl of Worcester, for the purpose of obtaining a prolongation of the truce. And in January 13,738, he was associated with Sir Gichard Dangle and other commissioners to pursue certain negotiations for a marriage between Princess Mary of France and the young King Richard Roman II, which had been set on foot before the death of Edward Roman III. The negotiation, however, proved fruitless. And in May 1378, Chaucer was selected to accompany Sir John Berkeley on a mission to the court of Bernardo Visconti, Duke of Milan, with the view, it is supposed, of concerting military plans against the outbreak of war with France. The new king, meantime, had shown that he was not insensible to Chaucer's merit, or to the influence of his tutor and the poet's patron, the Duke of Lancaster, for Richard Roman II. Confirmed to Chaucer his pension of 20 marks, along with an equal annual sum, for which the daily pitcher of wine granted in 1374 had been commuted. Before his departure for Lombardy, Chaucer, still holding his post in the customs, selected 2 representatives or trustees to protect his estate against legal proceedings in his absence, or to sue in his name defaulters and offenders against the imposts which he was charged to enforce. One of these trustees was called Richard Forrester. The other was John Gower, the poet, the most famous English contemporary of Chaucer, with whom he had for many years been on terms of admiring friendship, although, from the strictures passed on certain productions of Gower, in the Prologue to the Man of Law's Tale, 6, it has been supposed that in the later years of Chaucer's life the friendship suffered some diminution. To the moral Gower and the philosophical Strode, Chaucer directed or dedicated his Troilus and Cressida. 7, while, in the Confessio Amantis, Gower introduces a handsome compliment to his greater contemporary, as the disciple and the poet of Venus, with whose glad songs and ditties, made in her praise during the flowers of his youth, the land was filled everywhere. Gower, however, a monk and a conservative, held to the party of the Duke of Gloucester, the rival of the Wycliffite and innovating Duke of Lancaster, who was Chaucer's patron, and whose cause was not a little aided by Chaucer's strictures on the clergy. And thus it is not impossible that political differences may have weakened the old bonds of personal friendship and poetic esteem. Returning from Lombardy early in 1379, Chaucer seems to have been again sent abroad, for the records exhibit no trace of him between May and December of that year. Whether by proxy or in person, however, he received his pensions regularly until 1382, when his income was increased by his appointment to the post of Controller of Petty Customs in the Port of London. In November 1384, he obtained a month's leave of absence on account of his private affairs, and a deputy was appointed to fill his place. And in February of the next year, he was permitted to appoint a permanent deputy, thus at length gaining relief from that close attention to business which probably curtailed the poetic fruits of the poet's most powerful years. 8. Chaucer is next found occupying a post which has not often been held by men gifted with his peculiar genius, that of a county member. The contest between the Dukes of Gloucester and Lancaster, and their adherents for the control of the government, was coming to a crisis. And when the recluse and studious Chaucer was induced to offer himself to the electors of Kent as one of the knights of their shire, where presumably he held property, we may suppose that it was with the view of supporting his patron's cause in the impending conflict. The Parliament in which the poet sat assembled at Westminster on the 1st of October, and was dissolved on the 1st of November, 1386. Lancaster was fighting and intriguing abroad, absorbed in the affairs of his Castilian succession. Gloucester and his friends at home had everything their own way. The Earl of Suffolk was dismissed from the woolsack and impeached by the Commons, and although Richard at first stood out courageously for the friends of his uncle Lancaster, he was constrained by the refusal of supplies to consent to the proceedings of Gloucester. A commission was wrung from him under protest, appointing Gloucester, Arundel, and 12 other peers and prelates, a permanent council to inquire into the condition of all the public departments, the courts of law, and the royal household, with absolute powers of redress and dismissal. We need not ascribe to Chaucer's parliamentary exertions in his patron's behalf, nor to any malpractices in his official conduct, the fact that he was among the earliest victims of the commission. 9. In December 1386, he was dismissed from both his offices in the Port of London, but he retained his pensions and drew them regularly twice a year at the Exchequer until 1388. In 1387, Chaucer's political reverses were aggravated by a severe domestic calamity. His wife died, and with her died the pension which had been settled on her by Queen Philippa in 1366 and confirmed to her at Richard's accession in 1377. The change made in Chaucer's pecuniary position by the loss of his offices and his wife's pension must have been very great. It would appear that during his prosperous times he had lived in a style quite equal to his income and had no ample resources against a season of reverse. For, on the 1st of May 1388, less than a year and a half after being dismissed from the customs, he was constrained to assign his pensions, by surrender in chancery, to one John Scalby. In May 1389, Richard Roman II, now of age, abruptly resumed the reins of government, which, for more than 2 years, had been ably but cruelly managed by Gloucester. The friends of Lancaster were once more supreme in the royal councils, and Chaucer speedily profited by the change. On the 12th of July, he was appointed Clerk of the King's Works at the Palace of Westminster, the Tower, the Royal Manors of Kennington, Eltham, Clarendon, Sheen, Byfleet, Childern Langley, and Feckenham, the Castle of Berkhamsted, the Royal Lodge of Hathenberg in the New Forest, the lodges in the parks of Clarendon, Childern Langley, and Feckenham, and the mews for the King's falcons at Charing Cross. He received a salary of 2 shillings per day and was allowed to perform the duties by deputy. For some reason unknown, Chaucer held this lucrative office little more than 2 years, quitting it before the 16th of September 1391, at which date it had passed into the hands of one John Gedney. The next 2 years and a half are a blank, so far as authentic records are concerned. Chaucer is supposed to have passed them in retirement, probably devoting them principally to the composition of the Canterbury Tales. In February 1394, the king conferred upon him a grant of L20 a year for life. But he seems to have had no other source of income, and to have become embarrassed by debt, for frequent memoranda of small advances on his pension show that his circumstances were, in comparison, greatly reduced. things appear to have grown worse and worse with the poet. For in May 1398, he was compelled to obtain from the king letters of protection against arrest, extending over a term of 2 years. Not for the first time, it is true, for similar documents had been issued at the beginning of Richard's reign, but at that time Chaucer's missions abroad and his responsible duties in the port of London may have furnished reasons for securing him against annoyance or frivolous prosecution, which were wholly wanting at the later date. In 1398, fortune began again to smile upon him. He received a royal grant of a ton of wine annually, the value being about L4. Next year, Richard Roman II, having been deposed by the son of John of Gaunt XI, Henry of Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the new king, 4 days after his accession, bestowed on Chaucer a grant of 40 marks, L26 13s, 4d, per annum, in addition to the pension of L20 conferred by Richard Roman II in 1394. But the poet, now 71 years of age, and probably broken down by the reverses of the past few years, was not destined long to enjoy his renewed prosperity. On Christmas Eve of 1399, he entered on the possession of a house in the garden of the chapel of the Blessed Mary of Westminster, near to the present site of Henry Roman VII. This chapel having obtained a lease from Robert Hermodsworth, a monk of the adjacent convent, for 53 years at the annual rent of 4 marks, L2, 13s, 4d. Until the 1st of March 1400, Chaucer drew his pensions in person, then they were received for him by another hand, and on the 25th of October in the same year he died at the age of 72. The only lights thrown by his poems on his closing days are furnished in the little ballad called Good Counsel of Chaucer, which, though said to have been written when upon his deathbed lying in his great anguish, breathes the very spirit of courage, resignation, and philosophically calm. And by the retractation at the end of the Canterbury Tales, which, if it was not foisted in by monkish transcribers, may be supposed the effect of Chaucer's regrets and self-reproaches on that solemn review of his life work, which the close approach of death compelled. The poet was buried in Westminster Abbey. 12 and not many years after his death, a slab was placed on a pillar near his grave, bearing the lines, taken from an epitaph or eulogy made by Stephanus Surregonus of Milan, at the request of Caxton. Galfredus Chaucer, Vates, et fama possis materni, hoc sacra sum tumulatus humo. 13. About 1555, Mr. Nicholas Brigham, a gentleman of Oxford who greatly admired the genius of Chaucer, erected the present tomb, as near to the spot where the poet lay, before the chapel of St. Bennet, as was then possible by reason of the cancelli, 14, which the Duke of Buckingham subsequently obtained leave to remove. That room might be made for the tomb of Dryden. On the structure of Mr. Brigham, besides a full-length representation of Chaucer, taken from a portrait drawn by his scholar Thomas Ockelve, was, or is, though now almost illegible, the following inscription: MS qui fuit anglorum vates ter maximus olim, Galfredus Chaucer conditor hoc tumulo, annum si queras domini, si tempora vidi ex noti subsunt, que tibi cuncta notant, 25 Octobris 1400, Aramnarum requis mors n. Brigham hos fecit musarum nomen sumptus 1556. 15. Concerning his personal appearance and habits, Chaucer has not been reticent in his poetry. Urry sums up the traits of his aspect and character fairly thus. He was of a middle stature, the latter part of his life inclinable to be fat and corpulent, as appears by the hosts bantering him in the journey to Canterbury and comparing shapes with him. 16. His face was fleshy, his features just and regular, his complexion fair and somewhat pale, his hair of a dusky yellow, short and thin, the hair of his beard in 2 forked tufts of a wheat color, his forehead broad and smooth. His eyes inclining usually to the ground, which is intimated by the host's words, his whole face full of liveliness, a calm, easy sweetness, and a studious, venerable aspect. As to his temper, he had a mixture of the gay, the modest, and the grave. The sprightliness of his humor was more distinguished by his writings than by his appearance, which gave occasion to Margaret Countess of Pembroke often to rally him upon his silent modesty in company, telling him that his absence was more agreeable to her than his conversation, since the first was productive of agreeable pieces of wit in his writings. 17, but the latter was filled with a modest deference and a too distant respect. We see nothing merry or jocose in his behavior with his pilgrims, but a silent attention to their mirth, rather than any mixture of his own. When disengaged from public affairs, his time was entirely spent in study and reading. So agreeable to him was this exercise that he says he preferred it to all other sports and diversions. 18 He lived within himself, neither desirous to hear nor busy to concern himself with the affairs of his neighbors. His course of living was temperate and regular. He went to rest with the sun and rose before it, and by that means enjoyed the pleasures of the better part of the day, his morning walk and fresh contemplations. This gave him the advantage of describing the morning in so lively a manner as he does everywhere in his works. The springing sun glows warm in his lines, and the fragrant air blows cool in his descriptions. We smell the sweets of the bloomy haws and hear the music of the feathered choir whenever we take a forest walk with him. The hour of the day is not easier to be discovered from the reflection of the sun in Titian's paintings than in Chaucer's morning landscapes. His reading was deep and extensive, his judgment sound and discerning. In one word, he was a great scholar, a pleasant wit, a candid critic, a sociable companion, a steadfast friend, a grave philosopher, a temperate economist, and a pious Christian. Chaucer's most important poems are Troilus and Cressida, the Ramont of the Rose, and the Canterbury Tales. Of the first, containing 8246 lines, an abridgment with a prose connecting outline of the story is given in this volume. With the second, consisting of 7699 octosyllabic verses, like those in which the House of Fame is written, it was found impossible to deal in the present edition. The poem is a curtailed translation from the French Roman de la Rose, commenced by Guillaume de Loris, who died in 1260 after contributing 4,070 verses, and completed in the last quarter of the 13th century by Jean de Meun, who added some 18,000 verses. It is a satirical allegory, in which the vices of courts, the corruptions of the clergy, the disorders and inequalities of society in general, are unsparingly attacked, and the most revolutionary doctrines are advanced. And though, in making his translation, Chaucer softened or eliminated much of the satire of the poem, still it remained, in his verse, a caustic exposure of the abuses of the time, especially those which discredited the Church. The Canterbury Tales are presented in this edition with as near an approach to completeness as regard for the popular character of the volume permitted. The 17,385 verses, of which the poetical tales consist, have been given without abridgment or purgation, save in a single couplet. But the main purpose of the volume being to make the general reader acquainted with the poems of Chaucer and Spenser, the editor has ventured to contract the two prose tales, Chaucer's Tale of Meliboeus, and the parson's sermon or treatise on penitence, so as to save about 30 pages for the introduction of Chaucer's minor pieces. At the same time, by giving prose outlines of the omitted parts, it has been sought to guard the reader against the fear that he was losing anything essential or even valuable. It is almost needless to describe the plot or point out the literary place of the Canterbury Tales. Perhaps in the entire range of ancient and modern literature, there is no work that so clearly and freshly paints for future times the picture of the past. Certainly no Englishman has ever approached Chaucer in the power of fixing forever the fleeting traits of his own time. The plan of the poem had been adopted before Chaucer chose it, notably in the Decameron of Boccaccio. Although, there, the circumstances under which the tales were told, with the terror of the plague hanging over the merry company, lend a grim grotesqueness to the narrative, unless we can look at it abstracted from its setting. Chaucer, on the other hand, strikes a perpetual keynote of gaiety whenever he mentions the word pilgrimage. And at every stage of the connecting story, we bless the happy thought which gives us incessant incident, movement, variety, and unclouded but never monotonous joyousness. The poet, the evening before he starts on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury, lies at the Tabard Inn, in Southwark, curious to know in what companionship he is destined to fare forward on the morrow. Chance sends him 29 in a company, representing all orders of English society, lay and clerical, from the knight and the abbot down to the ploughman and the Sompnour. The jolly host of the Tabard, after supper, when tongues are loosened and hearts are opened, declares that not this year has he seen such a company at once under his roof tree, and proposes that, when they set out next morning, he should ride with them and make them sport. All agree, and Harry Bailey unfolds his scheme. Each pilgrim, including the poet, shall tell 2 tales on the road to Canterbury, and 2 on the way back to London. And he whom the general voice pronounces to have told the best tale shall be treated to a supper at the common cost, and, of course, to mine host's profit, when the cavalcade returns from the saint's shrine to the Southwark hostelry. All joyously assent, and early on the morrow, in the gay spring sunshine, they ride forth, listening to the heroic tale of the brave and gentle knight, who has been gracefully chosen by the host to lead the spirited competition of storytelling. To describe thus the nature of the plan, and to say that when Chaucer conceived, or at least began to execute it, he was between 60 and 70 years of age, is to proclaim that the Canterbury Tales could never be more than a fragment. 30 pilgrims, each telling 2 tales on the way out and 2 more on the way back, that makes 120 tales, to say nothing of the prologue, the description of the journey, the occurrences at Canterbury, and all the remnant of their pilgrimage, which Chaucer also undertook. No more than 23 of the 120 stories are told in the work as it comes down to us. That is, only 23 of the 30 pilgrims tell the first of the 2 stories on the road to Canterbury. While of the stories on the return journey we have not one, and nothing is said about the doings of the pilgrims at Canterbury, which would, if treated like the scene at the Tabard, have given us a still livelier picture of the period. But the plan was too large, and although the poet had some reserves in stories which he had already composed in an independent form, death cut short his labor ere he could even complete the arrangement and connection of more than a very few of the tales. Incomplete as it is, however, the magnum opus of Chaucer was in his own time received with immense favor. Manuscript copies are numerous even now, no slight proof of its popularity. And when the invention of printing was introduced into England by William Caxton, the Canterbury Tales issued from his press in the year after the first English printed book. The game of the chess had been struck off. Innumerable editions have since been published, and it may fairly be affirmed that few books have been so much in favor with the reading public of every generation as this book, which the lapse of every generation has been rendering more unreadable. Apart from the Ramont of the Rose, no really important poetical work of Chaucer's is omitted from or unrepresented in the present edition. Of the Legend of Good Women, the prologue only is given, but it is the most genuinely Chaucerian part of the poem. Of the Court of Love, 3/4 are here presented. Of the Assembly of Fowls, the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, the Flower and the Leaf, all. Of Chaucer's Dream, 1/4, of the House of Fame, 2/3, and of the minor poems such a selection as may give an idea of Chaucer's power in the occasional department of verse. Necessarily, no space whatever could be given to Chaucer's prose works. His translation of Boethius, treatise on the consolation of philosophy, his treatise on the astrolabe written for the use of his son Lewis, and his Testament of Love, composed in his later years, and reflecting the troubles that then beset the poet. If, after studying in a simplified form the salient works of England's first great bard, the reader is tempted to regret that he was not introduced to a wider acquaintance with the author, the purpose of the editor will have been more than attained. The plan of the volume does not demand an elaborate examination into the state of our language when Chaucer wrote, or the nice questions of grammatical and metrical structure which conspire with the obsolete orthography to make his poems a sealed book for the masses. The most important element in the proper reading of Chaucer's verses, whether written in the decasyllabic or heroic meter, which he introduced into our literature, or in the octosyllabic measure used with such animated effect in the House of Fame, Chaucer's Dream and C, is the sounding of the terminal E where it is now silent. That letter is still valid in French poetry, and Chaucer's lines can be scanned only by reading them as we would read Racine, S, or Molière, S. The terminal E played an important part in grammar. In many cases, it was the sign of the infinitive, the N being dropped from the end. At other times, it pointed the distinction between singular and plural, between adjective and adverb. The pages that follow, however, being prepared from the modern English point of view, necessarily no account is taken of those distinctions, and the now silent E has been retained in the text of Chaucer only when required by the modern spelling or by the exigencies of meter. Before a word beginning with a vowel or with the letter H, the final E was almost without exception mute, and in such cases, in the plural forms and infinitives of verbs, the terminal N is generally retained for the sake of euphony. No reader who is acquainted with the French language will find it hard to fall into Chaucer's accentuation, while, for such as are not, a simple perusal of the text according to the rules of modern verse should remove every difficulty. Notes to Life of Geoffrey Chaucer. 1. Edmund Spenser, a native of London, was born with a muse of such power that he was superior to all English poets of preceding ages, not excepting his fellow citizen Chaucer. 2. See Introduction to The Legend of Good Women. 3. Called in the editions before 1597, The Dream of Chaucer. The poem, which is not included in the present edition, does indeed, like many of Chaucer's smaller works, tell the story of a dream in which a knight representing John of Gaunt is found by the poet mourning the loss of his lady. But the true Dream of Chaucer, in which he celebrates the marriage of his patron, was published for the first time by Spett in 1597. John of Gaunt, in the end of 1371, married his second wife, Constance, daughter to Pedro the Cruel of Spain, so that the Book of the Duchess must have been written between 1369 and 1371. 4. Where he bids his little book, subject be unto all poesy, and kiss the steps, whereas thou seest space, of Virgil, Ovid, Homer, Lucan, Stace. 5. See Note 1 to the tale in the Clerk's Tale. 6. See Note 1 to the Man of Law's Tale. 7. Written, says Mr. Wright, in the 16th year of the reign of Richard Roman II, 1390–1393, a powerful confirmation of the opinion that this poem was really produced in Chaucer's mature age. See the introductory notes to it and to the Legend of Good Women. 8. The old biographers of Chaucer, founding on what they took to be autobiographic allusions in the Testament of Love, assigned to him between 1354 and 1389 a very different history from that here, given on the strength of authentic records explored and quoted by Sir H. Nicholas. Chaucer is made to espouse the cause of John of Northampton, the Wycliffite Lord Mayor of London, whose re-election in 1384 was so vehemently opposed by the clergy, and who was imprisoned in the sequel of the grave disorders that arose. The poet, it is said, fled to the continent, taking with him a large sum of money, which he spent in supporting companions in exile. Then, returning by stealth to England in quest of funds, he was detected and sent to the Tower, where he languished for 3 years, being released only on the humiliating condition of informing against his associates in the plot. The public records show, however, that all the time of his alleged exile and captivity, he was quietly living in London, regularly drawing his pensions in person, sitting in Parliament, and discharging his duties in the customs until his dismissal in 1386. It need not be said, further, that although Chaucer freely handled the errors, the ignorance and vices of the clergy, he did so rather as a man of sense and of conscience than as a Wycliffite, and there is no evidence that he espoused the opinions of the zealous reformer, far less played the part of an extreme and self-regardless partisan of his old friend and college companion. 9. The commissioners appear to have commenced their labors with examining the accounts of the officers employed in the collection of the revenue, and the sequel affords a strong presumption that the royal administration, under Lancaster and his friends, had been foully calumniated. We hear not of any frauds discovered, or of defaulters punished, or of grievances redressed. Such is the testimony of Lingard, chapter Roman 4, 1386, all the more valuable for his aversion from the Wycliffite leanings of John of Gaunt. Chaucer's department in the London customs was in those days one of the most important and lucrative in the kingdom, and if mercenary abuse of his post could have been proved, we may be sure that his and his patron's enemies would not have been content with simple dismissal, but would have heavily immersed or imprisoned him. 10. The salary was L36 tens per annum. The salary of the chief judges was L40, of the puisne judges about L27. Probably the judges, certainly the clerk of the works, had fees or perquisites besides the stated payment. 11. Chaucer's patron had died earlier in 1399, during the exile of his son, then Duke of Hereford in France. The Duchess Constance had died in 1394, and the Duke had made reparation to Catherine Swynford, who had already borne him 4 children, by marrying her in 1396, with the approval of Richard Roman II, who legitimated the children and made the eldest son of the poet's sister-in-law Earl of Somerset. From this long illicit union sprang the House of Beaufort, that being the surname of the Duke's children by Catherine, after the name of the castle in Anjou Belfort or Beaufort, where they were born. 12. Of Chaucer's 2 sons by Philippa wrote, his only wife, the younger, Lewis, for whom he wrote the treatise on the astrolabe, died young. The elder, Thomas, married Maud, the second daughter and co-heiress of Sir John Burghersh, brother of the Bishop of Lincoln, the Chancellor and Treasurer of England. By this marriage, Thomas Chaucer acquired great estates in Oxfordshire and elsewhere, and he figured prominently in the second rank of courtiers for many years. He was chief butler to Richard Roman II, under Henry Roman IV. He was constable of Wallingford Castle, steward of the honours of Wallingford and St. Valery and of the Chiltern Hundreds, and the Queen of Henry Roman IV. Granted him the farm of several of her manors, a grant subsequently confirmed to him for life by the king after the Queen's death. He sat in Parliament repeatedly for Oxfordshire, was Speaker in 1414, and in the same year went to France as commissioner to negotiate the marriage of Henry V with the Princess Catherine. He held, before he died in 1434, various other posts of trust and distinction, but he left no heirs male. His only child, Alice Chaucer, married twice, first Sir John Philip, and afterwards the Duke of Suffolk, attainted and beheaded in 1450. She had 3 children by the Duke, and her eldest son married the Princess Elizabeth, sister of Edward Roman IV. The eldest son of this marriage, created Earl of Lincoln, was declared by Richard Roman III heir apparent to the throne, in case the Prince of Wales should die without issue. But the death of Lincoln himself, at the Battle of Stoke in 1487, destroyed all prospect that the poet's descendants might succeed to the crown of England, and his family is now believed to be extinct. 13. Geoffrey Chaucer, bard and famous mother of poetry, is buried in this sacred ground. 14. Railings. 15. Translation of the epitaph. This tomb was built for Geoffrey Chaucer, who in his time was the greatest poet of the English. If you ask the year of his death, behold the words beneath which tell you all. Death gave him rest from his toil, 25th of October 1400. N. Brigham bore the cost of these words in the name of the Muses. 1556. 16. See the prologue to Chaucer's Tale of Sir Thopas. 17. See the goodly ballad of Chaucer, 7th stanza. 18. See the opening of the prologue to The Legend of Good Women, and the poet's account of his habits in the House of Fame. The Canterbury Tales. The prologue. When that Apriles with his showers swoot, sweet the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in such liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower, when Zephyrus eke with his swoot breath inspired hath in every holt and heath asterisk grove, forest the tender crops and the young sun twigs, boughs hath in the ram won his half-course run, and small fowls make melody, that sleep in all the night with open eye, so pricketh them nature in their courages. Hearts, inclinations then lunge folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers too for to seek strange strands, to fern hallows couth in sundry lands. Distant saints known *3, and specially from every shire's end of England, to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that them hath holpen *, when that they were sick. Helped. Befell that, in that season on a day in Southwark at the Tabard for as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with devout courage. At night was come into that hostelry well 29 in a company of sundry folk, by a venture wifall who had by chance fallen in fellowship, and pilgrims were they all into company. 5. That toward Canterbury would a ride. The chamber, and the stables were wide, and well we wherein eased at the best. We were well provided, and shortly, when the sun was to rest, with the best so had I spoken with them every one, that I was of their fellowship anon, and made forward early for to rise, promised to take our way there as I you devise. Describe, relate. But nathless, while I have time and space, ere that I farther in this tale pace, me thinketh it accordant to reason, to tell you the condition of each of them, so as it seemed me, and which they wherein, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in, and at a night then will I first begin. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that from the time that he first began to riden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honor, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lord's war. And thereto had he ridden, no man far asterisk, farther as well in Christendom as in heathness, and ever honored for his worthiness at Alisander 6, he was when it was won. Full oftentime he had the board begun above a nations in Pruss. 7 in Leto had he raced, asterisk and in Russ, journeyed no Christian man so oft of his degree. In Grenade at the siege eke had he be of Algeciras and ridden in Belmarie. 8 at Lays was he, and at Sadley, when they were won. And in the great sea at many a noble army had he be. At mortal battles had he been 15, and foughten for our faith at Tramacine, in lists thrice, and I slain his foe. This ilk worthy knight had been also asterisk same 9 some time with the lord of Paladi, against another heathen in Turkey, and evermore he had a sovereign price. He was held in very, and though that he was worthy he was wise, high esteem, and of his port as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy ne said in all his life, unto no manner wight. He was a very perfect gentle knight. But for to tell you of his array, his horse was good, but yet he was not gay. Of fustian he weared a jippon asterisk short doublet a le asterisk besmoddered with his habergeon, asterisk soiled by his coat of mail. For he was late wycome from his voyage, and went for to do his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lover, and a lusty bockler, with locks crawl as they were laid in press. Curled of 20 year of age he was I guess, of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver asterisk and great of strength. Wonderfully nimbleand he had been some time in chevauchee asterisk, cavalry raids in Flanders, in Artois and Picardy, and borne him well, as of so little space asterisk, in such a short time in hope to stand in his lady's grace. Embroidered was he, as it were a mead all full of fresh flowers, white and red. Singing he was, or fluting all the day, he was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse and fair ride. He could a songs make, and well indite joust, and eke dance, and well portray and write. So hot he loved, that by nightertale asterisk night time he slept no more than doth the nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly and serviceable, and carved before his father at the table. 10. A yeoman had he, and servants no mo, at that time, for asterisk him list ride so asterisk it pleased him so to ride and he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows, 11 bright and keen under his belt he bare full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly, his arrows drooped not with feathers low, and in his hand he bare a mighty bow. A nuthead 12 had he with a brown visage, of woodcraft cowed he well all the usage. New upon his arm he bare a gay bracer asterisk, small shield and by his side a sword and a buckler, and on that other side a gay dagger, harnessed well and sharp as point of spear. A Christopher on his breast of silver sheen, and horn he bare, the baldric was of green, a forester was he soothly as I guess. Certainly. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full simple and coy, her greatest oath was but by Saint Loy, and she was cleeped Madame Eglantine. Called full well she sang the service divine, and tuned in her nose full seemly. And French she spake full fair and fedisly asterisk properly after the school of Stratford à Tebow, for French of Paris was to her unknown. At meat was she well white-taught withal, she let no morsel from her lips fall, nor wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel, and well keep, that no drop ne fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest asterisk. Pleasure her overlip wiped she so clean, that in her cup there was no farthing seen asterisk speck of grease. When she drunken had her draught, full seemly after her meat she wrought asterisk. Reached out her hand, and sickerly she was of great disport. Surely she was of a lively and full pleasant, and amiable of port, disposition asterisk and pained her to counterfeit cheer took pains to assume of court, and be a stately of manner, a courtly disposition asterisk, and to be holden dean of reverence. Worthy but for to speaken of her conscience, she was so charitable and so piteous, full of pity she would a weep if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of small hounds had she, that she fed with roasted flesh and milk and wastel bread. Asterisk finest white bread but sore she wept if one of them were dead, or if men smote it with a yard asterisk smart. Staff and all was conscience and tender heart. Full seemly her wimple white-pinched was, her nose treadies, her eyne grey as glass, 13 well-formed her mouth full small, and thereto soft and red, but sickerly she had a fair forehead. It was almost a span broad I trow, for heartily she was not undergrow. Certainly she was not small asterisk full fetties asterisk was her cloak, as I was wear. Neat of small coral about her arm she bare a pair of beads, gauded all with green, and thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which was first written a crowned, and after, Amor vincit omnia. Asterisk love conquers all asterisk another none also with her head she. A monk there was, a fair asterisk for the mastery asterisk, above all others asterisk 14 an outrider, that loved venery, hunting a manly man to be an abbot able. Full many a dainty horse had he in stable, and when he rode, men might his bridle hear jingling 15, in a whistling wind as clear, and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell, there as this lord was keeper of the cell. The rule of Saint Moore and of Saint Bennet, 16 because that it was old and some deal straight this ilk monk let oldie things pace, same and held after the new world the trace. He gave not of the text a pulled hen, asterisk he cared nothing that saith, that hunters be not holy men, for the text knee that a monk when he is cloisterless, is like to a fish that is waterless, this is to say, a monk out of his cloister. This ilk text held he not worth an oyster, and I say his opinion was good. Why should he study, and make himself would asterisk mad 17 upon a book in cloister always poor, or swinken with his hands, and labor, toil as Austin bid? How shall the world be served? Let Austin have his swink to him reserved. Therefore he was a prickasser asterisk aright. Hard rider greyhounds he had as swift as fowl of flight, of pricking, and of hunting for the hare asterisk riding was all his lust, for no cost would he spare. Pleasure I saw his sleeves asterisk purfled at the hand worked at the end with gris, and that the finest of the land. Fur called gris asterisk, and for to fasten his hood under his chin, he had of gold wrought a curious pin, a love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald and shone as any glass, and eke his face, as it had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point, his eyne steep, asterisk and rolling in his head asterisk deep set that steamed as a furnace of a lead. His boots supple, his horse in great estate, now certainly he was a fair prelate. He was not pale as a four-pined asterisk ghost. Wasted a fat swan loved he best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry a limitor 18, a full solemny man. In all the orders four is none that can knows so much of dalliance and fair language. He had made full many a marriage of young women, at his own cost. Unto his order he was a noble post, full well beloved, and familiar was he with franklins over all asterisk in his country, everywhere and eke with worthy women of the town, for he had power of confession, as said himself, more than a curate, for of his order he was licentiate. Full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to give penance, there as he wist to have a good pittance, asterisk where he know he would for unto a poor order for to give get good payment is seen that a man is well wyshrive. For if he gave, he durst make avant asterisk, dared to boast he wist that the man was repentant. Knew for many a man so hard is of his heart, he may not weep although him sore smart, therefore instead of weeping and prayers, men must give silver to the poor friars. His tippet was I farced asterisk full of knives asterisk stuffed and pins, for to give to fair wives, and certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and play in on a rote asterisk. From memory asterisk of yettings he bare utterly the prize. Songs his neck was white as is the fleur-de-lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion, and knew well the taverns in every town. And every hosteler and gay tapster better than a lazar or a beggar, leper for unto such a worthy man as he accordeth not, as by his faculty, to have with such lazars acquaintance. It is not honest, it may not advance, as for to deal with no such poor ill asterisk, awful, refuse but all with rich, and sellers of victual. Asterisk victuals and over all there as asterisk profit should arise, in every place where and courteous he was, and lowly of service, there and as no man nowhere so virtuous. He was the bestead beggar in all his house, and gave a certain farm for the grant, 19 none of his brethren came in his haunt. For though a widow had but one shoe, so pleasant was his in principio, 20 yet would he have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well better than his rent, and rage he could and play as any whelp in love days 21, there could he muchel help. Greatly for there was he not like a cloisterer with threadbare cope as is a poor scholar, but he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semicope asterisk, short cloak that rounded was as a bell out of press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweet upon his tongue, And in his harping, when that he had sung, his eyne twinkled in his head aright, asterisk eyes as do the stars in a frosty night. This worthy limitor 18 was called Hubert. A merchant was there with a forked beard in motley, and high on his horse he sat, upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat, his boots clasped fair and fetisly asterisk. Neatly his reason's eye spake he full solemnly, sounding alway increase of his winning. He would the sea were kept 22, for anything betwixt Middleburg and Orwell 23 well could he in exchange shields, sell asterisk crown coins, 24, this worthy man full well his wit beset. Employed there wist no wight that he was in debt. New asterisk man so estately was he of governance so well he managed asterisk with his bargains, and with his chevasance. Business contract forsooth he was a worthy man withal, but sooth to say, I not asterisk how men him call. No not. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, Oxford that unto logic had long whigo. Devoted himself as lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollow, and thereto soberly asterisk. Thin, asterisk poorly full threadbare was his asterisk overrest curdeppy, uppermost short cloak for he had gotten him yet no benefice, ne was not worldly to have an office. For him was lever have at his bed's head rather 20 books, clothed in black or red of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robes rich or fiddle or psaltery. But all be that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friends hent, obtain on books, and on learning he it spent, and busily gan for the soul's prey of them that gave him 25, wherewith to scholae study of study took he most care and heed. Not one word spake he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick, and full of high sentence. Sounding in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, wary and wise, that often had been at the parvis, 26 there was also, full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed such, his words were so wise, just as he was full often in a size, by patent, and by plain asterisk commission, asterisk full for his science, and for his high renown of fees and robes had he many one, so great a purchaser was nowhere none. All was fee simple to him. In effect his purchasing might not be in suspect asterisk suspicion, nowhere so busy a man as he there was, and yet he seemed busier than he was in terms had he case, and dooms all judgments that from the time of King Will were fall. Thereto he could indict, and make a thing there could a no white pinch at his writing. Find fault within every statute cowed, he plain by rote asterisk knew he rode, but homely in a medley asterisk coat, asterisk multicolored girt with a saint asterisk of silk, with bars small. Sash of his array tell, I no longer tale. A francolin was in this company. Rich landowner white was his beard, as is the daisy. Of his complexion he was sanguine. Well loved he in the morn a sop and wine. To liven and delight was ever his one asterisk. Want for he was Epicurus, Owen's son, that held opinion, that plain asterisk delight full was verily felicity perfect. And householder, and that a great, was he Saint Julian 27 he was in his country. His bread, his ale, was alway after one asterisk. Pressed on 1a better and vined asterisk man was nowhere none. Stored with wine without bake meat never was his house, of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous, it snowed in his house of meat and drink, of a le dainties that men could a think. After the sundry seasons of the year, so changed he his meat and his super. Full many a fat partridge had he in mew asterisk, cage 28 and many a bream, and many a loose in stew asterisk 29 asterisk pike asterisk fish pond woe was his cook, asterisk, but if asterisk his sauce were in less poignant and sharp, and ready all his gear. His table dormant in his hall alway fixed stood ready covered all the lunge day. At sessions there was he lord and sire. Full often time he was knight of the shire asterisk member of Parliament and Anlace, and a gypsier all of silk, dagger asterisk purse hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. A sheriff had he been, and a counter 30 was nowhere such a worthy vavasser 31. An haberdasher and a carpenter, a web asterisk, a dyer and a tapizer asterisk, weaver asterisk tapestry maker were with us eke, clothed in one livery, of a solemn and great fraternity. Full fresh and new their gear white-picked was. Spruce their knives were white-shaped not with brass asterisk mounted, but all with silver wrought full clean and well, their girdles and their pouches every deal. In every part well seemed each of them a fair burgess, to sitten in a guildhall on the dais. 32 ever each, for the wisdom that he can knew was shapely for to be an alderman. Fitted for chattels had they enough and rent, and eke their wives would it well assent, and else certain they had been to blame. It is full fair to be wyclept madame, and for to go to vigils all before, and have a mantle royally wybore. 33. A cook they had with them for the nuns occasion to boil the chickens and the marrow bones, and powder merchant tart and gallingale. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could roast, and stew, and broil, and fry, make mortrues, and well bake a pie. But great harm was it, as it thought me, that on his shin a mormal had he. Ulcer for blancmanger, that made he with the best 34. A shipman was there, wond far by west, who dwelt far for aught I wot, was of Dartmouth. To the west he rode upon a rouncy, as he couth, hack all in a gown of falding to the knee. Coarse cloth a dagger hanging by a lace had he about his neck under his arm adown, the hot summer had made his hue all brown, and certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine he had draw from bird award, while that the chapmen sleep, of nice conscience took he no keep. If that he fought, and had the higher hand, by water he sent them home to every land. He drowned his, but of his craft to reckon well his tides, prisoners his streams and his strands him besides, his Herborough his moon and Loadmenage harborage there was none such, from Hull unto Carthage pilotage 35 hardy he was, and wise, I undertake, with many a tempest had his beard been shake. He knew well all the havens, as they were from Scotland to the Cape of Finisterre, and every creek in Bretagne and in Spain. His barge wyclept was the Magdalene. With us there was a doctor of physic, in all this worlde was there none him like to speak of physic, and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal in hours by his magic natural. Well could he fortune the ascendant make fortunate of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of cold, or hot, or moist, or dry, and where engendered, and of what humor. He was a very perfect practicer the cause wino, and of his harm the root, known anon he gave to the sick man his boot remedy full ready had he his apothecaries. To send his drugges and his lectuaries for each of them made other for to win their friendship was not new to begin well knew he the old Aesculapius, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus old Hippocras, Holly and Gallion, Serapion, Rhases and Avason, Averrois, Damascene and Constantin, Bernard and Gaddesden and Gilbertin. 36 of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse he clad was all red-blue lined with taffeta and with sendal. Fine silk, and yet he was but easy of dispense He spent very little he kept that he won in the pestilence. The money he made for gold in physic is a cordial. During the plague therefore, he loved gold in special. Good wife was there of beside Bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scath. Damage, pity of cloth making she had such an haunt skill she passed them of Ypres and of Gaunt. 37 in all the parish wife was there none, that to the offering before her should gone, the offering at mass, and if there did, certain so wroth was she, that she was out of a let charity her coverchiefs were full fine of ground headdresses I durst swear. They weighed £10.38 that on the Sunday were upon her head. Her hosen wherein of fine scarlet red, full straight white-eyed, and shoes full moist and new fresh 39 bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her live, husbands at the church door had she had 5, without other company in youth. But thereof needeth not to speak as nouth Now and thrice had she been at Jerusalem, she had passed many a strange stream at Rome she had been, and at Boulogne, in Gallus at St. James, 40 and at Cologne, she cowed much of wanding by the way. New gat-toothed was she, soothly for to say. Buck-toothed 41 upon an ambler easily she sat, wimpled well, and on her head and hat as broad as is a buckler or a targe, a foot-mantle about her hips large, and on her feet a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp jest, talk of remedies of love she knew perchance for of that art she cowed the oldie dance. New. A good man there was of religion, that was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work Work he was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly would a preach, his parishans devoutly would he teach. Parishioners benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient, and such he was wipe-roofed asterisk often scythes. Oftentimes full loth were him to curse for his tithes, but rather would he given out of doubt unto his poor parishioners about of his offering and eke of his substance. He could in little thing have sufficence. He was satisfied with wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, very little but he ne left not, for no rain nor thunder, in sickness and in mischief to visit the farthest in his parish, asterisk much and lit asterisk, great and small asterisk upon his feet, and in his hand a staff. This noble ensample to his sheep he gaff asterisk gave that first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he the words caught, and this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewd asterisk man to rust. Unlearned and shame it is, if that a priest take keep, to see a shitten shepherd and clean sheep. Well ought a priest ensample for to give, by his own cleanness, how his sheep should live. He set not his benefice to hire, and left his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him a chantery 42 for souls, or with a brotherhood to be withold. Asterisk detained but dwelt at home, and kept well his fold, so that the wolf knee made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary. And though he holy were, and virtuous, he was to sinful men not despitus severe, nor of his speech dangerous nor dine disdainful, but in his teaching discreet and benign. To drawn folk to heaven with fairness by good ensample was his business, but it were any person obstinate, but if it were whatso he were of high or low estate, him would he snib sharply for the nuns asterisk. Reprove asterisk non si, occasion a better priest I trow that nowhere none is. He waited after no pomp nor reverence, nor maked him a asterisk spiced conscience asterisk, artificial conscience but Christ's lore, and his apostles, 12, he taught, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother that had waylaid of dung full many a fother asterisk. Ton a true swinker and a good was he, hard worker living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he bestow with all his heart at alle times, were it gain or smart, pain, loss, and then his neighbor right as himself. He would a thresh, and thereto dike and dig ditches for Christ's sake, for every poor wight without hire, if it lay in his might. His tithes paid he full fair and well, both of his asterisk proper swink, and his chattel his own labor asterisk goods, in a tabard he rode upon a mare. Sleeveless jerkin. There was also a Reeve and a miller, a Sompnour and a pardoner also, a manciple and myself, there were no mo. The miller was a stout carle for the nones, full big he was of brawn, and eke of bones, that proved well for asterisk over all where he came, wheresoever at wrestling he would bear away the ram. 43 he was short-shouldered, broad, a thick gnar asterisk. Stump of wood there was no door, that he en old heave-off bar, could not or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad as though it were a spade. Upon the cop right of his nose he had asterisk head 44 a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs red as the bristles of a sow's ears. His nose thurls blacky were and wide. Nostrils 45 a sword and buckler bare he by his side. His mouth as wide was as a furnace. He was a jangler, and a goliardize asterisk, buffoon 46, and that was most of sin and harlotries. Well could he steal corn, and toll thrice, and yet he had a thumb of gold, party. 47 a white coat and a blue hood where he a bagapipe well could he blow and sound, and therewithal he brought us out of town. A gentle manciple 48, was there of a temple, of which a chatters might take in sample buyers for to be wise in buying a victual. Asterisk victuals for whether that he paid, or took asterisk by tail asterisk, on credit algate he waited so in his achate asterisk always asterisk purchase that he was I before in good estate. Now is not that of God a full fair grace, that such a lewd asterisk man's wit shall pace asterisk unlearned asterisk, surpass the wisdom of an heap of learned men. Of masters had he more than thrice 10, that were of law expert and curious, of which there was a dozen in that house, worthy to be stewards of rent and land of any lord that is in England, to make him live by his proper good, in honor debtless, but if he were would, unless he were mad asterisk, or live as scarcely as him list desire, and able for to help in all a shire in any case that might fall or hap end, yet this manciple asterisk set their aller cap asterisk outwitted them all. The Reeve 49, was a slender choleric man, his beard was shaved as nigh as ever he can. His hair was by his ears round wyshorn. His top was docked like a priest before in full lunge where his leg is, and full lean why like a staff. There was no calf why seen well could he keep a garner and a bin asterisk store places for grain there was no auditor could on him win well wist he by the drought. And by the rain, the yielding of his seed and of his grain his lord's sheep, his neat asterisk, and his dairy cattle his swine, his horse, his store, and his poultry, were wholly in this Reeve's governing. And by his covenant gave he reckoning, since that his lord was 20 year of age there, could no man bring him in arrearage there was no bailiff, herd, nor other hine asterisk servant that he knew his asterisk slight, and his coven tricks and cheating they were a drad asterisk of him. As of the death in dread, his wonning was full fair upon an heath asterisk, abode with green trees why-shadowed was his place. He could a better than his lord purchase full rich, he was why stored privily his lord well could he please subtly, to give and lend him of his own good, and have a thank, and yet a coat and hood. Also in youth he learned had a good mystere asterisk trade he was a well good right. A carpenter this Reeve sate upon a right good stot asterisk, steed that was all pomely asterisk grey, and height asterisk Scott. Dappled called a long surcoat of purse upon he had, sky blue, and by his side he bare a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which I tell, beside a town men clepen Baldiswell, call tucked he was, as is a friar about, and ever rode the asterisk hinderest of the rout asterisk, hindmost of the group. A Sompnour was there with us in that place, summoner 50 that had a fire-red cherubin's face, for sauciflame he was, with eyne narrow. Red or pimply as hot he was and lecherous as a sparrow, with scald brows black, and pilled asterisk beard. Scanty of his visage children were sore afeard. There and as quicksilver, litharge, nor brimstone, boras, ceruse, nor oil of tartar none, nor ointment that would a cleanse or bite that him might helpen of his whelks white, pustules nor of the knobs sitting on his cheeks. Buttons well loved he garlic, onions, and leeks, and for to drink strong wine as red as blood, then would he speak and cry as he were wood, and when that he well drunken had the wine, then would he speak no word but Latin. A few terms knew he, 2 or 3 that he had learned out of some decree, no wonder is he heard it all the day, and eke he knowin well, how that a jay can clepen, wat, as well as can the Pope. Call but whoso would in other thing him grope, search then had he spent all his philosophy, I questio quid juris, 51 would he cry. He was a gentle harlot and a kind. A low fellow 52 a better fellow should a man not find. He would a suffer, for a quart of wine a good fellow to have his concubine a 12-month, and excuse him at the full. Full, privily a asterisk finch eke could he pull. Fleece a man asterisk, and if he found o'er a good fellow, anywhere he would a teach him to have none awe in such a case of the archdeacon's curse. But if asterisk a man's soul were in his purse, unless asterisk for in his purse he should why punished be. Purse is the archdeacon's hell, said he, but well I wot, he lied right indeed, of cursing ought each guilty man to dread, for curse will slay right as a soiling saveth, absolving and also, wear him of a significavit 53. In danger had he at his own guise the young girls of the diocese, 54 and knew their counsel, and was of their rede. Counsel a garland had he set upon his head, as great as it were for an alestake asterisk. The post of an alehouse sign a buckler had he made him of a cake. With him there rode a gentle pardoner 55 of Ronceville, his friend and his compere, that straight was commend from the court of Rome, full loud he sang, Come hither, love, to me, this Sompnour asterisk bare to him a stiff birdone asterisk, saying the bass was never trump of half so great a sound. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung, as doth a strike of flax. Strip by ounces hung his locks that he had, and therewith he his shoulders overspread. Full thin it lay, by culpons asterisk 1 and 1, locks, shreds, but hood for jollity, he weared none, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he rode all of the new get, latest fashion asterisk 56 dishevel, save his cap, he rode all bare. Such glaring eyne had he as an hair, a vernicle had he sewed upon his cap. Asterisk image of Christ 57, his wallet lay before him in his lap, bretful of pardon come from Rome all hot. Brimful a voice he had as small as hath a goat. No beard had he, nor ever one should have, as smooth it was as it were new why shave, I trow he were a gelding or a mare. But of his craft from barrack unto where, ne was there such another pardoner. For in his mail he had a pillowber asterisk, bag 58 asterisk pillowcase which, as he said, was Our Lady's veil, he said. He had a gobbet of the sail piece that St. Peter had, when that he went upon the sea, till Jesus Christ him hent. Took hold of he had a cross of laton full of stones, copper, and in a glass he had pig's bones. But with these relics, when that he fond a poor parson dwelling upon land, upon a day he got him more money than that the parson got in moneths tway, and thus with feigned flattering and japes asterisk, jests he made the parson and the people his apes. But truly to tellin at the last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but alderbest he sang an offertory. Best of all for well he wist, when that song was sung, he must preach, and well affile his tongue, polished to win silver, as he right well could, therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now have I told you shortly in a clause th estate, th array, the number, and eke the cause why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that hight the Tabard, fast by the bell. 59. But now is time to you for to tell asterisk how that we bear in us that ilk night asterisk, what we did that same night when we were in that hostelry alight. And after will I tell of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye asterisk arret it not my villainy asterisk, count it not rudeness in me though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tellin you their words and their cheer, not though I speak their words properly. For this ye know in also well as I, whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he must rehearse, as nigh as ever he can, every word, if it be in his charge, all speak he asterisk ne'er so rudely and so large. Let him speak asterisk or else he must tell his tale untrue, or feigny things, or find words new. He may not spare, although he were his brother. He must as well say one word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in holy writ, and well ye wot no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the words must be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive it me, all have I not set folk in their degree, although I have here in this tale as that they shouldn't stand. My wit is short, ye may well understand. Great cheer made our host us every one, and to the supper set he us anon, and served us with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest asterisk. Pleased a seemly man our host was withal for to have been a marshal in an hall. A large man he was with ein steep asterisk deep set. A fairer burgess is there none in cheap 60, bold of his speech, and wise and well taught, and of manhood lacked him right not. Eke thereto was he right a merry man, and after supper playin he began and spake of mirth amongs other things, when that we had made our reckonings, and said thus: Now, lordings, truly ye be to me welcome right heartily, for by my troth, if that I shall not lie, I saw not this year such a company at once in this Herborough asterisk, am is now. In 61 fain would I do you mirth, an asterisk I wist how. If I knew asterisk and of a mirth I am right now bethought. To do you ease, and it shall cost naught. Pleasure ye go to Canterbury, God you speed, the blissful martyr quite you your meed asterisk. Grant you what and well I wot, as ye go by the way, you deserve asterisk ye shapen you to talkin and to play. Intend to for truly comfort nor mirth is none to ride by the way as dumb as stone, and therefore would I make you to sport, as I said erst, and do you some comfort. And if you liketh all by one assent now for to stand in at my judgment, and for to work in as I shall you say tomorrow, when ye riden on the way, now by my father's soul that is dead, but ye be merry, smiteth off mine head. Unless you are merry, hold up your hands without more speech. Smite off my head asterisk. Our counsel was not lunge for to seech asterisk. Seek us thought it was not worth to make it wise asterisk. Asterisk discuss it at length and granted him without more avies asterisk. Consideration and bade him say his verdict as him lest. Lordings, quoth he, now hearken for the best, but take it not, I pray you, in disdain. This is the point, to speak it platt and plain. Flat that each of you, to shorten with your way in this voyage, shall tell in tales tway to Canterbury ward, I mean it so. And homeward he shall tell in other two of adventures that whilom have befall. And which of you that beareth him best of all, that is to say, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper asterisk at your aller cost at the cost of you all asterisk here in this place, sitting by this post, when that ye come again from Canterbury. And for to make you the more merry, I will myself gladly with you ride, right at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will my judgment with say, shall pay for all we spend in by the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon without words mo asterisk, more and I will early shape me therefore. This thing was granted, and our oath we swore with full glad heart, and prayed him also that he would vouchsafe for to do so, and that he would be our governor, and of our tales judge and reporter, and set a supper at a certain price, and we will ruled be at his device in high and low, and thus by one assent we be accorded to his judgment, and thereupon the wine was fed anon. Fetched. We drunken, and to reste when each one without any longer tarrying a morrow. When the day began to spring, up rose our host, and was our aller cock asterisk. The cock to wake us all asterisk, and gathered us together in a flock. And forth we ridden all a little space, unto the watering of St. Thomas 62, and there our host began his horse a rest, and said, Lords, hearken if you lest, ye weet your forward, asterisk, and I it record. Know your promise if evensong and morning song accord. Let's see now who shall tell the first tale. As ever may I drink wine or ale, whoso is rebel to my judgment, shall pay for all that by the way is spent. Now draw ye cuts, ere that ye farther twin asterisk. Lots go he which that hath the shortest shall begin. Sir Knight, quoth he, my master and my lord, now draw the cut, for that is mine accord. Come near, quoth he, my lady Prioress, and ye, Sir Clerk, let be your shamefastness, nor study not. Lay hand to every man. Anon to drawn every wight began, and shortly for to tellen as it was, were it by a venture, or sort asterisk, or cas asterisk, lot asterisk chance the sooth is this. The cut fell to the knight, of which full blithe and glad was every wight, and tell he must his tale as was reason, by forward and by composition, as ye have heard. What needeth words mo? And when this good man saw that it was so, as he that wise was and obedient to keep his forward by his free assent, he said, Sithen asterisk I shall begin this game, since why, welcome be the cut in God's name. Now let us ride, and hearken what I say. And with that word we ridden forth our way, and he began with right a merry cheer his tale anon, and said as ye shall hear. Notes to the prologue. One Tyrwhitt points out that the bull should be read here, not the ram, which would place the time of the pilgrimage in the end of March. Whereas, in the prologue to the Man of Law's Tale, the date is given as the 8 and 20 day of April, that is messenger to May. 2 Dante, in the Vita Nuova, distinguishes 3 classes of pilgrims. Palmary palmers who go beyond sea to the east, and often bring back staves of palmwood. Peregrini, who go the shrine of St. Jago in Galicia. Romi, who go to Rome. Sir Walter Scott, however, says that palmers were in the habit of passing from shrine to shrine. Living on charity, pilgrims, on the other hand, made the journey to any shrine only once, immediately returning to their ordinary avocations. Chaucer uses palmer of all pilgrims. 3. Hallows survives in the meaning here given in All Hallows All Saints' Day. Couth, past participle of con to know, exists in uncouth. 4. The tabard, the sign of the inn, was a sleeveless coat worn by heralds. The name of the inn was, some 3 centuries after Chaucer, changed to the Talbot. 5. In Wyfall, y is a corruption of the Anglo-Saxon g, prefixed to participles of verbs. It is used by Chaucer merely to help the meter in German. Wyfall or Wyfall would be Jeffallen, Wyron or Wyron would be Geronen. 6. Alisander. Alexandria in Egypt, captured by Pierre de Lusignan, king of Cyprus, in 1365 but abandoned immediately afterwards. 13 years before, the same prince had taken Satili, the ancient Italia in Anatolia, and in 1367 he won Laias in Armenia, both places named just below. 7. The knight had been placed at the head of the table, above knights of all nations, in Prussia, whither warriors from all countries were wont to repair, to aid the Teutonic order in their continual conflicts with their heathen neighbors in Leto or Lithuania German. Lithuan, Russia and C. 8. Algeciras was taken from the Moorish king of Granada in 1344. The Earls of Derby and Salisbury took part in the siege. Belmary is supposed to have been a Moorish state in Africa, but Pommery has been suggested as the correct reading. The Great Sea, or the Greek Sea, is the Eastern Mediterranean. Tramacene or Tremesen is enumerated by Froissart among the Moorish kingdoms in Africa. Paladi, or Palathia, in Anatolia, was a fief held by the Christian knights after the Turkish conquests, the holders paying tribute to the infidel. Our knight had fought with one of those lords against a heathen neighbor. 9. Ilk, same, compare the Scottish phrase of that ilk. That is, of the estate which bears the same name as its owner's title. 10. It was the custom for squires of the highest degree to carve at their fathers' tables. 11. Peacock arrows, large arrows with peacock's feathers. 12. A nuthead with nut-brown hair, or round like a nut, the hair being cut short. 13. Gray eyes appear to have been a mark of female beauty in Chaucer's time. 14. For the mastery was applied to medicines in the sense of sovereign, as we now apply it to a remedy. 15. It was fashionable to hang bells on horses' bridles. 16. Saint Benedict was the first founder of a spiritual order in the Roman Church. Maurice, abbot of Fulda from 822 to 842, did much to re-establish the discipline of the Benedictines on a true Christian basis. 17. Wood, mad Scottish wood. Felix says to Paul, "Too much learning hath made thee mad." 18. Limiteur, a friar with license or privilege to beg or exercise other functions within a certain district, as the limiteur of Holderness. 19. Farm, rent, that is, he paid a premium for his license to beg. 20. In principio, the first words of Genesis and John employed in some part of the Mass. 21. Love days, meetings appointed for friendly settlement of differences. The business was often followed by sports and feasting. 22. He would the sea were kept for anything, he would for anything that the sea were guarded. The old subsidy of tonnage and poundage, says Tyrwhitt, was given to the king pour la sauvegarde et custodie del mer. For the safeguard and keeping of the sea, 12 Roman 4. C3. 23. Middleburg at the mouth of the Scheldt in Holland, Orwell, a seaport in Essex. 24. Shields, crowns so called from the shield stamped on them, French, écu, Italian, scudo. 25. Poor scholars at the universities used then to go about begging for money to maintain them and their studies. 26. Parvis, the portico of St. Paul's, which lawyers frequented to meet their clients. 27. St. Julian, the patron saint of hospitality, celebrated for supplying his votaries with good lodging and good cheer. 28. Mew, cage. The place behind Whitehall where the king's hawks were caged was called the Mews. 29. Many a luce in stew, many a pike in his fish pond. In those Catholic days, when much fish was eaten, no gentleman's mansion was complete without a stew. 30. Counter, probably a steward or accountant in the county court. 31. Vavasor, a landholder of consequence, holding of a duke, marquis, or earl, and ranking below a baron. 32. On the dais, on the raised platform at the end of the hall, where sat at meat or in judgment those high in authority, rank, or honor. In our days, the worthy craftsmen might have been described as good platform men. 33. To take precedence over all in going to the evening service of the church, or to festival meetings, to which it was the fashion to carry rich cloaks or mantles against the home coming. 34. The things the cook could make. Marchand tart, some now unknown ingredient used in cookery, galingale, sweet or long-rooted cypress. Mortreuse, a rich soup made by stamping flesh in a mortar. Blanc manger, not what is now called blancmange, one part of it was the brawn of a capon. 35. Loadmanage, pilotage from Anglo-Saxon ladman, a leader, guide, or pilot, hence lodestar, lodestone. 36. The authors mentioned here were the chief medical textbooks of the Middle Ages. The names of Galen and Hippocrates were then usually spelt Gallian and Hippocras or Ippocras. 37. The west of England, especially around Bath, was the seat of the cloth manufacture, as were Ypres and Ghent, Gaunt in Flanders. 38. Chaucer here satirizes the fashion of the time, which piled bulky and heavy waddings on ladies' heads. 39. Moist, here used in the sense of new, as in Latin, mustum signifies new wine, and elsewhere Chaucer speaks of moisty ale, as opposed to old. 40. In Gallus at St. James, at the shrine of St. Jago of Compostela in Spain. 41. Gat-toothed, buck-toothed, goat-toothed to signify her wantonness, or gap-toothed with gaps between her teeth. 42. An endowment to sing masses for the soul of the donor. 43. A ram was the usual prize at wrestling matches. 44. Kopf head German Kopf. 45. Nose thurls, nostrils from the Anglo-Saxon, thurlian to pierce, hence the word drill to bore. 46. Goliardize, a babbler and a buffoon. Golias was the founder of a jovial sect called by his name. 47. The proverb says that every honest miller has a thumb of gold. Probably Chaucer means that this one was as honest as his brethren. 48. Emancipal Latin manceps, a purchaser or contractor, was an officer charged with the purchase of victuals for inns of court or colleges. 49. Reeve, a land steward, still called Grieve, Anglo-Saxon, Geoffrey in some parts of Scotland. 50. Sompnour, summoner, an apparitor who cited delinquents to appear in ecclesiastical courts. 51. Quaestio quid juris, I ask which law applies, a cant law Latin phrase. 52. Harlot, a low, ribald fellow. The word was used of both sexes. It comes from the Anglo-Saxon verb to hire. 53. Significavit, an ecclesiastical writ. 54. Within his jurisdiction, he had at his own pleasure the young people of both sexes in the diocese. 55. Pardoner, a seller of pardons or indulgences. 56. Newgate, Newgate or fashion. Gate is still used in this sense in some parts of the country. 57. Vernicle, an image of Christ, so called from St. Veronica, who gave the Savior a napkin to wipe the sweat from his face as he bore the cross, and received it back with an impression of his countenance upon it. 58. Mail, packet baggage, French, mal, a trunk. 59. The Bell, apparently another Southwark tavern. Stowe mentions a bull as being near the Tabard. 60. Cheap, Cheapside, then inhabited by the richest and most prosperous citizens of London. 61. Herborough, lodging inn, French, herberge. 62. The watering of St. Thomas, at the second milestone on the old Canterbury Road. The Knight's Tale 1. Whilom, as oldie stories tellin us, formerly there was a duke that hight Theseus. Was called two of Athens, he was lord and governor, and in his time such a conqueror that greater was there none under the sun, full many a rich country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the Rigne of Femini, through that whilom was wycleaped Scythia, and wedded the Queen Hippolyta and brought her home with him to his country with muchel glory and great solemnity. Great and eke her young sister Emily. And thus with victory, and with melody let I this worthy duke to Athens ride, and all his host, in arms him beside. And certes, if it enner too long to hear, were not I would have told you fully the manner, how won an asterisk was the Rigne of Femini, won by Theseus, and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the non-sea betwixt Athens and the Amazons, and how assieged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy queen of Scythia, and of the feast that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her homecoming. But all these things I must as now forbear. I have, God wot, a large field to ear-plough 5, and weak be the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long eno. I will not let an eke none of this route asterisk. Hinder any of let every fellow tell his tale about this company, and let's see now who shall the supper win. There as I left, I will again begin, where I left off. This duke of whom I make mention, when he was come almost unto the town in all his weal, and in his most pride, he was where, as he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the highway a company of ladies, tway and tway, each after other, clad in clothes black. But such a cry and such a woe they make, that in this world any's creature living, that heard such another waymenting asterisk lamenting 6, and of this crying would they never stent asterisk, desist till they the reins of his bridle henten asterisk. Sees, what folk be ye that at mine homecoming perturben so my feast with crying? Quoth Theseus. Have ye so great envy of mine honor, that thus complain and cry, or who hath you misboden asterisk, or offended? Asterisk wronged do tell me, if it may be amended, and why that ye be clad thus all in black. The oldest lady of them all then spake, when she had swooned with a deadly cheer asterisk, countenance that it was ruth for to see or hear. Pity, she said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, not grieveth us your glory and your honor, but we beseech in mercy and succor. Have mercy on our woe and our distress, some drop of pity, through thy gentleness, upon us wretched women let now fall. For certes, Lord, there is none of us all that hath not been a duchess or a queen, now be we caitives, as it is well seen. Captives thanked be fortune, and her false wheel, that none estate ensureth to be weal. Assures no continuance of, and certes, Lord, abide in your presence prosperous estate here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, since it lies in thy might. I, wretched wight, that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife to King Capanius that starf at Thebes, cursed be that day. Died 7 and 11 we that be in this array, and maken all this lamentation, we losten all our husbands at that town, while that the siege thereabout lay. And yet the oldie Creon, well away. That lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity, he for despite, and for his tyranny, to do the dead body's villainy asterisk, insult of all our lords, which that been Wislaw, slain hath all the bodies on an heap draw, and will not suffer them by none assent neither to be buried, nor brent asterisk burnt, but maketh hounds eat them in despite. And with that word, without more respite they fallen groff, and cried in piteously, grovelling, have on us wretched women some mercy, and let our sorrow sink in thine heart. This gentle duke down from his courser start with heart piteous, when he heard them speak. Him thought that his heart would all to break, when he saw them so piteous, and so mate asterisk abase that whilom, wherein of so great estate. And in his arms he them all uphent asterisk, raised, took and them comforted in full good intent, and swore his oath, as he was true knight, he would do so farforthly his might asterisk as far as his power went upon the tyrant Creon them to wreak asterisk, avenge that all the people of Greece should speak. How Creon was of Theseus served, as he that had his death full well deserved. And right anon without more abode delay his banner he displayed, and forth he rode to Thebes ward and all his host beside. No ner asterisk Athens would he go nor ride, nearer nor take his ease fully half a day. But onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her young sister sheen asterisk bright, lovely unto the town of Athens for to dwell, and forth he writ, there is no more to tell. Rode. The red statue of Mars with spear and tarred shield so shineth in his white banner large that all the fields glitter up and down, and by his banner borne is his pennon of gold full rich, in which there was beat asterisk stamped the Minotaur 8, which that he slew in Crete, thus writ this duke. Thus writ this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes, and a light fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing, with Creon, which that was of Thebes king he fought, and slew him manly as a knight in plain battle, and put his folk to flight. And by assault he won the city after, and ren adown both wall and spar and rafter. And to the ladies he restored again the bodies of their husbands that were slain to do obsequies, as was then the guise asterisk. Custom. But it were all too long for to devise describe the great clamour, and the lamenting which that the ladies made at the brenning asterisk burning of the bodies, and the great honour that Theseus the noble conqueror did to the ladies, when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy duke, this Theseus, had Creon slain and won in Thebes thus, still in the field he took all night his rest, and did with all the country as him lest asterisk. Pleased to ransack in the tawse of bodies dead, heap them for to strip of asterisk harness and of asterisk weed, armor asterisk clothes the pillars did their business and cure. Pillagers 9 after the battle and discomfiture. And so befell that in the tawse they found, through girt with many a grievous bloody wound, 2 young knights asterisk ligging by and by asterisk lying side by side both in asterisk 1 arms, wrought full richly. The same armor of which 2 are seed a height that one, and he that other height Palamon. Not fully quick, nor fully dead they were, alive but by their coat armor and by their gear. The heralds knew them well in special, as those that wearen of the blood royal of Thebes, and of sistren 2 born asterisk. Born of 2 sisters out of the tawse the pillars have them torn, and have them carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon them sent to Athens, for to dwell in prison perpetually, he old no ransom asterisk. Would take no ransom, and when this worthy duke had thus done, he took his host, and home he ridden on with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he lived in joy and in honour term of his life. What needeth words mo? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwell in this Palamon, and eke Arcite, for evermore there may no gold them quite asterisk set free. Thus passed year by year, and day by day, till it fell ones in a morn of May that Emily, that fairer was to seen than is the lily upon his stalk green. and fresher than the May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue. I not which was the finer of them two. No, not ere it was day, as she was wont to do she was arisen, and all ready dight, dressed for May will have no sluggardy a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, Arise, and do thine observance. This maketh Emily have remembrance to do honour to May, and for to rise. White clothed was she fresh for to devise, her yellow hair was braided in a tress behind her back, a yard long I guess. And in the garden at the sun uprist asterisk sunrise she walketh up and down where as her list. She gathereth flowers, party white and red, mingled to make a sodal asterisk garland for her head, subtle, well arranged, and as an angel heavenly she sung. The great tower, that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon 10, whereas these knights wherein in prison, of which I told you, and tell shall, was even joinant asterisk to the garden wall, adjoining there as this Emily had her playing. Bright was the sun, and clear that Maroning and Palamon this woeful prisoner, as was his wont, by leave of his jailer, was risen and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city saw and eke the garden, full of branches green, there as this fresh Amelia the sheen was in her walk, and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon went in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born, full oft he said, alas. And so befell, by a venture or cast asterisk, chance that through a window thick of many a bar of iron great, and square as any spar, he cast his eyes upon Amelia. And therewithal he blent and cried, ah, started aside as though he stungen were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcite anon upstart, and said, Cousin mine, what aileth thee that art so pale and deadly for to see? Why criedst thou? Who hath thee done offence? For God's love, take all in patience our prison asterisk, for it may none other be. Imprisonment fortune hath given us this adversity. Some wick aspect or disposition wicked of Saturn 11, by some constellation, hath given us this, although we had it sworn, so stood the heaven when that we were born, we must endure. This is the short and plain. This Palamon answered, and said again, Cousin, forsooth of this opinion thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not for to cry, but I was hurt right now thorough mine eye into mine heart, that will my bane be. Destruction, the fairness of the lady that I see yond in the garden roaming to and fro, is cause of all my crying and my woe. I not where she be woman or goddess, know not whether asterisk but Venus is it, sooly as I guess, asterisk truly, and therewithal on knees adown he fill, and said, Venus, if it be your will you in this garden thus to transfigure before me sorrowful wretched creature, out of this prison help that we may scape. And if so be our destiny be shaped by a turn word to dean in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low why brought by tyranny. And with that word, Arcita gan espy asterisk began to look forthwhere as this lady roamed to and fro, and with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, Arcite is hurt as much as he, or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, The fresh beauty slayeth me suddenly of her that roameth yonder in the place. And but I have her mercy and her grace, unless that I may see her at the least way, I am but dead. There is no more to say. This Palamon, when he these words heard, despiteously he looked, and answered, Angrily, whether say'st thou this in earnest or in play? Nay, quoth Arcite, in earnest, by my fay asterisk. Faith God help me so, me lust full ill to play. I am in no humour. This Palamon gan knit his brows tway. For jesting, it were, quoth he, to thee no great honour for to be false, nor for to be traitor to me, that am thy cousin and thy brother wisworn full deep, and each of us to other that never for to dean in the pain 12, till that the death depart and shall us twain, neither of us in love to hinder other, nor in none other case, my leave asterisk brother. Dear, but that thou shouldest truly farther me in every case, as I should farther thee. This was thine oath, and mine also cert. I wot it well, thou darst it not with saying asterisk, deny thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt. And now thou wouldest falsely be about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall, until mine heart stirve asterisk die now certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so I loved her first, and told thee my woe as to my counsel, and my brother sworn to farther me, as I have told beforn. For which thou art why bounden as a knight to help me, if it lie in thy might, or else art thou false, I dare well sayn. This Arcita full proudly spake again, Thou shalt, quoth he, be rather false than I, asterisk sooner, and thou art false, I tell thee utterly, For par amour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou say? Thou wist it not right now, even now thou, whether she be a woman or goddess. Knowest not asterisk thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love as to a creature. For which I told thee mine aventure as to my cousin, and my brother sworn I pose asterisk, that thou lov'st her beforn. Suppose wast thou not well the oldie clerk saw 13, know'st that who shall give a lover any law, love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be given to any earthly man. Therefore positive law, and such decree, is broke alway for love in each degree a man must needs love, maugre his head. He may not flee it, though he should be dead, all be she maid, or widow, or else wife. Whether she be and eke it is not likely all thy life to stand in her grace, no more than I, for well thou wast thyself verily, that thou and I be damned to prison perpetual, us gaineth no ransom. We strive, as did the hounds for the bone, they fought all day, and yet their part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth, and bare away the bone betwixt them both. And therefore at the king's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is no other. Love if thee list. For I love, and I shall, and soothly, leave brother, this is all, here in this prison musten we endure, and each of us take his aventure. Great was the strife and long between these tway, if that I had leisure for to say, but to the effect. It happened on a day to tell it you as shortly as I may. A worthy duke that hight Preface 14 that fellow was to the Duke Theseus since thilk asterisk day that they were children light that little was come to Athens, his fellow to visite, and for to play, as he was wont to do, for in this world he loved no man so, and he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as Audiobook saying, that when that one was dead, soothly to saying, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Preface loved well Arcite, and had him known at Thebes year by year, and finally at request and prayer of Preface, without ransom Duke Theseus him let out of prison freely to go, where him list over all, in such a guise, as I you tellin shall this was the forward asterisk, plainly to indite, promise be twixt Theseus and him Arcite. That if so were, that Arcite were why found ever in his life, by day or night, one stound asterisk moment 15 in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus that with a sword he should lose his head, there was none other remedy nor rede. Counsel but took his leave, and homeward he him sped, let him beware, his neck lieth asterisk to wed asterisk. In pledge. How great a sorrow suffereth now Arcite, the death he feeleth through his heart smite, he weepeth, waileth, crieth piteously, to slay himself he waiteth privily, he said. Alas the day that I was born, now is my prison worse than beforn, now is me shape eternally to dwell, it is fixed for me not in purgatory, but right in hell. Alas, that ever I knew Preface, for else had I dwelt with Theseus why fettered in his prison evermo, then had I been in bliss and not in woe. Only the sight of her, whom that I serve, though that I never may her grace deserve, would have sufficed right enough for me. O dear cousin Palamon, quoth he, thine is the victory of this adventure, full blissfully in prison to endure, in prison? Nay certes in paradise. Well hath fortune white turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her, and absence. For possible is, since thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able that by some cast asterisk, since fortune is changeable, chance thou mayst to thy desire sometime attain. But I that am exiled and barren of a leg grace and in so great despair, that there any's earth, water, fire, nor air, nor creature, that of them maked is, that may me help nor comfort in this, well ought I stirve in wan hope and distress. Die in despair, farewell my life, my lust, and my gladness. Pleasure, alas, asterisk why plain in men so in commune why do men so often complain of purveyance of God asterisk, or of fortune, of God's providence, that giveth them full oft in many a guise well better than they can themselves devise. Some man desireth for to have riches, that cause is of his murder or great sickness, and some man would out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his many asterisk slain. Servants 16 infinite harms be in this matter. We wot never what thing we pray for here. We fare as he that drunk is as a mouse. A drunken man wot well he hath an house, but he wot not which is the right way thither, and to a drunken man the way is slither asterisk. Slippery and certes in this world so fair we seek fast after felicity, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in all, and namely I, especially that weaned and had a great opinion, thought that if I might escape from prison then had I been in joy and perfect heal, where now I am exiled from my weal. Since that I may not see you, Emily, I am but dead. there is no remedy. Upon that other side, Palamon, when that he wist Arcita was agon much sorrow maketh, that the great tower resounded of his yelling and clamour the pure, fetters on his shins, great very 17, were of his bitter salt tears wet. Alas, quoth he, Arcita, cousin mine of all our strife, God wot, the fruit is thine, thou walkest now in Thebes at thy large, and of my woe thou givest little charge asterisk. Asterisk takest little heed thou mayst, since thou hast wisdom and manhood asterisk manhood, courage assemble all the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this country that by some aventure or some treaty thou mayst have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needs lose my life. For as by way of possibility, since thou art at thy large of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine avantage, more than is mine that stirve here in a cage. For I must weep and wail while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and eke with pain that love me gives also, that doubles all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hent him by the heart asterisk seized so woodly asterisk, that he like was to behold madly the box tree, or the ashes dead and cold. Then said, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern asterisk eternal, and write in the table of adamant your parlement, and your eternal grant. Consultation what is mankind more unto you why hold by you esteemed than is the sheep, that rouketh in the fold. Lie huddled together for slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oftentimes guiltless. Party by God what governance is in your prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence. And yet increaseth this all my penance, that man is bounden to his observance for God's sake to asterisk letten of his will asterisk, restrain his desire whereas a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain, but man after his death must weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe, without doubt it may stand and so. The answer of this leave I to divines, but well I wot that in this world great pine is, pain, trouble alas. I see a serpent or a thief that many a true man hath done mischief, go at his large, and where him list may turn. But I must be in prison through Saturn, and eke through Juno, jealous and eke wood, mad that hath well nigh destroyed all the blood of Thebes, with his waste walls wide. And Venus slayeth me on that other side for jealousy, and fear of him, Arcite. Now will I stand of Palamon a light asterisk, pause little and let him in his prison still dwell, and of Arcita forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the night's long increase doublewise the pains strong both of the lover and the prisoner. I not which hath the waffler mystere asterisk. No not asterisk condition for, shortly for to say, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison in chains and in fetters to be dead. And Arcite is exiled on his head on peril of his head asterisk for evermore is out of that country, nor nevermore he shall his lady see. You lovers ask I now this question, 18 who lieth the worse, Arcite or Palamon? The one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he dwell must alway. The other where him list may ride or go, but see his lady shall he never mow. Now deem all as you list, ye that can, for I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes commend was, full oft a day he swelt asterisk and said, Alas! Fainted for see this lady he shall never mow. And shortly to conclude in all his woe, so much sorrow had never creature that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him byraft asterisk, taken away from him that lean he wex asterisk, and dry as any shaft. Became his eyne hollow, grisly to behold, his hue sallow, and pale as ashes cold and solitary he was, ever alone and wailing all the night making his moan. And if he heard song or instrument, then would he weepen, he might not be stent. Asterisk stopped so feeble were his spirits and so low, and changed so that no man could know his speech, neither his voice, though men it heard. And in his gear for all the world he fared asterisk behavior 19 not only like the lovers, malady of Eros, but rather why like many asterisk madness engendered of humours melancholic, before his head in his cell fantastic. 20 and shortly turned was all upside down, both habit and eke disposition of him, this woeful lover Dan asterisk Arcite. Lord 21 why should I all day of his woe indite? When he endured had a year or two this cruel torment, and this pain and woe at Thebes in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleepy yard in hand he bare upright. Rod 22, a hat he wore upon his hairs bright. Arrayed was this god, as he took keep, notice as he was when that Argus 23 took his sleep, and said him thus, To Athens shalt thou wend asterisk, go there is the shapen of thy woe an end. Fixed, prepared, and with that word Arcite woke and start. Now truly how sore that ere me smart, quoth he, to Athens right now will I fare, nor for no dread of death shall I not spare to see my lady that I love and serve, in her presence I reck not to stirve. Do not care if I die asterisk, and with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all another kind. And right anon it ran him ill his mind, that since his face was so disfigured of malady the which he had endured, he might well, if that he bare him low, asterisk lived in lowly fashion live in Athens evermore unknow, and see his lady well nigh day by day, and right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor labourer. And all alone, save only a squire that knew his privity and all his cas asterisk, secrets asterisk fortune which was disguised poorly as he was, to Athens is he gone the next asterisk way. Nearest 24 and to the court he went upon a day, and at the gate he proffered his service, to drudge and draw what so men would devise. Asterisk order, and shortly of this matter for to sain, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily. For he was wise, and could as soon espy of every servant which that served her. Well could he hew wood and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the nun's asterisk. Occasion and thereto, he was strong and big of bones to do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service, page of the chamber of Emily the bright, and philostrate he said that he hight, but half so well beloved a man as he nie was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They said that it were a charity that Theseus would asterisk enhance his degree asterisk, elevate him in rank and put him in some worshipful service, there as he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name sprung both of his deeds and of his good tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near, that of his chamber he hath made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree, and eke men brought him out of his country from year to year full privily his rent. But honestly and slyly he it spent, discreetly, prudently that no man wondered how that he had. And 3 year in this wise his life be lad asterisk led and bare him so in peace and eke in where asterisk, where there was no man that Theseus had so dare asterisk. Dear and in this bliss leave I now Arcite, and speak I will of Palamon a light asterisk. Little. In darkness horrible and strong prison this 7 year hath sitten Palamon forpined asterisk, what for love and for distress. Pined, wasted away who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness but Palamon, that love distraineth asterisk so, afflicts that would out of his wits he went for woe, asterisk mad and eke thereto he is a prisoner perpetual, not only for a year, who could a rhyme in English properly his martyrdom. Forsooth, it is not I, truly therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year, in May the 3rd night as Audiobook sayn that all this story tellin more plain, were it by adventure or destiny, as when a thing is shapen it shall be, asterisk settled, decreed that soon after the midnight, Palamon by helping of a friend brake his prison, and fled the city fast as he might go, for he had given drink his jailer so of a clary 25, made of a certain wine, with narcotize and opi of Thebes fine. Narcotics and opium asterisk that all the night, though that men would him shake, the jailer slept, he might not awake, and thus he fled as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and fast by the day asterisk close at hand was that needs cast he must himself to hide. The day during which and to a grove fast there beside he must cast about, or contrive, with dreadful foot then stalked Palamon, to conceal himself. For shortly this was his opinion, that in the grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes ward, his friends for to pray on Theseus to help him to ware. Make war 26 and shortly either he would lose his life, or win an Emily unto his wife. This is effect, and his intention plain. Now will I turn to Arcita again, that little wist how nigh was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning grey, and fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the orient laugheth at the sight, and with his streams drieth in the greaves rays asterisk groves the silver drops, hanging on the leaves, and Arcite that is in the court royal with Theseus, his squire principal, is risen and looketh on the merry day. And for to do his observance to May, remembering the point of his desire, object he on his courser, starting as the fire, is ridden to the fields him to play out of the court, were it a mile or tway. And to the grove, of which I have you told, by a venture his way began to hold, to make him a garland of the greaves, groves were it of woodbine or of hawthorn leaves, and loud he sang against the sun so sheen asterisk. Shining bright, O May, with all thy flowers and thy green, right welcome be thou, fair fresh May, I hope that I some green here get may. And from his courser asterisk, with a lusty heart asterisk horse into the grove full hastily he start, and in a path he roamed up and down, there as by a venture this Palamon was in a bush, that no man might him see, for sore afeard of his death was he. Nothing ne knew he that it was Arcite. God wot he would have asterisk trode it full light asterisk. Full little believed it asterisk, but sooth is said, gone since full many years. The field hath eyne, and the wood hath ears, asterisk eyes it is full fair a man asterisk to bear him even asterisk, to be on his guard for all day meet men at asterisk unset Stephen asterisk. Unexpected time 27 full little wot Arcite of his fellow, that was so nigh to hearken of his saw asterisk. Saying, speech for in the bush he sitteth now full still. When that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel lustily, asterisk sang the roundelay asterisk 28 into a study he fell suddenly, as do those lovers in their asterisk quaint gears asterisk, odd fashions now in the crop, and now down in the breers asterisk 29 tree top now up, now down, as bucket in a well. Asterisk briars right as the Friday, soonly for to tell now shineth it, and now it raineth fast. Right so can geary asterisk Venus overcast asterisk changeful the hearts of her folk, right as her day is gearful asterisk, right so changeth she array. Changeful seldom is Friday all the week like. When Arcite had wysung he gan to sigh and sat him down without any more. Alas, quoth he, the day that I was bore, how lunge, Juno, through thy cruelty wilt thou warrion Thebes the city. Torment alas, why brought is to confusion the blood royal of Cadum and Amphion of Cadmus, which that was the first man that Thebes built, or first the town began, and of the city first was crowned king, of his lineage am I, and his offspring by very line as of the stock royal. And now I am asterisk so caitiff and so thrall asterisk wretched and enslaved that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly. And yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beknow mine own name, acknowledge 30 but there as I was wont to height Arcite, now height I Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas! Thou fell Mars, and alas! Juno, thus hath your ire our lineage all fordo asterisk undone, ruined save only me, and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slay me utterly, love hath his fiery dart so brenningly asterisk burningly wysticked through my true careful heart, that shapen was my death erst than my shirt. 31 ye slay me with your eyne, Emily, ye be the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of mine other care ne set I not the asterisk mountains of a tear asterisk, value of a straw so that I could do aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance a lunge time. And afterward upstart this Palamon, that thought thorough his heart he felt a cold sword suddenly to glide, for ire he quoke, no longer would he hide. Quaked, and when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood with face dead and pale, mad he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said, False Arcita, false traitor wicked now art thou hent that lovest my lady so, caught for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebeforn, and hast bejaped here Duke Theseus, deceived, imposed upon and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily, but I will love her only and no mo. For I am Palamon thy mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, but out of prison am a start by grace, escaped I dread not that either thou shalt die, doubt, or else thou shalt not love an Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not a start. This Arcite then, with full despitious heart, wrathful when he him knew, and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion pulled out a sword, and said thus, By God that sitteth above ennur it that thou art sick, and would for love, were it not and eke that thou no weepin hast in this place, thou shouldst never out of this grove pace, that thou ne shouldest dean of mine hand, for I defy the surety and the band, which that thou sayest I have made to thee. What? Very fool, think well that love is free, and I will love her maugre all thy might. Despite but, for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and willness to daring her by battle asterisk, will reclaim her have here my troth. Tomorrow I will not fail, by combat without weeding of any other wight, asterisk knowledge that here I will be founden as a knight, and bringe harness right enough for thee, asterisk armor and arms and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slay me in this wood that I am in, thou mayst well have thy lady as for me. This Palamon answered, I grant it thee. And thus they be departed till the morrow, when each of them hath asterisk laid his faith to borrow, pledged his faith. O Cupid, out of a let charity, O Rigne that wilt no fellow have with thee. Queen 32 full sooth is said, that love nor lordship will not, his thanks, have any fellowship. Thanks to him well finden that Arcite and Palamon, Arcite is rid anon unto the town, and on the morrow, ere it were daylight, full privily 2 harness hath he dight, prepared both sufficient and meet to daring asterisk contest the battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse, alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him beforn, and in the grove, at time and place wyset, this Arcite and this Palamon be met. Then change gan the colour of their face, right as the hunter in the Rigne of Thrace asterisk kingdom that standeth at a gap with a spear when hunted is the lion or the bear. And heareth him come rushing in the greaves asterisk, groves and breaking both the boughs and the leaves thinketh. Here comes my mortal enemy, without fail, he must be dead or I, for either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me, if that me mishap. So fared they, in changing of their hue as far as either of them other knew asterisk. When they recognized each there was no good day, and no saluting, other afar off but straight, without words rehearsing, ever each of them holp to arm the other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharp spears strong they foined each at other wonder long. Thrust thou mightest ween asterisk, that this Palamon think in fighting were as a wood lion, mad and as a cruel tiger was Arcite, as wild boars gan they together smite, that froth as white as foam, for ire wood. Mad with anger up to the ankle fought they in their blood, and in this wise I let them fighting dwell, and forth I will of Theseus you tell. The destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world o'er all the purviance asterisk, that God hath seen beforn. Foreordination so strong it is, that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing by yea or nay, yet some time it shall fallen on a day that falleth not eft asterisk in 1,000 year. Again, for certainly our appetites here, be it of war, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. I, intelligence, power this mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunt is so desirous, and namely the great heart in May, asterisk especially that in his bed there dawneth him no day that he any's clad, and ready for to ride with hunt and horn, and hounds him beside. For in his hunting hath he such delight, that it is all his joy and appetite to be himself the great heart's bane destruction, for after Mars he serveth now Dian. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus, with a led joy and bliss with his Hippolyta, the fair queen, and Emily, white-clothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally. And to the grove, that stood there fast by, in which there was an hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straight way doth hold. And to the laund he rideth him full right, plain 33 there was the hart why want to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This duke will have a course at him or tway with hounds, such as him lust to command. Pleased, and when this duke was come to the laund, under the sun he looked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that fought bream asterisk, as it were bulls too. Fiercely the bright swords went to and fro so hideously, that with the least stroke it seemed that it would have fell an oak, but what they were, nothing yet he wot. Knew this duke his courser with his spurs smote, and at a start he was betwixt them two, suddenly asterisk and pulled out a sword and cried, Ho, no more, on pain of losing of your head. By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead that smiteth any stroke, that I may see. But tell to me what Mr. Asterisk men ye be, manner, kind 34 that be so hardy for to fight here without judge or other officer, as though it were in lists royally. 35 This Palamon answered hastily and said, Sir, what needeth words mo? We have the death deserved both two woeful wretches be we, and caitives that be a cumbered asterisk of our own lives, burdened, and as thou art a rightful lord and judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge. And slay me first, for Saint Charity, but slay my fellow eke as well as me. Or slay him first, for though thou know at light asterisk, little this is thy mortal foe, This is Arcite that from thy land is banished on his head, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said, that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed ** thee full many year, deceived, and thou hast made of him thy chief esquire, and this is he, that loveth Emily. For since the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession, fully, unreservedly, that I am Thilke * woeful Palaman, that same 36 that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that so hot loveth Emily the bright, that I would die here present in her sight. Therefore I ask death and my Jewy's *. Judgment, but slay my fellow eke in the same wise, for both we have deserved to be slain. This worthy duke answered anon again, and said, This is a short conclusion. Your own mouth, by your own confession, hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pain you with the cord, ye shall be dead, by mighty Mars the Red. 37. The queen anon for very womanhead began to weep, and so did Emily and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should befall, for gentle men they were, of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate. They saw their bloody wounds wide and sore, and cried all at once, both less and more, Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all. And on their bare knees adown they fall, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslaked was his mood his anger was, for pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Appeaseden though at first for ire, he quoke and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of them both, and eke the cause, and although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he them both excused, as thus. He thought well that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison. Of women, for they wept in ever in one, * continually, and eke his heart had compassion, and in his gentle heart he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said, Fie upon a lord that will have no mercy, but be a lion both in word and deed, to them that be in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud despitious * man * unpitying that will maintain what he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in such case * can no division *, can make no distinction *, but weigheth pride and humbless after one *. Alike *, and shortly, when his ire is thus agon, he gan to look on them with ein light *, gentle, lenient *, and spake these same words all on height. Aloud *. The God of love, benedicite *. Bless ye him, how mighty and how great a Lord is he. Against his might there gain none obstacles. Avail, conquer he may be called a God for his miracles, for he can make in at his own guise of every heart, as that him list devise. Lo here this Arcite, and this Palaman that quietly were out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes royally, and weet I am their mortal enemy, knew and that their death lith in my might also, and yet hath love, maugre their ein two *, in spite of their eyes why brought them hither both for to die. Now look ye, is not this an high folly? Who may not be a fool if but he love, behold, for God's sake that sits above, see how they bleed. Be they not well arrayed? Thus hath their Lord, the God of love, them paid their wages and their fees for their service, and yet they ween for to be full wise, that serve love, for aught that may befall. But this is yet the bestag game of all, joke that she, for whom they have this jealousy, can them therefore as much'll thank as me. She wot no more of all this haute fair *, hot behavior by God, than wot a cuckoo or an hare. But all must be assayed hot or cold, a man must be a fool or young or old, I wot it by myself * full your agon. Long years ago *, for in my time a servant was I one. And therefore since I know of love's pain, and wot how sore it can a man distrain *, distress as he that oft hath been caught in his last *, snare 38 I you forgive wholly this trespass, at request of the queen that kneeleth here, and eke of Emily, my sister dear. And ye shall both anon unto me swear, that nevermore ye shall my country dare *, injure nor make war upon me night nor day. But be my friends in a le that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every deal. Completely *, and they him swear * his asking * fair and well, what he asked *, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he them granted grace, and thus he said. To speak of royal lineage and riches, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubtless to wed when time is. But natheless I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy, ye wot yourselves, she may not wed the two no at once, although ye fight for evermo. But one of you, all be him loth or lief, whether or not he wishes he must asterisk go pipe into an ivy leaf asterisk. Go whistle, this is to say, she may not have you both, all be ye never so jealous, nor so wroth, and therefore I you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny as asterisk him is shape. And hearken in what wise as is decreed for him lo, here your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plain conclusion without any replication asterisk, reply if that you liketh, take it for the best, that ever each of you shall go where him lest asterisk, he pleases freely without ransom or danger. And this day 50 weeks, asterisk far ne ne'er asterisk, neither more nor less ever each of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for lists up at a le rights all ready to daring her by battle. Contend for and this beheat asterisk I you without fail promise upon my troth, and as I am a knight. That whether of you both that hath might, that is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slay his contrary, or out of lists drive, him shall I give in Emily to wive. To whom that fortune gives so fair a grace, the list shall I make here in this place, and God so wistly on my soul rue asterisk, may God as surely have as I shall even judge be and true. Mercy on my soul asterisk, ye shall none other end with me maken than one of you shall be dead or taken, and if you thinketh this is well why said, say your advice, and hold yourselves a paid asterisk asterisk. Opinion satisfied this is your end, and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamon? Who springeth up for joy but Arcite? Who could it tell, or who could it indite? The joy that is maked in the place when Theseus hath done so fair a grace. But down on knees went every asterisk manner white asterisk kind of person and thanked him with all their heart's might, and namely these Thebans oft sithe asterisk. Especially asterisk oftentimes asterisk, and thus with good hope and with heart blithe they take their leave, and homeward gan they ride to Thebes ward, with his old walls wide. I trow men would deem it negligence, if I forgot to tell the dispense asterisk expenditure of Theseus, that went so busily to maken up the lists royally, that such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say, in all this world there and as asterisk. Was not the circuit a mile was about, walled of stone, and ditched all without. Round was the shape, in manner of compass, full of degrees, the height of 60 pa asterisk see note 39 that, when a man was set on 1 degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Asterisk hindered eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right such another opposite. And shortly to conclude, such a place was never on earth made in so little space. For in the land there was no craftsman, that geometry or arithmetric can asterisk arithmetic asterisk knew nor portrayer, nor carver of images, portrait painter that Theseus ne gave him meat and wages the theatre to make and to devise. And for to do his rite and sacrifice he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, asterisk done make an altar and an oratory. Caused to be made asterisk and westward, in the mind and in memory of Mars, he maked hath write such another, that cost largely of gold a further asterisk. A great amount and northward, in a turret on the wall of alabaster white and red coral and oratory rich for to see, in worship of Dian of chastity, hath Theseus done work in noble wise. But yet had I forgotten to devise describe the noble carving, and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance of the figures that wherein in their oratories 3. First in the temple of Venus Maesty thou see wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sleeps and the Psyche's asterisk cold, asterisk sighs the sacred tears, and the wamentings, lamentings the fiery strokes of the desirings, that love's servants in this life endure, the oaths, that their covenants assure. Pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, and bawdry and richess, charms and sorcery, leasings and flattery, falsehoods dispense, business and jealousy. That wore of yellow golds asterisk a garland asterisk sunflowers 40 and had a cuckoo sitting on her hand feasts, instruments and carols and dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which I reckoned and reckon shall in order, were painted on the wall, and more than I can make of mention. For soothly all the Mount of Cithaeron, 41 where Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness. Pleasantness nor was forgot the porter idleness, nor Narcissus the fair of asterisk your Agon, olden times asterisk nor yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the great strength of Hercules enchantments of Medea and Circes, nor of Turnus the hardy fierce courage, the rich Croesus asterisk caitiff in servage. 42 asterisk abased into slavery thus may ye see, that wisdom nor riches, beauty nor sleight, nor strength, nor hardiness ne may with Venus hold champarty asterisk. Asterisk divided possession 43, for as her list the world may she jie asterisk. Guide lo, all these folk so caught were in her loss asterisk snare, till they for woe full often said, alas, suffice these in samples one or two, although I could reckon 1,000 mo. The statue of Venus, glorious to see, was naked floating in the large sea, and from the navel down all covered was with waves green and bright as any glass. A siddle 44 in her right hand had she, and on her head, full seemly for to see, a rose garland fresh and well smelling. Above her head her doves flickering before her stood her sown Cupido. Upon his shoulders wings had he two, and blind he was, as it is often seen. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all the portraiture? That was upon the wall within the temple of mighty Mars, the red, all painted, was the wall in length and breed asterisk breadth, like to the esters of the grisly place asterisk interior chambers, that height the great temple of Mars in Thrace. In thilk asterisk cold and frosty region, asterisk that there as Mars hath his sovereign mansion. In which there dwelled neither man nor beast, with knotty nary barren trees old asterisk gnarled of stubs sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a so asterisk groaning noise as though a storm should burst in every bough. And downward from an hill under a bent asterisk slope, there stood the temple of Mars Armipotent, wrought all of burnished steel, of which entry was long and straight, and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vise asterisk, such a furious voice that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the wall was there none through which men might in any light discern. The doors were all of adamant etern, Y-clenched asterisk overthwart, and end-long asterisk crossways and lengthways with iron tough, and for to make it strong, every pillar the temple to sustain was tongue-great asterisk, of iron bright and sheen. Thick as a ton barrel, there saw I first the dark imagining of felony, and all the compassing, the cruel ire as red as any gleed, live coal the pick-purse 45, and eke the pale dread, the smiler with the knife under the cloak. The sheppen burning with the blacky smoke stable 46, the treason of the murdering in the bed, the open war, with wounds all be bled, contech with bloody knife and sharp menace. Contention, discord all full of chirking, was that sorry place. Creaking, jarring noise the slayer of himself eke saw I there, his heart blood had bathed all his hair, the nail wide-driven in the showed at night, hair of the head 47 the cold death, with mouth gaping upright. Amids of the temple sat mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance, eke saw I witness laughing in his rage, madness armed complaint, out he's asterisk and fierce outrage. Asterisk outcry the carrion in the bush, with throat y-corve asterisk, corpse slashed 1,000 slain, and not of qualm y-storve asterisk. Dead of sickness the tyrant, with the prey by force y-reft, the town destroyed, that there was nothing left. Yet saw I brent the ship's hopesters, 48 asterisk burnt the hunter strangled with the wilde bears, the sow fretting the child right in the cradle, devouring 49 the cook scalded, for all his lunge ladle. Nor was forgot, by infortune of mart, through the misfortune the carter overridden with his cart. Of war under the wheel full low he lay adown. There were also of Mars division, the armorer, the bowyer asterisk, and the smith, maker of bows that forgeth sharp swords on his stith asterisk. Anvil and all above depainted in a tower saw I conquest, sitting in great honor, with thilk asterisk sharp sword over his head that hanging by a subtle white wine thread. Painted the slaughter was of Julius 50 of cruel Nero and Antonius. Although at that time they were yet unborn, yet was their death depainted there beforn, by menacing of Mars, right by figure. So was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the stars above. Who shall be slain or else dead for love? Sufficeth one ensample in stories old, I may not reckon them all, though I walled. The statue of Mars upon a cart stood chariot armed, and looked grim as he were wood asterisk mad, and over his head there shone two figures of stars, that be cleaped in scriptures, that one Pula, that other Rubius. 51 This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet with eyne red, and of a man he eat, with subtle pencil painted was this story, in redouting of Mars and of his glory. Reverence fear. Now to the temple of Diane the chaste as shortly as I will me haste, to tell you all the description. Depainted be the walls up and down of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how woeful Callistope, 52, when that Diana grieved was with her, was turned from a woman to a bear, and after was she made the lodestar asterisk. Pole star thus was it painted, I can say no far. Farther her sun is eke a star as men may see. There saw I Dane 53 turned into a tree, I mean not the goddess Diane, but Peneus' daughter, which that hight Dane. There saw I Actaeon and heart why maked asterisk, made for vengeance that he saw Diane all naked. I saw how that his hounds have him caught, and fretten him, for that they knew him not. Devour yet painted was, a little farthermore how Atalanta hunted the wild boar and Meleager, and many other mo, for which Diana wrought them care and woe. There saw I many another wondrous story, the which me list not drawn to memory. This goddess on an hart full high was set, asterisk seated with small hounds all about her feet, and underneath her feet she had a moon, waxing it was, and should awane soon. In gaudy green her statue clothed was, with bow in hand, and arrows in a case asterisk. Quiver her eyne cast she full low adown, where Pluto hath his dark region. A woman travailing was her beforn, but for her child so lunge was unborn, full piteously Lucina 54 gan she call, and said, Help, for thou mayst he best of all. Well could he paint lifelike that it wrought, with many a florin he the hues had bought. Now be these lists made, and Theseus, that at his great cost arrayed thus the temples, and the theatre every deal, part 55 when it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint I will of Theseus a light asterisk, cease speaking little and speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of their returning, that every 100 knights should bring the battle to Darien as I you told. Asterisk contest, and to Athens their covenant to hold. Hath everych of them brought 100 knights, well armed for the war at Alerites. And sickerly there trode many a man, surely 56 believed that never, sithen that the world began, since for to speaken of knighthood of their hand, as far as God hath maked sea and land, was of so few, so noble a company. For every wight that loved chivalry, and would his thanks have a passant name asterisk, thanks to his own had prayed, that he might be of that game efforts, have a and well was him, that thereto chosen was. Surpassing name for if there fell tomorrow such a case, ye know well that every lusty knight, that loveth paramour, and hath his might were it in England or elsewhere they would their thanks willen to be there, fight for a lady, benedicity, it were a lusty asterisk sight for to see. Pleasing and right so fared they with Palamon with him there went knights many one. Some will be armed in an habergeon, and in a breastplate, and in a jippon, short doublet. And some will have a pair of plates large, back and front armor, and some will have a Pruss asterisk shield, or targe. Prussians some will be armed on their legges wheel, some have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There is no new guise, but it was old. Fashion armed they wherein, as I have you told, everych after his opinion. There mayst he thou see coming with Palamon Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace, black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyne in his head they glowed betwixt yellow and red, and like a griffin looked he about, with kempt hairs on his brows stout. Combed 57 his limbs were great, his brawns were hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his arms round and long. And as the guise was in his country, fashion full high upon a car of gold stood he with 4 white bulls in the trace. Instead of coat armor on his harness with yellow nails and bright as any gold, he had a bear's skin, coal black for old. Age his long hair was white-kempt behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A wreath of gold arm great asterisk, of huge weight, thick as a man's arm asterisk upon his head sate, full of stones bright, of fine rubies and clear diamonds. About his car there went white alons asterisk, greyhounds 5820 and more, as great as any steer, to hunt the lion or the wilde bear, and followed him, with muzzle fast Y-bound, collars of gold, and torrettes asterisk filed round. Rings and 100 lords had he in his rout asterisk retinue armed full well, with hearts stern and stout. With Arcita, in stories as men find, the great Emetrius the king of Ind, upon a asterisk steed bay trapped in steel, bay horse asterisk covered with cloth of gold diapered well, decorated came riding like the god of arms, Mars. His coat armor was of asterisk a cloth of tars asterisk. A kind of silk couched with pearls white and round and great asterisk trimmed his saddle was of burnished gold new beat, a mantelet on his shoulders hanging, breadful of rubies red, as fire sparkling. Brimful his crisp hair like rings was Wyron, and that was yellow, glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyne bright citrine, pale yellow his lips were round, his color was sanguine, a few fracnes in his face wisprent asterisk asterisk. Freckles asterisk sprinkled betwixt yellow and black sumdeal wyment asterisk asterisk mixed 59. And as a lion he asterisk his looking cast about his eyes of 5 and 20 year his age I cast reckon his beard was well begunnen for to spring. His voice was as a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he wore of laurel green a garland fresh and lusty to be seen. Upon his hand he bare, for his delight, an eagle tame as any lily white. An 100 lords had he with him there, all armed, save their heads in all their gear, full richly in a manner things. For trust ye well, that earls, dukes, and kings were gathered in this noble company for love, and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame lion and leopard. And in this wise, these lords all, and some asterisk all, and sundry be on the Sunday to the city come about prime 60, and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight when he had brought them into his city, and inned them, everych at his degree, asterisk lodged he feasteth them, and doth so great labor to easen them, and do them all honor, make them comfortable that yet men ween that no man's wit think of none estate could amenden asterisk it. Improve the minstrelsy, the service at the feast, the great gifts to the most and least, the rich array of Theseus' palace, nor who sate first or last upon the dais. 61 What ladies fairest be, or best dancing, or which of them can carol best or sing, or who most feelingly speaketh of love, what hawks sit on the perch above, what hounds liggen on the floor adown, asterisk lie of all this now make I no mention, but of th effect. That thinketh me the best now comes the point, and hearken if you lest. Please. The Sunday night, ere day began to spring, when Palamon the lark heard sing, although it were not day by hours too, yet sang the lark. And Palamon right though asterisk then with holy heart, and with an high courage arose, to wenden on his pilgrimage asterisk go unto the blissful Cythera benign, I mean Venus, honorable and Dean. Worthy, and in her hour 62, he walketh forth apace unto the lists, where her temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer demeanor and heart sore, he said as ye shall hear. Fairest of fair, O lady mine Venus, daughter to Jove, and spouse of Vulcanus, thou gladder of the mount of Cytheron. 41 For thilk love thou hadst to add on 63 have pity on my bitter tears smart, and take mine humble prayer to thine heart. Alas! I have no language to tell th effect, nor the torment of mine hell, mine heart may mine harms not betray, I am so confused that I cannot say. But mercy, lady bright, that knowest well my thought, and seest what harm that I feel. Consider all this, and rue upon asterisk my sore, take pity on asterisk as wistly as I shall for evermore asterisk truly enforce my might, thy true servant to be, and hold war alway with chastity. That make I mine avow asterisk, so ye me help. Vow, promise I keep not of arms for to yelp, boast nor ask I not tomorrow to have victory, nor renown in this case, nor vain glory of asterisk prize of arms asterisk, blowing up and down, praise for valor but I would have fully possession of Emily, and die in her service find thou the manner how, and in what wise. I reck not but it may better be asterisk do not know whether to have victory of them, or they of me, so that I have my lady in mine arms. For though so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love, thy temple will I worship evermo, and on thine altar, where I ride or go, I will do sacrifice and fires bete. Make kindle, and if you will not so, my lady sweet, then pray I you, tomorrow with a spear that Arcita me through the heart bear then reck I not, when I have lost my life, though that Arcita win her to his wife. This is effect and end of my prayer, give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When orison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon full piteously with a less circumstances, all tell I not as now his observances. Although I tell not now asterisk, but at the last the statue of Venus shook, and made a scene, whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the scene showed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his boon, and with glad heart he went him home full soon. The third hour unequal 64 that Palamon began to Venus, temple for to gone, up rose the sun, and up rose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gan high. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad asterisk led incense, the clothes, and the remnant all that to the sacrifice belonged shall, the horns full of mead, as was the guise, there lacked not to do her sacrifice. Smoking the temple full of clothes fair, draping 65 this Emily with heart debonair gentle her body washed with water of a well. But how she did her right I dare not tell, but it be anything in general. Unless, and yet it were a game, to hear in all asterisk pleasure to him that meaneth well it were no charge, but it is good a man to be at large. Do as he will her bright hair combed was, untrust all. A coronet of green oak cereal 66 upon her head was set full fair and meet. 2 fires on the altar gan she beta, and did her things, as men may behold in Stace of Thebes 67, and these books old. When kindled was the fire, with piteous cheer unto Diane she spake as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the woods green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen, queen of the realm of Pluto dark and low, goddess of maidens, that mine heart hast no full many a year, and wast what I desire, knowest to keep me from the vengeance of thine ire, that Actaeon abought asterisk cruelly. Earned, suffered from chaste goddess, well wottest thou that I desire to be a maiden all my life, nor never will I be no love nor wife. I am, thou wast, yet of thy company, knowest a maid, and love hunting and venery asterisk field sports, and for to walken in the woods wild, and not to be a wife and be with child. Not will I know the company of man. Now help me, lady, since ye may and can, for those 3 forms 68 that thou hast in thee. And Palamon, that hath such love to me, and eke Arcite, that loveth me so sore, this grace I pray thee without more, as send love and peace betwixt them two, and from me turn away their hearts so, that all their hope love and their desire, and all their busy torment and their fire, be quaint, or turned into another place. Quenched, and if so be thou wilt do me no grace, or if my destiny be shapen, so that I shall needs have one of them too, so send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of clean chastity, the bitter tears that on my cheeks fall. Since thou art maid, and keeper of us all, my maidenhead thou keep and well conserve, and while I live, a maid I will thee serve. The fires burn upon the altar clear, while Emily was thus in her prayer. But suddenly she saw a sight quaint. Strange, for right anon one of the fires quaint and quicked again, and after that anon went out and revived that other fire was quaint, and all agon, and as it quaint, it made a whistling, as doth a brand wet in its burning. And at the brand's end outran anon as it were bloody drops many one, for which so sore aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wist what it signified, but only for fear thus she cried, and wept, that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gan appear with bow in hand, right as an hunteress, and said, Daughter, stint asterisk thine heaviness. Cease among the gods high it is affirmed, and by eternal word writ and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of those that have for thee so much care and woe, but unto which of them I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on mine altar burn shall thee declaren, ere that thou go hen asterisk hence thine adventure of love, as in this case. And with that word, the arrows in the case quiver of the goddess did clatter fast and ring, and forth she went, and made a vanishing, for which this Emily astonied was, and said, What amounteth this, alas? I put me under thy protection, Diane, and in thy disposition. And home she went anon the next asterisk way. Nearest this is effect, there is no more to say. The next hour of Mars following this Arcite to the temple walked, is of fierce Mars, to do his sacrifice with all the rites of his pagan guise. With piteous asterisk heart, and high devotion asterisk pious, right thus to Mars he said his orison, O strange god, that in the Rignes old asterisk realms of Thrace honored art, and Lord Whyhold asterisk held and hast in every Rigne, and every land of arms all the bridle in thine hand. And them fortunest as thee list devise, send them fortune, accept of me my piteous sacrifice. As you please asterisk, if so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy godhead, that I may be one of thine, then pray I thee to rue upon my pine asterisk. Pity my anguish for thilk asterisk pain, and thilk hote fire, asterisk that in which thou whilom burn'st for desire, when that thou usedst the beauty asterisk enjoyed of fair young Venus, fresh and free, and hadst her in arms at thy will. And though thee ones on a time misful asterisk, were unlucky when Vulcanus had caught thee in his loss asterisk net 69, and found thee ligging by his wife, alas. Lying for thilk sorrow that was in thine heart, have ruth as well upon my pain smart. Pity I am young and unconning, as thou know'st asterisk ignorant, simple and as I trow, with love offended most asterisk believe that e'er was any living creature. For she that doth me all this woe endure, causes ne recketh ne'er whether I sink or fleet asterisk swim and well I wot. Ere she me mercy heat asterisk, promise vouchsafe I must with strength win her in the place. And well I wot, without help or grace of thee, ne may my strength not avail. Then help me, Lord, tomorrow in my battle for thilke fire that whilom burned thee, as well as this fire that now burneth me, and do that I tomorrow may have victory. Cause mine be the travail, all thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honor of any place, and alway most labor in thy pleasance and in thy crafts strong. And in thy temple I will my banner hang and all the arms of my company, and evermore, until that day I die eternal fire I will before thee find, and eke to this my vow I will me bind. My beard, my hair that hangeth long adown, that never yet hath felt a fension indignity of razor nor of shears, I will thee give, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore, give me the victory, I ask no more. The prayer stint of Arcita the strong ended the rings on the temple door that hung, and eke the doors clattered full fast, of which Arcita somewhat was aghast. The fires burned upon the altar bright, that it gan all the temple for to light, a sweet smell, and on the ground up gaff asterisk gave, and Arcita and on his hand up half asterisk. Lifted, and more incense into the fire he cast, with other rites more, and at the last the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring full low and dim, that said thus, Victory! For which he gave to Mars honor and glory. And thus with joy and hope well to fare, Arcite anon unto his inn doth fare, as fain as foul is of the bright sun. Glad. And right anon such strife there is begun for thilke asterisk granting, in the heaven above, asterisk that be twixt Venus the goddess of love, and Mars the stern god armipotent, that Jupiter was busy it to stent asterisk. Stop till that the pale Saturnus the cold, 70 that knew so many of adventures old, found in his old experience such an art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. As sooth is said, eld hath great advantage, age in eld is both wisdom and usage asterisk. Experience men may the old outrun, but not outread. Outwit Saturn anon to stint the strife and dreed, albeit that it is against his kind, asterisk nature of all this strife gan a remedy find. My dear daughter Venus, quoth Saturn, my course asterisk, that hath so wide for to turn, orbit 71 hath more power than wot any man. Mine is the drowning in the sea so wan, mine is the prison in the dark coat asterisk, sell mine the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur and the churlish rebelling, the groining asterisk and the privy poisoning. Discontent I do vengeance and pline correction, full I dwell in the sign of the lion. Mine is the ruin of the high halls, the falling of the towers and the walls upon the miner or the carpenter. I slew Samson in shaking the pillar. Mine also be the maladies cold, the dark treasons, and the casts asterisk old. Plots my looking is the father of pestilence. Now weep no more, I shall do diligence that Palamon, that is thine own knight, shall have his lady, as thou hast him hight asterisk. Asterisk promise though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless betwixt you there must sometime be peace, all be ye not of one complexion, that each day causeth such division, I am thine isle, ready at thy will. Grandfather 72 weep now no more, I shall thy lust fulfill. Pleasure now will I stent an asterisk of the gods above, cease speaking of Mars, and of Venus, goddess of love, and tell you as plainly as I can the great effect, for which that I began. Great was the feast in Athens thilke asterisk day. Asterisk that, and eke the lusty season of that May, made every wight to be in such pleasance, that all that Monday jousten they and dance, and spend in it in Venus, high service. But by the cause that they should arise early a morrow for to see that fight, unto their reste went they at night. And on the morrow, when the day gan spring, of horse and harness noise and clattering armor there was in the hostelries all about, and to the palace rode there many a rout asterisk train, retinue of lords, upon steeds and palfreys. There mayst thou see devising of harness decorations so uncouth and so rich, and wrought so weel asterisk uncown, rare of goldsmithery, of browding, and of steel. Embroidery the shields bright, the testers and trapiers helmets 73 gold-hewn helmets, hauberks coat-armures, asterisk trappings lords impairments on their coursers, ornamental garb 74 knights of retinue, and eke squires nailing the spears and helms buckling knighting of shields, with laners asterisk lacing. Asterisk polishing 75 there as need is, they were nothing idle. Lanyards the foamy steeds upon the golden bridle gnawing, and fast the armorers also with file and hammer pricking to and fro, yeomen on foot, and knaves many one asterisk servants with short staves, thick as they may gone asterisk. Close asterisk walk pipes, trumpets, nakers, and clarions, drums 76 that in the battle blow bloody sounds. The palace full of people up and down, there 3, there 10, holding their question asterisk conversation divining of these Theban knights too. Conjecturing some said and thus, some said it shall he so, some held in with him with the blacky beard, some with the bald, some with the thick-haired, some said he looked grim, and would a fight he had a sparth of 20 pound of weight. Double-headed axe thus was the hollow full of divining asterisk conjecturing long after that the sun gan up spring. The great Theseus that of his sleep is waked with minstrelsy, and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knights both whilic asterisk alike honored were, and to the palace fet asterisk. Asterisk fetched Duke Theseus is at a window set, arrayed right as he were a god enthroned. The people presseth thitherward full soon him for to see, and do him reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence asterisk. Command asterisk speech and herald on a scaffold made an O, 77 till the noise of the people was why do asterisk. Asterisk done, and when he saw the people of noise all still, thus showed he the mighty Duke's will. The Lord hath of his high discretion considered that it were destruction to gentle blood, to fight in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise, wherefore to shape that they shall not die, arrange, contrive he will his first purpose modify. No man therefore, on pain of loss of life, no manner shot, nor poleaxe, nor short knife kind of into the lists shall send, or thither bring. Nor short sword for to stick with point biting no man shall draw, nor bear it by his side. And no man shall unto his fellow ride but one course, with a sharp wide-grounden spear, foin if him list on foot, himself to wear. He who wishes can, and he that is at mischief shall be take asterisk, fence on foot to defend and not slain, but be brought unto the stake himself, and he that shall be ordained on either side. Is in peril shall be taken thither he shall by force, and there abide. And if so fall the chief etain be take should happen on either side, or else slay his make asterisk, equal, match no longer than the tourneying shall last. God speed you, go forth and lay on fast, with long sword and with mace fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lord's will. The voice of the people touched the heaven, so loud cried they with merry Stephen. Asterisk sound God save such a Lord that is so good, he willeth no destruction of blood. Up go the trumpets and the melody, and to the lists rode the company by ordinance, throughout the city large, in orderly array asterisk hanged with cloth of gold, and not with sarge. Surge 78 full like a lord this noble duke gan ride, and these 2 Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Emily, and after them another company of one another, after their degree. And thus they passed through that city, and to the lists came they by time, it was not of the day yet fully prime. Between 6 and 9 a.m., when set was Theseus full rich and high, Hippolyta the queen and Emily, and other ladies in their degrees about, unto the seats presseth all the rout. And westward, through the gates under Mart, Arcite, and eke the 100 of his part, with banner red, is entered right anon. And in the selve asterisk moment, Palamon asterisk selfsame is, under Venus, eastward in the place, with banner white, and hearty cheer and face expression in all the world. To seeken up and down so, even without variation, equal there were such companies never tway. For there was none so wise that coulda say that any had of other avantage of worthiness, nor of estate, nor age, so even were they chosen for to guess. And in 2 ranges fair they them dress. They arranged themselves when that their names read were every one, in 2 rows that in their number guile were there none. Fraud then were the gates shut, and cried was loud. Do now your devoir, young knights proud the heralds left their pricking asterisk up and down asterisk spurring their horses now ring the trumpet loud and clarion. There is no more to say, but east and west in go the spears sadly in the rest. Steadily in go the sharp spurs into the side. There see me who can joust, and who can ride. There shiver shafts upon shields thick, he feeleth through the heart spoon 79 the prick. Up spring the spears 20 foot on height, out go the swords as the silver bright. The helms they to hewen and to shred, strike in pieces 80 out burst the blood with stern streams red, with mighty maces the bones they to breast asterisk. Burst he 81 through the thickest of the throng gan thrust. Thrust there stumble steeds strong, and down go all, he rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth on his foe with a truncheon, forces himself, and he him hurtleth with his horse adown. He through the body hurt is, and sith take asterisk, afterwards captured asterisk maugre his head, and brought unto the stake, as forward was, right there he must abide. Covenant another led is on that other side, and sometime doth them Theseus to rest, asterisk caused them to refresh, and drinken if them lest asterisk. Pleased full oft a day have thilk Thebans two these together met and wrought each other woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them twice, there is no tiger in the vale of Gallifrey. 82 when that her whelp is stole. When it is light little so cruel on the hunter, as Arcite for jealous heart upon this Palamon, nor in Belmary 83. There is no fell lion, that hunted is, or for his hunger would asterisk mad, or for his prey desireth so the blood, as Palamon to slay his foe Arcite. The jealous strokes upon their helmets bite, outrunneth blood on both their sides red, sometime an end there is of every deed for ere the sun unto the resta went. The strange King Emetrius gan hent asterisk seize, assail this Palamon, as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bite, and by the force of 20 is he take, unyielding, and is drawn unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamon the strange King Lycurgus is borne down, and King Emetrius, for all his strength is borne out of his saddle a sword's length, so hit him Palamon ere he were take, but all for naught. He was brought to the stake. His hardy heart might him help not, he must abide when that he was caught, by force, and eke by composition. The bargain who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon that must no more go again to fight. And when that Theseus had seen that sight unto the folk that fought thus each one, he cried, Ho, no more, for it is done. I will be true judge, and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath her fairly won. Anon there is a noise of people gone for joy of this, so loud and high withal, it seemed that the lists should fall. What can now fair Venus do above? What saith she now? What doth this queen of love, but weepeth so for wanting of her will, till that her tears in the lists fill asterisk fall, she said. I am ashamed doubtless. Saturnus said, Daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon, and by mine head thou shalt be eased soon. The trumpeters with the loud minstrelsy, the heralds, that full loud yell and cry, be in their joy for weal of Dan asterisk Arcite. Lord, but hearken me, and stint noise alight, what a miracle there befell anon this fierce Arcite hath off his helm wide un, and on a courser for to show his face he asterisk pricketh and delong the large place, rides from end to end looking upward upon this Emily. And she again him cast a friendly eye, for women, as to speak in commune asterisk, generally asterisk they follow all the favor of fortune, and was all his in cheer, as his in heart. Countenance out of the ground, a fire infernal start, from Pluto sent, at request of Saturn for which his horse for fear began to turn, and leap aside, and founder as he leap asterisk stumble, and ere that Arcite may take any keep asterisk care, he pite asterisk him on the pummel asterisk of his head. Pitched asterisk top that in the place he lay as he were dead, his breast to bursten with his saddle bow. As black he lay as any coal or crow, so was the blood run into his face. Anon he was borne out of the place with heart sore, to Theseus, palace. Then was he carven out of his harness. Cut, and in a bed brought full fair and blithe quickly, for he was yet in memory and alive, and always crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is come home to Athens his city with a bliss and great solemnity. Albeit that this adventure was befallen he would not discomfort asterisk them all asterisk discourage then said eke, that Arcite should not die, he should be healed of his malady. And of another thing they were as fain. Glad that of them was there no one slain, all were they sorely hurt, and namely asterisk one, although especially that with a spear was thurled his breastbone. Pierced to other wounds and to broken arms, some hadden salves and some hadden charms and pharmacies of herbs and eke save asterisk sage, salvia officinalis they dranken, for they would their lives have. For which this noble duke, as he well can, comforteth and honoureth every man, and made revel all the lunge night unto the strange lords, as was right. Nor there was holden no discomforting, but as at jousts or at a tourneying, for soothly there was no discomfiture, for falling is not but an adventure. Chance, accident nor to be led by force unto a stake unyielding, and with 20 knights why take one person all alone, without moe, and harried forth by arms, foot, and toe, dragged, hurried, and eke his steed driven forth with staves. With footmen, both yeomen and eke knaves asterisk, servants it was asterisk errated him no villainy. Asterisk asterisk counted no disgrace to him there may no man clepen it cowardy asterisk. Call it cowardice asterisk for which anon Duke Theseus let cry asterisk. Cause to be proclaimed to stent alle rancor and envy. Stop the gree, as well on one side as the other, prize, merit and either side alike as others' brother. And gave them gifts after their degree, and held a feast fully days 3. And conveyed the kings worthily out of his town a journey largely asterisk day's journey, and home went every man the right way. There was no more but farewell, have good day. Of this battle I will no more indite, but speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Swelleth the breast of Arcite, and the sore increaseth at his heart more and more. The clotted blood. For any leechcraft asterisk asterisk surgical skill corrupteth, and his asterisk in his bowk wylaft, left in his body that neither asterisk vein blood, nor vontoozing, bloodletting or cupping nor drink of herbs, may be his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal from thilk virtue called natural, nor may the venom void, nor expel the pipes of his lungs began to swell and every lacert in his breast adown asterisk sinew, muscle is shent with venom and corruption. Destroyed him gaineth neither, for to get his life, availeth vomit upward, nor downward laxative, all is to burst in thilk region nature hath now no domination. And certainly where nature will not work, asterisk work farewell physic, go bear the man to church. Church this all and some is, Arcite must die. For which he sendeth after Emily, and Palamon that was his cousin dear, then said he thus, as ye shall after hear. Not may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare one point of all my sorrows, smart to you, my lady, that I love the most. But I bequeath the service of my ghost to you above in every creature, since that my life ne may no longer dure. Alas the woe! Alas the pains strong that I for you have suffered and so long, alas the death, alas, mine Emily, alas departing of our company. The severance, alas, mine heart's queen. Alas, my wife, mine heart's lady, ender of my life, what is this world? What ask men to have, now with his love, now in his cold grave I'll one, without any company. Farewell, my sweet, farewell, mine Emily, and softly take me in your arms tway, for love of God, and hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancor many a day agone, for love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter so wise my soul jai asterisk, surely guides my soul to speak in of a servant properly, with a less circumstances truly, that is to say, truth, honor, and knighthood, wisdom, humbless asterisk, estate, and high kindred, humility, freedom, and all that longeth to that art, so Jupiter have of my soul part, as in this world right now I know not one, so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and will do all his life. And if that you shall ever be a wife, forget not Palamon, the gentle man. And with that word his speech to fail began, for from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death, that had him overcome, and yet moreover in his arms too the vital strength is lost, and all ago asterisk. Gone only the intellect without more, that dwelled in his heart sick and sore, gan fail, when the heart felt death dusked his eyne too, and failed his breath. Grew dim, but on his lady yet he cast his eye, his last word was, Mercy, Emily. His spirit changed house, and went there, as I came never I cannot tell where, 84 therefore I stent, I am no divinister asterisk. Refrain asterisk diviner of souls find I not in this register. Ne me list not th opinions to tell of them, though that they write and where they dwell, Arcite is cold, there mars his soul jai. Asterisk guide now will I speak forth of Emily. Shrieked Emily, and howled Palamon, and Theseus his sister took anon swooning, and bare her from the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarry forth the day to tell how she wept both eve and morrow? For in such cases women have such sorrow, when that their husbands be from them why go asterisk? Gone that for the more part they sorrow so, or else fall into such malady, that at the last certainly they die. Infinite be the sorrows and the tears of oldie folk, and folk of tender years in all the town, for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both child and man. So great a weeping was there none certain, when Hector was brought, all fresh wyslain, to Troy. Alas, the pity that was there, scratching of cheeks and rending eke of hair. Why wouldest thou be dead? These women cry, and hadst gold enough, and Emily. No manner man might gladden Theseus, saving his oldie father Egeus, that knew this world's transmutity down, as he had seen it changen up and down, joy after woe, and woe after gladness, and showed him example and likeness. Right as there died never man, quoth he, that he ne lived in earth in some degree asterisk rank condition right so there lived never man, he said, in all this world that sometime be not died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we be pilgrims, passing to and fro. Death is an end of every worldly sore. And over all this said he yet much more to this effect, full wisely to exhort the people, that they should them recomfort. Duke Theseus, with all his busy cure asterisk care asterisk casteth about asterisk, where that the sepulture deliberates asterisk of good arsight may best wymaked be, and eke most honorable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion, that there as first Arcite and Palamon had for love the battle them between, that in that selve grove, sweet and green, self same there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his hote fires, he woulda make a fire asterisk, in which office asterisk funeral pyre of funeral he might all accomplice. And let anon command to Hack and Hugh immediately gave orders the oaks old, and lay them on a row in a row in culpons asterisk, well arrayed for to bren asterisk asterisk. Logs asterisk burn his officers with swift feet they run, and ride anon at his commandment. And after this, Duke Theseus hath sent after a bier, and it all overspread with cloth of gold, the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Arcite. Upon his hands were his gloves white, eke on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage on the bier, with face uncovered therewith he wept, that pity was to hear. And for the people shoulda see him all, when it was day he brought them to the hall, that roareth of the crying and the sound. Then came this woeful Theban, Palamon, with sluttery beard, and ruggy ashy hairs, 85 in clothes black, wide-dropped all with tears, and passing over weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company. And inasmuch as asterisk the service should be in order that the more noble and rich in its degree, Duke Theseus let forth 3 steeds bring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Arcite. Upon these steeds that were great and white there sat folk, of whom one bare his shield, another his spear in his hands held, the third bare with him his bow turquoise asterisk Turkish, of brent gold was the case asterisk and the harness, burnished asterisk quiver, and ride forth apace with sorrowful cheer at a foot pace toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. Asterisk expression. The noblest of the Greeks that there were upon their shoulders carried the bier, with slacky pace, and eyne red and wet, throughout the city. By the Master Street, main 86 that spread was all with black, and wondrous high right of the same is all the street Wyrie. Asterisk covered 87 upon the right hand went old Egeus, and on the other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine, eke Palamon with a great company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise asterisk, custom to do office of funeral service. High labor and full great apperling preparation was at the service, and the pyre making, that with its green top the heaven wrought, reached, and 20 fathom broad its arms straught. Asterisk stretched this is to say, the boughs were so broad. Of straw first there was laid many a load. But how the pyre was maked up on height, and eke the names how the trees height asterisk, were called as oak, fir, birch, asp asterisk, alder, home, poplar, aspen, willow, elm, plane, ash, box, chestnut, lind asterisk, laurel, linden, lime maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipple tree, how they were felled shall not be told for me. Nor how the gods ran in up and down the forest deities disinherited of their habitation in which they once had in rest and peace, asterisk dwelt nymphs, fauns, and hamadryads, nor how the beasts and the birds all fled in for fear, when the wood gan fall, nor how the ground aghast was of the light, terrified that was not wont to see the sun bright. Nor how the fire was couched first with stree asterisk laid asterisk straw, and then with dry sticks cloven in 3, and then with green wood and spicery asterisk, spices, and then with cloth of gold, and with peri asterisk precious stones and garlands hanging with full many a flower. The myrrh, the incense with so sweet odor, nor how Arcita lay among all this, nor what richess about his body is. Nor how that Emily, as was the guise asterisk, custom put in the fire of funeral service 88. Aptly the torch, nor how she swooned when she made the fire, nor what she spake, nor what was her desire, nor what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and burned fast. Nor how some cast their shield, and some their spear, and of their vestments, which that they wear, and cups full of wine, and milk, and blood, into the fire, that burnt as it were wood. Asterisk mad, nor how the Greeks with a huge rout procession 3 times ride in all the fire about 89 upon the left hand, with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gan to cry, nor how that led was homeward Emily, nor how Arcite is burnt to ashes cold. Nor how the like wake asterisk was Wyhold asterisk wake 90 all thilk asterisk night, nor how the Greeks play that the wake plays, ne keep I not to say. Funeral games asterisk care who wrestled best naked, with oil anoint, nor who that bear him best in no disjoint. In any contest I will not tell eke how they all are gone home to Athens when the play is done, but shortly to the point now will I wend asterisk, come and make in of my lunge tale an end. By process and by length of certain years, all stinted asterisk is the mourning and the tears ended of Greeks, by one general assent. Then seemed me there was a parlement at Athens, upon certain points, and cas asterisk. Cases amonge the which points why spoken was to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans full obeisance. For which this noble Theseus anon let asterisk send after the gentle Palamon, asterisk caused unwist of him what was the cause and why. Unknown, but in his blacky clothes sorrowfully, he came at his commandment on high asterisk. In haste then sent he Theseus for Emily. When they were set, and hushed was all the place asterisk seated, and Theseus abided had a space waited ere any word came from his wise breast his einset he there, as was his lest asterisk. He cast his eyes, and with a sad visage he sighed still, wherever he pleased and after that right thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above when he first made the fair chain of love, great was th effect, and high was his intent, well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that fair chain of love he bound the fire, the air, the water, and the land in certain bonds, that they may not flee. 91 That same prince and mover eke, quoth he, hath stablished, in this wretched world adown, certain of days and duration to all that are engendered in this place, over the which day they may not pace asterisk pass all may they yet their days well abridge. There needeth no authority to allege, for it is proved by experience, but that me list declare my sentence. Opinion then may men by this order well discern, that thilk mover stable is and a turn. The same well may men know, but that it be a fool, that every part deriveth from its whole. For nature hath not tan its beginning of no asterisk party nor cantle of a thing, part or piece but of a thing that perfect is and stable descending so, till it be corruptible. And therefore of his wise purveyance providence he hath so well beset his ordinance, that species of things and progressions shallen endure by successions, and not a turn without any lie. This mayst thou understand and see at eye. Lo th oak, that hath so long a nourishing from the time that it ginneth first to spring, and hath so long a life as ye may see, yet at the last why wasted is the tree. Consider eke, how that the hard stone under our feet, on which we tread and gone, walk yet wasteth, as it lieth by the way, the broad river sometime waxeth dray. Dry the great towns see we wane and wend asterisk. Go, disappear then may ye see that all things have an end. Of man and woman see we well also, that needs in one of the terms too, that is to say, in youth or else in age, he must be dead, the king as shall a page, some in his bed, some in the deep sea, some in the large field, as ye may see, there helpeth not, all go that ilk way. Same then may I say that a lething must die, what maketh this but Jupiter the king? The which is prince and cause of a lething, converting all unto his proper will from which it is derived, sooth to tell and hear against no creature alive, of no degree availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom, as it thinketh me, to make a virtue of necessity. And take it well, that we may not eschew asterisk, escape, and namely what to us all is due, and whoso grudget asterisk aught, he doth folly, asterisk murmurs, add and rebel is to him that all magi. Direct, guide, and certainly, a man hath most honor to dean in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker of his good name. Certain then hath he done his friend, nor him, no shame himself and gladder ought his friend be of his death, when with honor is yielded up his breath, than when his name asterisk appalled is for age, decayed by old age asterisk for all forgotten is his vassalage. Valor, service then is it best, as for a worthy fame, to dean when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is willfulness. Why grudge we, why have we heaviness that good Arcite of chivalry the flower, departed is with duty and honor, out of this foul prison of this life, why grudge here his cousin and his wife of his welfare, that loved him so well, can he them thank? Nay, God wot, never deal asterisk. Asterisk not a jot that both his soul and eke themselves offend asterisk. Hurt, and yet they may their lusts asterisk not amend. Desires asterisk asterisk control, what may I conclude of this lunge sarai asterisk string of remarks? But after sorrow I read us to be merry, counsel and thank Jupiter for all his grace, and ere that we depart from this place, I read that we make of sorrows two one perfect joy lasting evermo. And look now, where most sorrow is herein, there will I first amenden and begin. Sister, quoth he, this is my full assent with all advice here of my parlement, that gentle Palamon your owen knight, that serveth you with will and heart and might, and ever hath, since first time ye him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rue asterisk, take pity and take him for your husband and your lord, lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see asterisk now of your womanly pity. Make display he is a kinge's brother's son, party asterisk. By God, and though he were a poor bachelor, since he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must be considered, asterisk leaveth me asterisk. Believe me asterisk for gentle mercy oweth to passen right. Ought to be rightly then, said he thus to Palamon the knight, directed asterisk, I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assent to this thing, come near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixt them was maiden on the band, that hight matrimony or marriage by all the counsel of the baronage. And thus with a leb bliss and melody hath Palamon wywitted Emily, and God, that all this wide world hath wrought, sent him his love, that hath it dearly bought. For now is Palamon in all his weal living in bliss, in riches, and in heal. Health and Emily him loves so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gently, that never was there word them between of jealousy, nor of none other teen. Asterisk cause of anger thus endeth Palamon, and Emily and God, save all this fair company. Notes to the Knight's Tale. 1. For the plan and principal incidents of the Knight's Tale, Chaucer was indebted to Boccaccio, who had himself borrowed from some prior poet, chronicler, or romancer. Boccaccio speaks of the story as very ancient, and though that may not be proof of its antiquity, it certainly shows that he took it from an earlier writer. The tale is more or less a paraphrase of Boccaccio's The Seida, but in some points the copy has a distinct dramatic superiority over the original. The Seida contained 10,000 lines. Chaucer has condensed it into less than 1/4 of the number. The Knight's Tale is supposed to have been at first composed as a separate work. It is undetermined whether Chaucer took it direct from the Italian of Boccaccio or from a French translation. 2. Height was called from the Anglo-Saxon hatten to bid or call, German heißen, heist. 3. Femini, the Royaume des Femmes, Kingdom of the Amazons. Gower in the Confessio Amantis styles Penthesilea the Queen of Femini. 4. One conquered German Jewenin. 5. Ear, to plough, Latin, erer. I have abundant matter for discourse. The first and half of the second of Boccaccio's 12 books are disposed of in the few lines foregoing. 6. Waymenting, bewailing German, Wakelegen. 7. Starf, died German, Sturban, Starb. 8. The Minotaur, the monster, half man and half bull, which yearly devoured a tribute of 14 Athenian youths and maidens, until it was slain by Theseus. 9. Pillars, pillagers, strippers, French, pilleurs. 10. The donjon was originally the central tower, or keep, of feudal castles. It was employed to detain prisoners of importance. Hence the modern meaning of the word dungeon. 11. Saturn in the old astrology was a most unpropitious star to be born under. 12. To die in the pain was a proverbial expression in the French used as an alternative to enforce a resolution or a promise. Edward Roman III, according to Froissart, declared that he would either succeed in the war against France or die in the pain, au il meurite en la peine. It was the fashion in those times to swear oaths of friendship and brotherhood, and hence, though the fashion has long died out, we still speak of sworn friends. 13. The saying of the old scholar Boethius in his treatise De Consolation Philosophy, which Chaucer translated and from which he has freely borrowed in his poetry. The words are quis legem det amantibus, major lex amor est sibi. Who can give law to lovers? Love is a law unto himself and greater. 14. Perithus and Theseus must for the meter be pronounced as words of 4 and 3 syllables respectively, the vowels at the end not being diphthongated, but enunciated separately as if the words were printed piri thoas the cs. The same rule applies in such words as creature and conscience, which are trisyllables. 15. Stound, moment, short space of time from Anglo-Saxon, stunned, akin to which is German, stunned, an hour. 16. Many, servants or menials and see, dwelling together in a house, from an Anglo-Saxon word meaning a crowd. Compare German, Mensch, multitude. 17. The pure fetters, the very fetters. The Greeks used katharos, the Romans puris, in the same sense. 18. In the medieval courts of love, to which allusion is probably made 40 lines before, in the word parlement or parliament, questions like that here proposed were seriously discussed. 19. Gear, behavior, fashion, dress. But by another reading the word is gyre and means fit, trance, from the Latin gyro, I turn round. 20. Before his head in his cell fantastic, in front of his head in his cell of fantasy. The division of the brain into cells, according to the different sensitive faculties, says Mr. Wright, is very ancient and is found depicted in medieval manuscripts. In a manuscript in the Harleian Library, it is stated, certum est in prora cerebri esse fantasium, in medio rationum discretionis, in puppy memoriam. It is certain that in the front of the brain is imagination, in the middle reason, in the back memory. A classification not materially differing from that of modern phrenologists. 21. Dan, Lord Latin Dominus, Spanish Don. 22. The caduceus. 23. Argus was employed by Juno to watch Io with his 100 eyes, but he was sent to sleep by the flute of Mercury, who then cut off his head. 24. Next, nearest German Nietzsche. 25. Clary, Hippocras, wine made with spices. 26. Ware, make war, French guerrier, to molest, hence perhaps to worry. 27. All day meetin' men at unset Stephen, every day men meet at unexpected time. To set a Stephen is to fix a time, make an appointment. 28. Roundelay, song coming round again to the words with which it opened. 29. Now in the crop and now down in the briers, now in the treetop, now down in the briars. Crop and root, top and bottom, is used to express the perfection or totality of anything. 30. Benno, avow acknowledge, German bekennen. 31. Shapen was my death erse than my shirt. My death was decreed before my shirt was shaped, that is, before any clothes were made for me, before my birth. 32. Regne, Queen French Rieni, Venus is meant. The common reading, however, is regne, reign or power. 33. Land, plain. Compare modern English, lawn, and French, lands, flat, bare marshy tracts in the south of France. 34. Mr. Manner kind, German muster, sample model. 35. Enlists. In the lists prepared for such single combats between champion and accuser and c. 36. Thilk, that contracted from the ilk, the same. 37. Mars the Red, referring to the ruddy color of the planet, to which was doubtless due the transference to it of the name of the god of war. In his Republic, enumerating the 7 planets, Cicero speaks of the propitious and beneficent light of Jupiter, tum fulgur, rudilis horribilis terris, quem martium decitus, then the red glow, horrible to the nations, which you say to be that of Mars. Bicaxio opens the Theseda by an invocation to Rubicondo Mart. 38. Last, lace leash noose snare, from Latin lacius. 39. Round was the shape, in manner of compass, full of degrees, the height of 60 pa, the building was a circle of steps or benches, as in the ancient amphitheater. Either the building was 60 paces high, or, more probably, there were 60 of the steps or benches. 40. Yellow golds, the sunflower, turnsol, or girasol, which turns with and seems to watch the sun, as a jealous lover his mistress. 41. Cytheron, the Isle of Venus, Cythera, in the Aegean Sea, now called Serigo. Not, as Chaucer's form of the word might imply, Mount Cytheron in the southwest of Boeotia, which was appropriated to other deities than Venus, to Jupiter, to Bacchus, and the Muses. 42. It need not be said that Chaucer pays slight heed to chronology in this passage, where the deeds of Turnus, the glory of King Solomon, and the fate of Croesus are made memories of the far past in the time of fabulous Theseus, the Minotaur slayer. 43. Champarty, divided power or possession, an old law term signifying the maintenance of a person in a lawsuit on the condition of receiving part of the property in dispute, if recovered. 44. Siddle, a kind of dulcimer. 45. The pick-purse, the plunderers that followed armies and gave to war a horror all their own. 46. Shepin, stable Anglo-Saxon, sipin, the word shepin still survives in provincial parlance. 47. This line, perhaps, refers to the deed of Yale. 48. The ship's hopesters, the meaning is dubious. We may understand the dancing ships. The ships that hop on the waves, steers being taken as the feminine adjectival termination, or we may perhaps read with one of the manuscripts, the ships upon the steers, that is, even as they are being steered, or on the open sea, a more picturesque notion. 49. Fretting, devouring, the Germans use fressen to mean eating by animals, essen by men. 50. Julius, i.e. Julius Caesar. 51. Puella and Rubeus were two figures in geomancy, representing two constellations, the one signifying Mars retrograde, the other Mars direct. 52. Callistope, or Callisto, daughter of Lycaon, seduced by Jupiter, turned into a bear by Diana and placed afterwards with her son as the great bear among the stars. 53. Dane, Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus in Thessaly. She was beloved by Apollo, but to avoid his pursuit she was, at her own prayer, changed into a laurel tree. 54. As the goddess of light, or the goddess who brings to light, Diana, as well as Juno, was invoked by women in childbirth, so Horace, Odes Roman 3. 22 says, Montium custos nemorumc, Virgo, qui labrans utero pulis ter vocata audis adamis glido, diva triformis. Virgin custodian of hills and groves, three-formed goddess, who hears and saves from death young women who call upon her thrice, when in childbirth. 55. Every deal, in every part. Deal corresponds to the German Thale, a portion. 56. Sikerly, surely German Sicher, Scotch Sicar certain. When Robert Bruce had escaped from England to assume the Scottish crown, he stabbed Comyn before the altar at Dumfries and, emerging from the church, was asked by his friend Kirkpatrick if he had slain the traitor. I doubt it, said Bruce. Doubt, cried Kirkpatrick. I'll mac Sicar, and he rushed into the church and dispatched Comyn with repeated thrusts of his dagger. 57. Kempt, combed, the word survives in unkempt. 58. Alans, greyhounds, mastiffs from the Spanish word alano, signifying a mastiff. 59. Wyment, mixed German mengen, to mix. 60. Prime, the time of early prayers, between 6 and 9 in the morning. 61. On the dais, see note 32 to the prologue. 62. In her hour, in the hour of the day 2 hours before daybreak, which after the astrological system that divided the 24 among the 7 ruling planets was under the influence of Venus. 63. Adon, Adonis, a beautiful youth beloved of Venus, whose death by the tusk of a boar she deeply mourned. 64. The third hour unequal. In the third planetary hour, Palamon had gone forth in the hour of Venus, 2 hours before daybreak. The hour of Mercury intervened. The third hour was that of Luna or Diana. Unequal refers to the astrological division of day and night, whatever their duration, into 12 parts, which of necessity varied in length with the season. 65. Smoking, draping, hence the word smock. Smockless, in Chaucer, means naked. 66. Cereal, of the species of oak which Pliny, in his Natural History, calls cerris. 67. Stace of Thebes. Statius, the Roman who embodied in the 12 books of his Thebaid the ancient legends connected with the War of the Seven against Thebes. 68. Diana was Luna in heaven, Diana on earth, and Hecate in hell, hence the direction of the eyes of her statue to Pluto's dark region. Her statue was set up where 3 ways met, so that with a different face she looked down each of the 3, from which she was called Trivia. See the quotation from Horace, note 54. 69. Laws, net, the invisible toils in which Hephaestus caught Ares and the faithless Aphrodite, and exposed them to the inextinguishable laughter of Olympus. 70. Saturnus the cold. Here, as in Mars the Red, we have the person of the deity endowed with the supposed quality of the planet called after his name. 71. The astrologers ascribed great power to Saturn and predicted much debate under his ascendancy. Hence it was against his kind to compose the heavenly strife. 72. Isle grandfather French Aeol. 73. Testers helmets from the French test, teat head. 74. Parements, ornamental garb French parer to deck. 75. Knighting, rubbing, polishing, Anglo-Saxon knitten to rub. 76. Nakers, drums used in the cavalry, Boccaccio's word is nasher. 77. Made an o, ho, ho to command attention, like oye, the call for silence in law courts or before proclamations. 78. Sarge, serge, a coarse woolen cloth. 79. Heartspoon, the concave part of the breast, where the lower ribs join the cartilago ensiformis. 80. To hewen and to shred. To, before a verb, implies extraordinary violence in the action denoted. 81. He threw the thickest of the throng, etc. He, in this passage, refers impersonally to any of the combatants. 82. Gallife, Gallifa in Mauritania. 83. Belmarie is supposed to have been a Moorish state in Africa, but Pommery has been suggested as the correct reading. 84. As I came never I cannot tell where it went I cannot tell you, as I was not there. Tyrwhitt thinks that Chaucer is sneering at Boccaccio's pompous account of the passage of Arcite's soul to heaven. Up to this point, the description of the death scene is taken literally from the Thesaida. 85. With sluttery beard and ruggy ashy hairs, with neglected beard and rough hair strewn with ashes. Floatery is the general reading, but sluttery seems to be more in keeping with the picture of abandonment to grief. 86. Master Street, Main Street, so Froissart speaks of Le Souverain Carrefour. 87. Wairai, covered hid Anglo-Saxon, Riggin, to veil. 88. Emily applied the funeral torch. The guise was, among the ancients, for the nearest relative of the deceased to do this, with averted face. 89. It was the custom for soldiers to march thrice around the funeral pile of an emperor or general. On the left hand is added, in reference to the belief that the left hand was propitious, the Roman augur turning his face southward, and so placing on his left hand the east, whence good omens came. With the Greeks, however, their augurs facing the north, it was just the contrary. The confusion, frequent in classical writers, is complicated here by the fact that Chaucer's description of the funeral of Arcite is taken from Statius Thebaid, from a Roman's account of a Greek solemnity. 90. Lyquake, watching by the remains of the dead, from Anglo-Saxon, lice, a corpse, German, Leichnam. 91. Chaucer here borrows from Boethius, who says, Hanc rerum Syrium ligat, terras ac pelagus regions, et silo imperitans amor. Love ties these things together, the earth and the ruling sea and the imperial heavens. The Miller's Tale. The Prologue. When that the knight had thus his tale told in all the rout was neither young nor old, that he not said it was a noble story, and worthy to be drawn to memory, recorded asterisk and namely the gentles every one. Especially the gentlefolk our host then laughed and swore, so may I gon asterisk prosper this goes aright. Unbuckled is the mail. The budget is opened, let's see now who shall tell another tale, for truly this game is well begun. Now telleth ye, Sir Monk, if that ye con asterisk, know somewhat to quite with the knight's tale. Match the miller that fordrunken was all pale, so that unnethes upon his horse he sat. With difficulty he would avalan neither hood nor hat, uncover nor abide no man for his courtesy, asterisk give way to, but in Pilate's voice one he gan to cry, and swore by arms and by blood and bones, I can a noble tale for the known's occasion, with which I will now quite the knight's tale. Match our host saw well how drunk he was of ale, and said, Robin, abide my leave, brother, dear some better man shall tell us first another abide, and let us work thriftily. By God's soul, quoth he, that will not I, for I will speak, or else go my way, our host answered. Tell on a devil way, devil take you, thou art a fool, thy wit is overcome. Now hearken, quoth the miller, all in sum, but first I make a protestation. That I am drunk, I know it by my sound, and therefore if that I misspeak or say, white at the ale of Southwark, I you pray. Blame it on asterisk too, for I will tell a legend and a life both of a carpenter and of his wife, how that a clerk hath set the wright's cap asterisk. Fooled the carpenter the Reeve answered and said, Stint thy clap, hold your tongue asterisk, let be thy lewd drunken harlotry. It is a sin, and eke a great folly to aper in any man, or him defame, injure, and eke to bringe wives in evil name. Thou mayst he enough of other things sane. This drunken miller spake full soon again, and said, Leave brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold. But I say not therefore that thou art one, there be full good wives many one. Why art thou angry with my tale now? I have a wife, party, as well as thou, yet en old I asterisk, for the oxen in my plough, I would not asterisk taken upon me more than enough, to demon of myself that I am one. Judge I will believe well that I am none. And husband should not be inquisitive of God's privity, nor of his wife. So he may find God's foison there, treasure of the remnant needeth not to inquire. What should I more say, but that this miller he would his words for no man forbear, but told his churlish tale in his manner. Asterisk boorish, rude me thinketh, that I shall rehearse it here. And therefore every gentle wight I pray, for God's love to deem not that I say of evil intent, but that I must rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my matter. Falsify, and therefore whoso list it not to hear turn o'er the leaf, and choose another tale, for he shall find enough, both great and smale, of storial asterisk thing that toucheth gentiless, asterisk historical, true, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me, if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this, so was the Reeve with many other mo, and harlotry they told both too. Ribald tales avise you now, and put me out of blame. Be warned asterisk, and eke men should not make earnest of game asterisk. Jest fun. Notes to the prologue to the Miller's Tale. 1. Pilate, an unpopular personage in the mystery plays of the Middle Ages, was probably represented as having a gruff, harsh voice. To white, blame, in Scotland to bear the white is to bear the blame. The tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Oxenford a rich noff asterisk, that guests held to board asterisk, miser took in boarder's end of his craft, he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar, had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned for to learn astrology. He cowed a certain of conclusions new to deem by interrogations, asterisk determine if that men asked him in certain hours, when that men should have drought or else shores, or if men asked him what should a fall of everything, I may not reckon all. This clerk was called Hendy asterisk Nicholas. Gentle, handsome, of dern love he knew and of solace, asterisk secret, earnest, and therewith he was sly and full privy, and like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry alone, without any company, full fetisly white with herbs swoot, neatly decorated asterisk, and he himself was sweet as is the root sweet of licorice, or any set wall asterisk. Valerian his almagist one and books great and small, his astrolabe, two belonging to his art, his augram stones, three laid fair apart on shelves couched at his bed's head, laid, set his press covered with a falding red. Asterisk coarse cloth, and all above there lay a gay psaltery on which he made at night's melody, so sweetly, that all the chamber rang, and Angelus ad Virginum 4 he sang. And after that he sung the Kinge's note, full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweet clerk his time spent after his friends' finding and his rent. Attending to his friends, and providing for the cost of his lodging, this carpenter had wedded new a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 18 year, I guess, she was of age. Jealous he was, and held her narrow in cage, for she was wild and young, and he was old, and deemed himself belike a cuckold. Perhaps he knew not Cato, 5, for his wit was rude, that bade a man wed his similitude. Men should a wedden after their estate, for youth and eld are often at debate. Age, but since that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure, as other folk, his care. Fair was this young wife, and therewithal as any weasel her body gent and small. Slim, neat a saint she weared, barred all of silk, girdle a barmcloth asterisk eke as white as morning milk, apron 6 upon her lens asterisk, full of many a gore asterisk asterisk. Asterisk loins asterisk asterisk plate white was her smock, embroidered all before, robe or gown and eke behind, on her collar about of coal-black silk, within and eke without. The tapes of her white volupper head kerchief 7 were of the same suit of her collar, her fillet broad of silk, and set full high, and sickerly she had a licorous asterisk asterisk eye. Certainly asterisk lascivious full small wipold were her brows too, and they were bent asterisk, and black as any sloe. Arched she was well more blissful on to see asterisk pleasant to look upon asterisk than is the new purgeonite tree. Young pear tree and softer than the wool is of a weather. And by her girdle hung a purse of leather, tasseled with silk, and pearled with laton asterisk. Set with brass pearls in all this world to seeken up and down there is no man so wise, that cowed thench asterisk fancy, think of so gay a poplot, or such a wench. Puppet 8 full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tower the noble forged new. A gold coin 9, but of her song, it was as loud and yearn asterisk, lively 10 as any swallow chittering on a burn asterisk. Barn thereto she could a skip, and make a game also asterisk romp asterisk as any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as bracket, 11, or as meth asterisk mead or hoard of apples, laid in hay or heath. Wincing she was as is a jolly colt, asterisk skittish long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her low collar, as broad as is the boss of a buckler. Her shoon were laced on her legges high, she was a primeral, a pigus 12, primrose for any Lord T, have ligging in his bed, asterisk lying, or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and sir, so befell the case, again that on a day this hendy Nicholas fell with this young wife to rage and play, asterisk toy, play the rogue while that her husband was at Osney, 13 as clerks be full subtle and full quaint. And privily he caught her by the quaint, asterisk cunt, and said, Why wise, asterisk, but if I have my will, asterisk assuredly for asterisk dern love of thee, lemon, I spill. For earnest love of thee and held to her fast by the haunch bones, my mistress, I perish asterisk and said, Lemon, love me well at once, or I will dean also God me save. And she sprang as a colt doth in the trav 14, and with her head she writhed fast away and said, I will not kiss thee by my fay asterisk. Faith why let be, quoth she, let be Nicholas, or I will cry out harrow and alas, 15 do away your hands for your courtesy. This Nicholas gan mercy for to cry and spake so fair and proffered him so fast, that she her love him granted at the last, and swore her oath by St. Thomas of Kent, that she would be at his commandment, when that she may her leisure well espy. My husband is so full of jealousy, that but ye wait well, and be privy, unless I wot right well I am but dead, quoth she. Ye must be full dern as in this case. Secret nay, thereof care thee not, quoth Nicholas. A clerk had asterisk litherly beset his while asterisk, ill spent his time asterisk but if asterisk he could a carpenter beguile. Unless and thus they were accorded and sworn to wait a time, as I have said beforn. When Nicholas had done thus every deal, wit and thwacked her about the lens well, asterisk loins he kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery and playeth fast, and maketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish church of Christ's Owen works for to work this good wife went upon a holy day, her forehead shone as bright as any day, so was it washen, when she left her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk, the which that was white-cleaped obsolene, curled was his hair, and as the gold it shone, and strutted as a fan large and broad. Stretched full straight, and even lay his jolly showed. Head of hair his road asterisk was red, his eyne grey as goose, complexion with Paul's windows carven on his shoes 16 in hosen red, he went full fetisly asterisk. Daintily, neatly white-clad he was full small and properly, all in a kirtle of a light waget asterisk. Girdle sky blue full fair and thick be the point set, and thereupon he had a gay surplice, as white as is the blossom on the rise. Twig 17 a merry child he was, so God me save, well could he let in blood, and clip and shave, and make a charter of land and a quittance. In 20 manners could he trip and dance, after the school of Oxenford though asterisk, 18 then, and with his legges cast to and fro, and playin' songs on a small ribable. Fiddle thereto he sung sometimes a loud quinable asterisk treble, and as well could he play on a guidern. Guitar in all the town was brewhouse nor tavern, that he not visited with his solas asterisk, mirth, sport there as that any asterisk garnard tapster was. Licentious barmaid asterisk, but sooth to say he was some deal squamous asterisk squeamish of farting, and of speech dangerous. This obsolene, that jolly was and gay, went with a censer on the holy day, censing the wives of the parish fast, burning incense for and many a lovely look he on them cast, and namely on this carpenter's wife. Especially to look on her him thought a merry life, she was so proper, and sweet and likerous. I dare well say, if she had been a mouse, and he a cat, he would asterisk her hent anon asterisk. Have soon caught her this parish clerk, this jolly obsolene, hath in his heart such a love-longing, that of no wife took he none offering, for courtesy he said he would a none. The moon at night full clear and bright shone, and Absalon his guidern hath taken, for paramours he thought for to waken. And forth he went, jolliffe and amorous, joyous till he came to the carpenter's house, a little after the cock had crow, and dressed him under a shot window 19, stationed himself. That was upon the carpenter's wall. He singeth in his voice gentle and small. Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray that ye will rue asterisk on me. Take pity full well accordant to his guiderning. This carpenter awoke, and heard him sing, and spake unto his wife, and said anon, What Alison, hear'st thou not Absalon, that chanteth thus under our bower wall? Chamber, and she answered her husband therewithal. Yes, God wot, John, I hear him every deal. This passeth forth, what will ye bet than well? Better. From day to day this jolly Absalon so wooeth her, that him is woe begone. He waketh all the night, and all the day to comb his locks broad and make him gay. He wooeth her by means and by brocage asterisk, by presents and by agents, and swore he would be her owen page. He singeth brocking as a nightingale. Quavering he sent her piment 20, mead and spiced ale, and wafers piping hot out of the glede. Cakes asterisk coals, and for she was of town, he proffered mead. 21 for some folk will be wonnen for richess, and some for strokes, and some with genteeless. Sometimes, to show his lightness and mastery, he playeth Herod 22 on a scaffold high. But what availeth him as in this case? So loveth she the hendy Nicholas, that Absalon may blow the buck's horn. Go whistle, asterisk he had for all his labor but a scorn, and thus she maketh Absalon her ape, and all his earnest turneth to a jape. Just full sooth is this proverb, it is no lie, men say right thus alway. The nigh sly maketh oft time the far leaf to be loth. 23 For though that Absalon be wood or wroth asterisk mad, because that he far was from her sight, this nigh Nicholas stood still in his light. Now bear thee well, thou hendy Nicholas, for Absalon may wail and sing, alas. And so befell, that on a Saturday this carpenter was gone to Osney, and hendy Nicholas and Alison accorded were to this conclusion, that Nicholas shall asterisk shape him a while devise a stratagem the silly jealous husband to beguile. And if so were the game went aright, she should a sleepen in his arms all night. For this was her desire and his also, and right anon, without words mo, this Nicholas no longer would he tarry, but doth full soft unto his chamber carry both meat and drink for a day or tway. And to her husband bade her for to say if that he asked after Nicholas, she should a say, she wist not where he was, knew of all the day she saw him not with eye, she trowed he was in some malady, believed for no cry that her maiden could him call he would answer, for naught that might befall. Thus passed forth all thilke asterisk Saturday, asterisk that Nicholas still in his chamber lay and ate and slept, and did what him list till Sunday, that the sun went to rest. When this silly carpenter had great marvel asterisk wondered greatly asterisk of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail, and said, I am a drad asterisk by St. Thomas, asterisk afraid, in dread it standeth not aright with Nicholas God shielded that he died suddenly. Heaven forbid, this world is now full fickle sickerly. Certainly I saw today a corpse borne to church, that now on Monday last I saw him worch. Work go up, quod he unto his knave asterisk. Anon, asterisk servant, cleep at his door or knock with a stone, call look how it is and tell me boldly. This knave went him up full sturdily, and at the chamber door while that he stood he cried and knocked as that he were wood, asterisk mad, what how? What do ye, master Nichelet, how may ye sleep in all the lunge day? But all for naught, he heard not a word. And hole he found full low upon the board, where as the cat was wont in for to creep, and at that hole he looked in full deep, and at the last he had of him a sight. This Nicholas sat ever gaping upright, as he had kiked on the new moon. Looked 24 adown he went, and told his master soon, in what array he saw this ilk man. Same. This carpenter to blissen him began, bless cross himself and said, Now help us, Saint Friedeswide, 25 a man wot little what shall him betide. Knows this man is fallen with his astronomy into some woodness or some agony. Madness I thought I well how that it should be, men should know naught of God's privity. Secrets yea, blessed be alway a lewd asterisk man, unlearned that naught but only his believe can asterisk. Knows no more so farred another clerk with astronomy, than his credo. He walked in the fields for to pry upon asterisk the stars, what there should befall, keep watch on asterisk till he was in a marl pit fall. 26 he saw not that. But yet, by St. Thomas, me ruth sore of asterisk hendy Nicholas. I am very sorry for he shall be asterisk rated of asterisk his studying, chidden for asterisk if that I may, by Jesus, heaven's king. Get me a staff, that I may underspore asterisk lever up while that thou, Robin, heavest off the door, he shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gan him dress apply himself. His knave was a strong carle for the nonce, and by the hasp he heaved it off at once, into the floor the door fell down anon. This Nicholas sat I as still as stone, and ever he gapped upward into the air. The carpenter weened he were in despair, thought and hent him by the shoulders mightily, caught and shook him hard, and cried spitiously, angrily, What, Nicholas? What how, man, look adown, awake, and think on Christ's passioun. I crouch thee 27 from elves and from wights. Witches therewith the night spell said he anon writes asterisk, properly on the 4 halves of the house about, asterisk corners, and on the threshold of the door without. Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Benedict bless this house from every wicked wight, from the nightmare, the white paternoster, where onest thou now, Saint Peter's sister? Asterisk dwellest, and at the last this hendy Nicholas gan for to sigh full sore, and said, Alas, shall all time world be lost eftsoons now? Forthwith this carpenter answered, What sayest thou? What? Think on God, as we do, men that swink. Labor this, Nicholas answered. Fetch me a drink, and after will I speak in privity of certain thing that toucheth thee and me, I will tell it no other man certain. This carpenter went down, and came again, and brought of mighty ale a large quart, and when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his chamber door fast shet asterisk shut, and down the carpenter by him he set, and said, John, mine host full lief and dear, asterisk love thou shalt upon thy truth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt my counsel ray. Betray, for it is Christ's counsel that I say, and if thou tell it man, thou art forlore. Asterisk lost 28 for this vengeance thou shalt have therefore, that if thou ray asterisk me, thou shalt be wood asterisk. Betray asterisk mad, nay, Christ forbid it for his holy blood. Quoth then this silly man, I am no blab asterisk talker, nor, though I say it, am I asterisk lief to gab asterisk. Fond of speech say what thou wilt, I shall it never tell to child or wife, by him that harried hell. 29. Now, John, quoth Nicholas, I will not lie, I have found in my astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now on Monday next at quarter night shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood mad that never half so great was nose flood. This world, he said, in less than half an hour shall all be draint asterisk, so hideous is the shower. Drowned thus shall mankin drench and lose their life. Drown this carpenter answered, Alas, my wife, and shall she drench? Alas, mine Alisoun. For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, Is there no remedy in this case? Why, yes, for God, quoth hendy Nicholas. If thou wilt worken after lore and read, asterisk learning and advice thou mayst not worken after thine own head. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true, work all by counsel, and thou shalt not rue asterisk. Asterisk repent, and if thou work wilt by good counsel, I undertake, without mast or sail, yet shall I save her and thee and me. Hast thou not heard how saved was Noe, when that our Lord had warned him beforn that all the world with water should be lorn? Should perish, yes, quoth this carpenter, asterisk full yore ago asterisk. Long since asterisk hast thou not heard, quoth Nicholas, also the sorrow of Noe, with his fellowship that he had ere he got his wife to ship, 30 him had been lever, I dare well undertake, at thilk time than all his weathers black that she had a ship herself alone. See note 31, and therefore knows thou what is best to be done. This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon go get us fast into this in asterisk house a kneading trough, or else a chemelin asterisk brewing tub for each of us. But look that they be large, in which we may swim as in a barge, float and have therein victual sufficient but for one day. Fie on the remenant, the water shall aslake and go away asterisk slacken, abate about prime upon the next day. Early morning, but Robin may not know of this, thy knave asterisk, servant nor eke thy maiden gill I may not save, ask me not why. For though thou ask me I will not tell God's privity, sufficeth thee, but if thy wit be mad asterisk, unless thou be to have as great a grace as no had. Out of thy wits thy wife shall I well saven out of doubt, go now thy way and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her, and thee, and me, why gotten us these kneading tubs 3? Then shalt thou hang them in the roof full high, so that no man our purveyance espy. Foresight, providence, and when thou hast done thus as I have said, and hast our victual fair in them waylaid, and eke an axe to smite the cord in two when that the water comes, that we may go and break an hole on high upon the gable into the garden ward, over the stable, that we may freely pass forth our way, when that the great shower is gone away. Then shalt thou swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after her drake, then will I cleap. How, Alison? How, John? Call be merry, for the flood will pass anon. And thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nichelet, good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lords all our life of all the world, as No and his wife. But of one thing I warn thee full right, be well advised on that ilk asterisk night, same when we be entered into ship's board, that none of us not speak a single word, nor cleep nor cry, but be in his prayer, for that is God's owen hest asterisk dear. Command thy wife and thou must hangen far atween asterisk asunder, for that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall indeed. This ordinance is said. Go, God thee speed tomorrow night, when men be all asleep, into our kneading tubs will we creep, and sit there, abiding God's grace. Go now thy way, I have no longer space to make of this no longer sermoning. Men say thus, send the wise and say nothing, thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our lives, and that I thee beseech. This silly carpenter went forth his way, full oft he said, Alas, and well a day. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware, and better knew than he what all this asterisk quaint cast was for to say asterisk. Strange contrivance, but nathless she feared as she would day, meant asterisk and said, Alas, go forth thy way anon, help us to scape, or we be dead each one. I am thy true and very wedded wife, go, dear spouse, and help to save our life. Lo, what a great thing is affection. Men may die of imagination, so deeply may impression be take. This silly carpenter begins to quake. He thinketh verily that he may see this new flood come weltering as the sea to drenchen asterisk Alison, his honey dear. Drown he weepeth, waileth, maketh asterisk sorry cheer, asterisk dismal countenance he sigheth, with full many a sorry suff. Groan he goth, and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub and a kemelin, and privily he sent them to his inn, and hung them in the roof full privily. With his own hand then made he ladders 3, to climb by the ranges and the stalks the rungs and the uprights asterisk unto the tubs hanging in the balks. Beams and victualled them, kemelin, trough and tub with bread and cheese, and good ale in a jug asterisk, jug sufficing right enough as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave asterisk, and eke his wench also, asterisk servant made upon his need asterisk to London for to go. Business, and on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without candle light, and dressed everything as it should be. Prepared, and shortly up they climbed all the 3. They sat still well a furlong way asterisk. The time it would take now, Pater Noster, Clum, 32 said Nichelet, to walk a furlong asterisk, and Clum, quoth John. And Clum, said Alison, this carpenter said his devotion, and still he sat and bidded his prayer, awaking on the rain if he it hear. The dead sleep for weary business fell on this carpenter, right as I guess, about the curfew time 33 or little more, for asterisk travail of his ghost he groaned sore, anguish of spirit asterisk and ft rooted, for his head mislay. And then he snored, adown the ladder stalked Nichelet, for his head lay awry asterisk and Alison full soft adown she sped. Without words more they went to bed, there as the carpenter was wont to lie, where there was the revel and the melody. And thus lay Alison and Nicholas, in business of mirth and in solace, until the bell of lauds gan to ring, morning service, at 3 a.m., and friars in the chancel went to sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absalon, that is for love always so woebegone upon the Monday, was at Osney with company, him to disport and play, and asked upon Casa cloister occasion asterisk monk full privily after John the carpenter, and he drew him apart out of the church, and said, I not. I saw him not here wirch no not asterisk work since Saturday. I trow that he be went for timber, where our abbot hath him sent. And dwellin at the grange a day or 2, for he is wont for timber for to go, or else he is at his own house certain. Where that he be, I cannot soothly sayn. Asterisk say certainly this Absalon full jolly was and light, and thought, now is the time to wake all night, for sickerly I saw him not stirring asterisk certainly about his door, since day began to spring. So may I thrive, but I shall at cock crow full privily go knock at his window, that stands full low upon his bower wall. Chamber to Alison then will I tell in all my love longing, for I shall not miss that at the least way I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have, parfait asterisk, by my faith my mouth hath itched all this livelong day, that is a sign of kissing at the least. All night I met asterisk eke I was at a feast. Dreamt therefore I will go sleep an hour or tway, and all the night then will I wake and play. When that the first cock crowed had, anon up rose this jolly lover Absalon, and him arrayed gay, at point devise. With exact care but first he chewed grains 34 and licorice, to smell sweet, ere he had combed his hair. Under his tongue a true love 35 he bare, for thereby thought he to be gracious. Then came he to the carpenter's house, and still he stood under the shot window unto his breast it wrought, it was so low, reached and soft he coughed with a semisound. Low tone, what do ye, honeycomb, sweet alisoun, my fair bird, my sweet cinnamome asterisk, cinnamon, sweet spice awaken, lemon mine, and speak to me. Mistress, full little think ye upon my woe, that for your love I sweat there as I go. Wherever no wonder is that I do swelt and sweat. Faint I mourn as doth a lamb after the teat wise asterisk lemon, I have such love-longing asterisk certainly that like a turtle asterisk true is my mourning. Turtle dove I may not eat, no more than a maid. Go from the window thou jack fool, she said, as help me God it will not be, come ba asterisk me. Kiss I love another, else I were to blame. Well better than thee by Jesus Upsalon, go forth thy way or I will cast a stone, and let me sleep. A 20 devil way asterisk. 20 devils take ye, alas, quoth Upsalon, and well away that true love ever was so ill beset, then kiss me, since that it may be no bet asterisk, better for Jesus, love, and for the love of me. Wilt thou then go thy way therewith? Quoth she. Yea, certes, Lemon, quoth this Upsalon. Then make thee ready, quoth she, I come anon. And unto Nicholas she said asterisk full still asterisk, in a low voice, now peace, and thou shalt laugh anon thy fill. 36 This Upsalon down set him on his knees, and said, I am a lord at all degrees, for after this I hope there cometh more Lemon, thy grace, and sweet bird thine oar. Favor the window she undid, and that in haste. Have done, quoth she, come off, and speed thee fast, lest that our neighbours should thee espy. Then Upsalon gan wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night as pitch or as the coal, and at the window she put out her hole, and Upsalon him fell knee bet knee worse, but with his mouth he kissed her naked erse full savorly. When he was ware of this, aback he start and thought it was amiss, for well he wist a woman hath no beard. He felt a thing all rough and long white-haired, and said, Fie, alas, what have I do? Tee-hee, quoth she, and clapped the window to, and Upsalon went forth at sorry pace. A beard, said Hendy Nicholas. By God's corpus, this game went fair and well. This silly Upsalon heard every deal asterisk, word, and on his lip he gan for anger bite, and to himself he said, I shall thee quite. Requite be even with who rubbeth now, who fraudeth asterisk now his lips rubs with dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips, but Upsalon, that saith full oft, alas. My soul betake I unto Sathanas, but me were lever than all this town. Quoth he rather I this despite oroken for to be. Revenged alas, alas, that I have been blent asterisk. Deceived his hote love is cold, and all white went. Quench for from that time that he had kissed her erse of paramours he set not a curse, asterisk cared not a rush for he was healed of his malady, full often paramours he gan defy, and weep as doth a child that hath been beat. A soft pace he went over the street unto a smith, men callan Dan asterisk Gervais, master that in his forge smithed plough harness, he sharped share and coulter busily. This Upsalon knocked all easily, and said, Undo, Gervais, and that anon. What, who art thou? It is I, Upsalon. What, Upsalon, what? Christ sweet tree asterisk, cross why rise so wrath? Hey, benedicity, early what aileth you? Some gay girl, 37 God it wote, hath brought you thus upon the viretote, 38 by Saint Neot, ye wot well what I mean. This Upsalon he wrought not a bean asterisk recked, cared of all his play. No word again he gaff asterisk, spoke for he had more toe on his distaff 39 than Gervais knew, and said, Friend so dear that hope coulter in the chimney here lend it to me, I have therewith to don. Do I will it bring again to thee full soon. Gervais answered, Certes, were it gold, or in a poke noble's all untold asterisk purse thou shouldst it have, as I am a true smith, hey, Christ's foot, what will ye do therewith? Thereof, quoth Upsalon, be as be may, I shall well tell it thee another day, and caught the coulter by the cold steel. Handle full soft out at the door he gan to steal, and went unto the carpenter's wall he coughed first, and knocked therewithal upon the window, light as he did ere asterisk. Before 40 this Alison answered, Who is there that knocketh so? I warrant him a thief. Nay, nay, quoth he, God wot, my sweet leaf asterisk, love I am thine Upsalon, my own darling of gold. Quoth he, I have thee brought a ring, my mother gave it me, so God me save, full fine it is, and there too well why grave asterisk. Engraved this will I give to thee, if thou me kiss. Now Nicholas was risen up to piss, and thought he would asterisk amenden all the jape. Improve the joke asterisk he should a kiss his erse ere that he scape, and up the window did he hastily, and out his erse he put full privily over the buttock to the haunch bone, and therewith spake this clerk, this Upsalin, speak, sweet bird, I know not where thou art. This Nicholas anon let fly a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent. Peel clapped that with the stroke he was well nigh blent. Blinded, but he was ready with his iron hot, and Nicholas amid the erse he smote. Off went the skin and handbreadth all about. The haut coulter burned so his tout asterisk, breached that for the smart he weened he would die. Asterisk thought as he were wood, for woe he gan to cry, mad help! Water, water, help for God's heart. This carpenter out of his slumber start, and heard one cry water, as he were wood, asterisk mad, and thought, alas, now cometh nose flood. He sat him up without words mow, and with his axe he smote the cord in two, and down went all. He found neither to sell nor bread nor ale, till he came to the cell, asterisk threshold 41 upon the floor, and there in swoon he lay. Up started Alison and Nichelet, and cried out in Harrow. 15 in the street. The neighbours alle, both small and great, in ran, for to gorin on this man, stare that yet in swoon lay, both pale and wan, for with the fall he broken had his arm. But stand he must unto his owen harm, for when he spake, he was anon borne down with Hendy Nicholas and Alisoun. They told to every man that he was wood. Mad he was aghaste so of nose flood, asterisk afraid through fantasy, that of his vanity he had bought him kneading tubs 3, and had them hanged in the roof above, and that he prayed them for God's love to sitten in the roof for company. The folk gan laughin at his fantasy. Into the roof they kiken and they gape, peep, look, and turned all his harm into a jape. Just for whatsoe'er this carpenter answered, it was for naught, no man his reason heard. With oaths great he was so sworn adown that he was holden wood in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other, they said, the man was wood, my leave asterisk brother. Dear and every wight gan laughin at his strife. Thus swived asterisk was the carpenter's wife, asterisk enjoyed for all his keeping and his jealousy. Asterisk care and Upsalin hath kissed her nether eye, and Nicholas is scalded in the tout. This tale is done, and God save all the rout asterisk. Company. Notes to the Miller's Tale. 1 Almagest, the book of Ptolemy the astronomer, which formed the canon of astrological science in the Middle Ages. 2 Astrolabe, Astreleger, Astrelabor, a mathematical instrument for taking the altitude of the sun or stars. 3 Aughrim is a corruption of algorithm, the Arabian term for numeration. Aughrim stones, therefore, were probably marked with numerals and used as counters. 4 Angelus ad Virginum, the angel's salutation to Mary, Luke I, 28. It was the Ave Maria of the Catholic Church service. 5 Cato, though Chaucer may have referred to the famous censor, more probably the reference is merely to the moral distichs, which go under his name, though written after his time, and in a supplement to which the quoted passage may be found. 6 Barmcloth, apron, from Anglo-Saxon barm, bosom or lap. 7 Volupper, headgear kerchief, from French enveloper, to wrap up. 8 Popelet puppet, but chiefly young wench. 9 Noble, nobles were gold coins of especial purity and brightness. XRO nobilissimi unde nobilis vocatus, made from the noblest, purest gold, and therefore called nobles, says Vossius. 10 Yearn, shrill, lively German jern, willingly, cheerfully. 11 Bracket, braggot, a sweet drink made of honey, spices, and sea. In some parts of the country, a drink made from honeycomb after the honey is extracted is still called bragwort. 12 Pigisney, a fond term like my duck, from Anglo-Saxon piga, a young maid, but Tyrwhitt associates it with the Latin cellus, little eye, a fondling term, and suggests that the pig's eye, which is very small, was applied in the same sense. Davenport and Butler both use the word pigsney, the first for darling, the second literally for eye, and Bishop Gardner, on true obedience, in his address to the reader, says, how softly she was wont to chirp him under the chin and kiss him, how prettily she could talk to him, how doth my sweetheart, what saith now pig's eye. 13 Osney, a once well-known abbey near Oxford. 14 Travis, a frame in which unruly horses were shod. 15 Harrow and alas, Harrow was an old Norman cry for redress or aid. The clamour de Harrow was lately raised, under peculiar circumstances, as the prelude to a legal protest in Jersey. 16 His shoes were ornamented like the windows of St. Paul's, especially like the old rose window. 17 rise, twig bush German rise a twig, risig, a copse. 18. Chaucer satirizes the dancing of Oxford as he did the French of Stratford at Bow. 19. Shot window, a projecting or bow window whence it was possible shoot at anyone approaching the door. 20. Piment, a drink made with wine, honey, and spices. 21. Because she was town-bred, he offered wealth or money reward for her love. 22. Parish clerks, like Absalon, had leading parts in the mysteries or religious plays. Herod was one of these parts, which may have been an object of competition among the amateurs of the period. 23. The nice sly maketh oft time the far leaf to be loth. A proverb, the cunning one near at hand oft makes the loving one afar off to be odious. 24. Kiked, looked. Keek is still used in some parts in the sense of peep. 25. St. Fridswide was the patroness of a considerable priory at Oxford, and held there in high repute. 26. Plato, in his Theaetetus, tells this story of Thales, but it has since appeared in many other forms. 27. Crouch, protect by signing the sign of the cross. 28. Forlor, lost German Verlaren. 29. Him that harried hell, Christ who wasted or subdued hell. In the Middle Ages, some very active exploits against the Prince of Darkness and his powers were ascribed by the monkish tale-tellers to the Savior after he had descended into hell. 30. According to the old mysteries, Noah's wife refused to come into the ark and bade her husband row forth and get him a new wife, because he was leaving her gossips in the town to drown. Shem and his brothers got her shipped by main force, and Noah, coming forward to welcome her, was greeted with a box on the ear. 31. Him had been lever, I dare well undertake, at thilk time than all his weathers black, that she had had a ship herself alone. I.e., at that time he would have given all his black weathers if she had had an ark to herself. 32. Clum, like mum, a note of silence, but otherwise explained as the humming sound made in repeating prayers from the Anglo-Saxon, clumian, to mutter, speak in an undertone, keep silence. 33. Curfew time, 8 in the evening, when, by the law of William the Conqueror, all people were, on ringing of a bell, to extinguish fire and candle and go to rest. Hence the word curfew, from French, couvre-feu, cover fire. 34. Absalon chewed grains, these were grains of Paris or paradise, a favorite spice. 35. Under his tongue a true love he bare. Some sweet herb, another reading, however, is a true love not, which may have been of the nature of a charm. 36. The 2 lines within brackets are not in most of the editions. They are taken from Uri. Whether he supplied them or not, they serve the purpose of a necessary explanation. 37. Gay girl. As applied to a young woman of light manners, this euphemistic phrase has enjoyed a wonderful vitality. 38. Viretote. Uri reads meritote, and explains it from Spellman as a game in which children made themselves giddy by whirling on ropes. In French, virer means to turn, and the explanation may, therefore, suit either reading. In modern slang parlance, Gervais would probably have said, on the rampage, or on the swing, not very far from Spellman's rendering. 39. He had more toe on his distaff, a proverbial saying. He was playing a deeper game, had more serious business on hand. 40. Before German eher. 41. Cell, sill of the door, threshold, French, seuil, Latin, solium, the ground. The Reeve's Tale. The Prologue. When folk had laughed all at this nice case of Absalon and Hendy Nicholas, diverse folk diversely they said, but for the more part they laughed and played. Were diverted, and at this tale I saw no man him grieve, but it were only Oswald the Reeve, because he was of carpenter's craft, a little ire is in his heart laughed. Asterisk left he gan to grudge and blamed it a light. Murmur asterisk little. So the asterisk I, quoth he, full well could I him quite asterisk thrive asterisk match with blearing of a proud miller's eye, dimming one if that me list to speak of ribaldry. But I am old, me list not play for age, 2 grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white top writeth mine olde years, head mine heart is also molded as mine hairs, grown mouldy and I do fair as doth an open earth asterisk. Medlar 3, that ilk asterisk fruit is ever longer worse, same till it be rotten in mullock or in stree. On the ground or in strawy oldie men, I dread, so fare we till we be rotten, can we not be ripe? We hop away, while that the world will pipe. Asterisk dance, for in our will there sticketh I a nail, to have an hoary head and a green tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever in one. Continually, for when we may not do, then will we speak, yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. Smoke four gleeds have we, which I shall devise, coals asterisk describe vaunting, and lying, anger, covetize. Covetousness these four sparks belongen unto eld, our oldie limbs well may be unweld, unwieldy but will shall never fail us, that is sooth. And yet have I alway a colt's tooth, 5 as many a year as it is past and gone since that my tap of life began to run, for sickerly asterisk when I was born, anon asterisk certainly death drew the tap of life and let it gone, and ever since hath so the tap why run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chim. 6 the silly tongue well may ring and chime of wretchedness, that past is full your asterisk, long with oldie folk save dotage is no more. 7. When that our host had heard this sermoning, he gan to speak as lordly as a king, and said, To what amounteth all this wit? What? Shall we speak all day of holy writ? The devil made a Reeve for to preach as of a souter asterisk a shipman or a leech asterisk. Cobbler 8 say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Surgeon 9 lo here is dipped forward, and tea's half past prime, 10 lo Greenwich where many a shrew is in, it were high time thy tale to begin. Now, sirs, quoth then this Oswald the Reeve, I pray you all that none of you do grieve, though I answer, and somewhat set his hove asterisk, hood 11 for lawful is force off with force to shove. To repel force this drunken miller hath whitetold us here by force asterisk how that beguiled was a carpenter, peradventure in scorn, for I am one. Perhaps, and by your leave, I shall him quite anon, right in his churlish terms will I speak, I pray to God his neck might to break. He can well in mine I see a stalk, but in his own he cannot see a bulk. 12. Notes to the prologue to the Reeve's tale. With blearing of a proud miller's eye, dimming his eye, playing off a joke on him. 2. Me list not play for age. Age takes away my zest for drollery. 3. The medlar, the fruit of the mespilus tree, is only edible when rot. 4. Yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. Even in our ashes live their wonted fires. 5. A colt's tooth, a wanton humor, a relish for pleasure. 6. Chim, the rim of a barrel where the staves project beyond the head. 7. With oldie folk save dotage is no more. Dotage is all that is left them. That is, they can only dwell fondly, dote on the past. 8. Suitor, cobbler, Scottus, suitor, from Latin sura, to sew. 9. Ex suitor medicus, a surgeon from a cobbler, and ex suitor nocularis. A seaman or pilot from a cobbler were both proverbial expressions in the Middle Ages. 10. Half past prime, halfway between prime and tierce, about 7:30 in the morning. 11. Set his hove, like set their caps, as in the description of the manciple in the prologue, who set their aller cap. Hove or hoof means hood, and the phrase signifies to be even with outwit. 12. The illustration of the mote and the beam, from Matthew. The tale 1. At Trompington, not far from Canterbury, Cambridge, there goes a brook, and over that a brig upon the which brook there stands a mill, and this is very sooth asterisk that I you tell. Complete truth a miller was there dwelling many a day, as any peacock he was proud and gay, pipen he could, and fish, and nets be to asterisk prepare and turn cups, and wrestle well and sheet. Shoot I by his belt he bare a long paved asterisk poniard, and of his sword full trenchant was the blade, a jolly popper bare he in his pouch, dagger there was no man for peril durst him touch, a Sheffield whittle asterisk bare he in his hose. Small knife round was his face, and commuse was his nose. Flat too, as pilled as an ape was his skull. Peeled, bald, he was a market bitter at the full. Brawler there durst no white hand upon him, leg asterisk lay that he ne swore anon he should a beg asterisk suffer the penalty. A thief he was, forsooth, of corn and meal, and that a sly, and used well to steal. His name was Houghton Danis Simkin called Disdainful Simkin, a wife he had, come of noble kin, the parson of the town her father was. With her he gave full many a pan of brass, for that Simkin should in his blood ally. She was wife-fostered in a nunnery, for Simkin would a no wife, as he said, but she were well wine-nourished, and a maid, to savin his estate and yeomanry, and she was proud, and pert as is a pie. Magpie a full fair sight it was to see them too. On holy days before her would he go with his tippet asterisk y-bound about his head. Hood, and she came after in a gite of red asterisk gown 3, and Simpkin had hosen of the same. There durst no wight call her aught but dame. None was so hardy, walking by that way, that with her either durst rage or play, use freedom but if asterisk he would be slain by Simkin unless with pavade, or with knife or bodkin, for jealous folk be perilous evermo. Algate they with their wives when so. Unless so behaven eke for she was somewhat smutterlick asterisk, dirty she was as dine as water in a ditch, nasty, and all so full of hoker asterisk, and bysmare asterisk. Ill-nature abusive speech her thought that a lady should her spare, not judge her hardly what for her kindred, and her nortelry asterisk nurturing, education that she had learned in the nunnery. One daughter had they betwixt them 2 of 20 year, without any mo, saving a child that was of half year age, in cradle it lay, and was a proper page. Boy this wench thick and well y-grown was, with camuse nose, and eyne grey as glass, flat with buttocks broad and breasts round and high, but right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, in purpose was to make of her his heir both of his chattels and his messwage, and strange he made it asterisk of her marriage. He made it a matter his purpose was for to bestow her high of difficulty asterisk into some worthy blood of ancestry. For holy church's good may be dispended asterisk, spent on holy church's blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honor, though that he holy church should devour. Great soken hath this miller, out of doubt, toll taken for grinding with wheat and malt, of all the land about. And namely there was a great college asterisk, especially men call the Solar Hall at Canterbury, for there was their wheat and eke their malt y-ground. And on a day it happed in a stound asterisk. Suddenly sick lay the manciple asterisk of a malady, steward 5 men weened wistly that he should a die. Thought certainly asterisk for which this miller stole both meal and corn 100 times more than beforn, for theretofore he stole but courteously, but now he was a thief outrageously, for which the warden chid and made fair asterisk, fuss but thereof set the miller not a tear. He cared not a rush he cracked his boast, and swore it was not so. Asterisk talked big asterisk. Then were there young poor scholars too, that dwelled in the hall of which I say, test if they were, and lusty for to play. Headstrong 6 and only for their mirth and revelry upon the warden busily they cry, to give them leave for but a little stound, short time to go to mill, and see their corn y-ground. And heartily they durst lay their neck. Boldly the miller should not steal them half a peck of corn by sleight, nor them by force bereave take away, and at the last the warden give them leave. John hight the one, and Aline hight the other of one town were they born, that hight Struther 7 far in the north, I cannot tell you where. This Aline he made ready all his gear, and on a horse the sack he cast anon, forth went Aline the clerk, and also John, with good sword and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed not no guide, and at the mill the sack adown he layth. Aline spake first, All hail, Simon, in faith, how fares thy fair daughter and thy wife? Aline, welcome, quoth Simpkin, by my life and John also, how now, what do ye here? By God, Simon, quoth John, need has no peer. Equal him serve himself behoves that has no swain, servant, or else he is a fool, as clerk sane. Our manciple I hope he will be dead, asterisk expect so works I the wanges in his head. Cheek teeth 8 and therefore as I come, and eke Aline to grind our corn and carry it home again, I pray you speed us hence as well ye may. It shall be done, quoth Simpkin, by my fay, what will ye do while that it is in hand? By God, right by the hopper will I stand, quoth John, and see how that the corn goes in. Yet saw I never, by my father's kin, how that the hopper wagges to and fro. Aline answered, John, and wilt thou so? Then will I be beneath by my crown, and see how that the meal falls adown into the trough, that shall be my disport asterisk. Amusement for, John, in faith I may be of your sort, I is as ill a miller as is ye. This miller smiled at their nicety asterisk simplicity and thought, all this is done but for a while. They weenen that no man may them beguile. Think but by my thrift yet shall I blear their eye, 9 for all the slight in their philosophy. The more quaint knacks that they make, odd little tricks the more will I steal when that I take. Instead of flour yet will I give them bran. Bran the greatest clerks are not the wisest men, as whilom to the wolf thus spake the mayor. 10 of all their art ne count I not a tear. Out at the door he went full privily, when that he saw his time, softly. He looked up and down, until he found the clerk's horse, there as he stood Y-bound behind the mill, under a levicelle, *arbor 11, and to the horse he went him fair and well, and stripped off the bridle right anon. And when the horse was loose, he gan to gone toward the fen, where wilde mares run forth with wehi, through thick and eke through thin. This miller went again, no word he said, but did his note, and with these clerks played business 12 till that their corn was fair and well Y-ground. And when the meal was sacked and Y-bound, then John went out and found his horse away, and gan to cry, Harrow and well away, our horse is lost. Aline, for God's bones, step on thy feet, come off, man, all at once, alas, our warden has his palfrey lorn. Lost this Aline all forgot, both meal and corn, all was out of his mind his husbandry *. Careful watch over, what which way is he gone? He gan to cry. The corn the wife came leaping inward at a wren *, run she said, Alas, your horse went to the fen with wilde mares as fast as he could go, unthank come on his hand that bound him so ill luck, a curse, and his that better should have knit the rein. Alas. Quoth John, Aline, for Christ's pain lay down thy sword, and I shall mine also. I is full white *, God wait *, as is a roe. Swift *, knows by God's soul he shall not scape us bathe *. Both 13 yn, had thou put the capel in the lathe *. Horse 14 * barn ill hail, Aline, by God thou is a fawn. Fool these silly clerks have full fast run toward the fen, both Aline and eke John, and when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour did take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, I trow, the clerks were afeard, yet can a miller * make a clerk's beard, * cheat a scholar * 15 for all his art. Yea, let them go their way, lo where they go, yea, let the children play, they get him not so lightly, by my crown. These silly clerks runnin' up and down with keep, stand, jossa * warderer. Turn go whistle thou, and I shall keep * him here. Catch but shortly, till that it was very night they coulda not, though they did all their might, their capel catch, he ran always so fast, till in a ditch they caught him at the last. Weary and wet, as beasts in the rain comes silly John, and with him comes Aline. Alas, quoth John, the day that I was born now are we driven till hething and till scorn. Mockery our corn is stall'n, men will us fawns call, fools both the warden and eke our fellows all, and namely the miller well away. Especially thus plain John, as he went by the way toward the mill, and bayard in his hand. The bay horse the miller sitting by the fire he fanned. Found for it was night, and for their might they not go their way, but for the love of God they him besought of herborough and ease for their penny. Lodging the miller said again, If there be any, such as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is straight, but ye have learned art, ye can by arguments make in a place a mile broad, of 20 foot of space. Let's see now if this place may suffice, or make it room with speech, as is your guise. Fashion now, Simon, said this John, by St. Cuthbert I is thou merry, and that is fair answered. I have heard say, man shall take of 2 things, such as he finds, or such as he brings. But specially I pray thee, host dear, gar 16 us have meat and drink, and make us cheer, and we shall pay thee truly at the full, with empty hand men may not hawks tull. Allure low, here our silver ready for to spend. This miller to the town his daughter send for ale and bread, and roasted them a goose, and bound their horse, he should no more go loose, and them in his own chamber made a bed. With sheets and with chalons fair spread, blankets 17 not from his own bed 10 foot or 12. His daughter had a bed all by herself, right in the same chamber by and by. Side by side it might no better be, and cause why there was no * rumor herborough in the place. Roomier lodging they suppen, and they speakin of solace, and drinkin ever strong ale at the best. About midnight went they all to rest. Well had this miller varnished his head, full pale he was, fordrunken, and not read *. Without his wits he yoxed, and he spake thorough the nose, hiccuped as he were in the quack, or in the pose **. Grunting **, catar to bed he went, and with him went his wife, as any jay she light was and jollife. * jolly so was her jolly whistle well wet. The cradle at her bed's feet was set, to rock, and eke to give the child to suck. And when that drunken was all in the crock pitcher 18 to bed went the daughter right anon to bed when Aline, and also John. There was no more, needed them no dwale, 19 this miller had, so whistly * bibbed ale, * certainly that as a horse he snorted in his sleep, nor of his tail behind he took no keep *. He'd his wife bear him a bird on *, a full strong * Asterisk base 20 men might their routing herein a furlong. Snoring. The wench rooted eke for company. Aline the clerk, that heard this melody, he poked John and said, Sleepest thou, heardest thou ever such a song ere now? Lo, what a compline 21 is Wymel them all. Among a wild of fire upon their bodies fall, who hearkened ever such a furly asterisk thing? Strange 22 yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This lunge night their tides me no rest. Comes to me but yet no force asterisk, all shall be for the best. Matter for John, said he, as ever may I thrive, if that I may, yon wench will I swive. Enjoy carnally some easement has law why shapen a satisfaction provided for. John, there is a law that saith thus, that if a man in one point be aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stall'n, soothly it is no nay, and we have had an evil fit today. And since I shall have none amendment against my loss, I will have easement. By God's soul, it shall none other be. This John answered, Aline avies the asterisk. Have a care, the miller is a perilous man, he said, and if that he out of his sleep abraid asterisk, awaked he might do us both a villainy asterisk. Mischief Aline answered, I count him not a fly, and up he rose, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and fast she slept, till he so nigh was, ere she might espy that it had been too late for to cry, and shortly for to say, they were at one. Now play, Aline, for I will speak of John. This John lay still a furlong way 23 or 2, and to himself he made ruth and woe. Wail, alas, quoth he, this is a wicked jape. Trick now may I say, that I is but an ape. Yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm, he has the miller's daughter in his arm. He answered him, and hath his needs sped, adventured, and I lie as a draught sack in my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daff or a cockney 24 coward I will arise, and answer it by my fay. Attempt unhardy is unselly, 25 as men say. And up he rose, and softly he went unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, took and bare it soft unto his bed's feet. Soon after this the wife asterisk her routing leet asterisk stopped snoring asterisk and gan awake, and went her out to piss and came again and gan the cradle miss and groped here and there, but she found none. Alas, quoth she, I had almost misgone, I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. I, benedicity, then had I foul wice bed. And forth she went, till she the cradle fand. She groped alway farther with her hand and found the bed, and thought not but good had no suspicion because that the cradle by it stood, and wist not where she was, for it was dirk. But fair and well she crept in by the clerk, and lay full still, and would have caught asleep. Within a while this John the clerk upleap, and on this good wife laid on full sore, so, marry a fit had she not had asterisk full your asterisk. For a long time he pricked hard and deep, as he were mad. This jolly life have these two clerks had, till that the third cock began to sing. Aline waxed weary in the morrowing, for he had swanken all the lunge night, laboured and said, Farewell, Malkin, my sweet wight, the day is come, I may no longer bide, but evermore, whereso I go or ride, I is thine owen clerk, so have I heel. Health now, dear lemon asterisk, quoth she, go, fair wheel, sweetheart, but ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, right at the entry of the door behind thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find, that was wymaked of thine owen meal, which that I helped my father for to steal, and good lemon, God thee save and keep. And with that word she gan almost to weep. Aline uprose and thought, ere the day daw I will go creepin' in by my fella, and found the cradle with his hand anon. By God, thought he, all wrong I have misgone, my head is toddy of my swink asterisk tonight, giddy from my labour asterisk that maketh me that I go not aright. I wot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here lie the miller and his wife also. And forth he went a 20 devil way unto the bed, there as the miller lay. He weened tea have creeped by his fellow John, thought and by the miller in he crept anon, and caught him by the neck and gan him shake and said, Thou John, thou swine's head, awake for Christ's soul, and hear a noble game, for by that Lord that called is Saint James, as I have thrice in this short night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward lain aghast. Asterisk afraid, thou false harlot, quoth the miller, hast. Ah, false traitor, false clerk, quoth he, thou shalt be dead, by God's dignity. Who durst be so bold to disgrace my daughter, that is come of such lineage? And by the throat ball he caught Aline, Adam's apple and he him hent despiteously asterisk again, asterisk seized angrily, and on the nose he smote him with his fist down ran the bloody stream upon his breast, and in the floor with nose and mouth all broke they wallow, as do two pigs in a poke. And up they go, and down again anon till that the miller spurned on a stone, stumbled, and down he backward fell upon his wife, that wist nothing of this nice strife, for she was fallen asleep a little white while with John the clerk that waked had all night, and with the fall out of her sleep she brayed. Woke, help, holy cross of Bromholm. 26, she said, in Manus tuas. 27, Lord, to thee I call. Awake, Simon, the fiend is on me fall, mine heart is broken. Help, I am but dead. There lith one on my womb and on mine head. Help, Simkin, for these false clerks do fight. This John start up as fast as e'er he might, and groped by the walls to and fro to find a staff, and she start up also, and knew the Esters better than this John, apartment, and by the wall she took a staff anon, and saw a little shimmering of a light, for at an hole in shone the moon bright, and by that light she saw them both the two. But sickerly she wist not who was who, asterisk certainly, but as she saw a white thing in her eye. And when she gan this white thing espy she weened the clerk had weared a volupper asterisk. Asterisk supposed asterisk nightcap, and with the staff she drew eye near and near asterisk, nearer and weened to have hit this Aline at the full, and smote the miller on the pilled asterisk skull. Bawled that down he went, and cried, Harrow, I die. These clerks beat him well, and let him lie, and greethen asterisk them, and take their horse anon, make ready, dress, and eke their meal, and on their way they gone. And at the mill door eke they took their cake of half a bushel flour, full well bake. Thus is the proud miller well beat, and hath lost the grinding of the wheat, and paid for the supper every deal every bit of Aline and of John, that beat him well his wife is swived, and his daughter Al's asterisk. Also lo, such it is a miller to be false. And therefore this proverb is said full sooth, asterisk him thar not winnen well that evil doth, he deserves not to gain a guiler shall himself beguiled be. And God that sitteth high in majesty save all this company, both great and smale. Thus have I quit the miller in my tale, made myself quits with. Notes to the Reeve's tale. 1. The incidents of this tale were much relished in the Middle Ages, and are found under various forms. Boccaccio has told them in the 9th day of his Decameron. 2 Camus, flat, French Camus, snub-nosed. 3 Gite, gown or coat, French jupe. 4 Solar Hall, the hall or college at Cambridge with the gallery or upper story, supposed to have been Clare Hall. Transcriber's note. Later commentators identify it with King's Hall, now merged with Trinity College. 5 Manciple, steward, provisioner of the hall. See also note 47 to the prologue to the tales. 6 Testiff, headstrong well-brained, French, and teat. 7 Struther, Tyrwhitt points to Anstruther, in Fife. Mr. Wright to the Vale of Langstroth, in the West Riding of Yorkshire. Chaucer has given the scholars a dialect that may have belonged to either district, although it more immediately suggests the more northern of the two. Transcriber's note. Later commentators have identified it with a now-vanished village near Kirknewton in Northumberland. There was a well-known Aline of Struther in Chaucer's lifetime. 8 Wanges, grinders, cheek teeth, Anglo-Saxon, wang, the cheek, German, wange. 9 See note 1 to the prologue to the Reeve's tale. 10 In the Cento Novelle Antici, the story is told of a mule, which pretends that his name is written on the bottom of his hind foot. The wolf attempts to read it, the mule kills him with a kick in the forehead, and the fox, looking on, remarks that every man of letters is not wise. A similar story is told in Reynard the Fox. 11 Leviselle, an arbor, Anglo-Saxon, leaf settle, leafy seat. 12 Noth, business, German, noth, necessity. 13 Bathe, both, Scottish, bath. 14 Capel, horse, Gaelic, capel, French, cheval, Italian, cavallo, from Latin, caballus. 15 Make a clerk's beard, cheat a scholar, French, faire la barbe, and Boccaccio uses the proverb in the same sense. 16 Gar is Scotch for cause, some editions read, however, get a sum. 17 Chalons, blankets, coverlets made at Chalons in France. 18 Crock, pitcher, cruise, Anglo-Saxon, crocca, German, krug, hence crockery. 19 Dwale, nightshade, solanum somniferum, given to cause sleep. 20 Bird on bass, burden of a song. It originally means the drone of a bagpipe, French, bourdon. 21 Compline, evensong in the church service, chorus. 22 Furley, strange. In Scotland, a furley is an unwanted or remarkable sight. 23 A furlong way, as long as it might take to walk a furlong. 24 Cockney, a term of contempt, probably borrowed from the kitchen, a cook in base Latin being termed coquinarius. Compare French coquin, rascal. 25. Unhardy is unselly, the cowardly is unlucky, nothing venture, nothing have, German, unselig, unhappy. 26. Holy Cross of Bromholm. A common adjuration at that time, the cross or rood of the Priory of Bromholm in Norfolk was said to contain part of the real cross and therefore held in high esteem. 27. In manus tuas, Latin in your hands. The Cook's Tale. The Prologue. The Cook of London, while the Reeve thus spake, for joy he laughed and clapped him on the back. Aha, quoth he, for Christ's passion, this miller had a sharp conclusion upon this argument of herbergage. Asterisk lodging well said Solomon in his language, bring thou not every man into thine house, for harboring by night is perilous. Well ought a man avised for to be a man should take good heed whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God to give me sorrow and care if ever, since I hight asterisk Hodge of Ware, was called heard I a miller better asterisk set a work. Handled he had a jape of malice in the dirk. Trick, but God forbid that we should stint here. Stop, and therefore, if you will vouchsafe to hear a tale of me, that am a poor man, I will you tell as well as ere I can a little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee, Roger, tell on, and look that it be good, for many a pasty hast thou let in blood, and many a Jack of Dover one hast thou sold, that had been twice hot and twice cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christ's curse, for of thy parsley yet fare they the worse, that they have eaten in thy stubble goose, for in thy shop doth many a fly go loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name, but yet I pray thee be not wroth for game asterisk. Angry with my jesting a man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou sayst full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay, but sooth play quad play too as the Fleming saith, and therefore Harry Bailey, by thy faith, be thou not wroth, else we depart here, part company though that my tale be of an hosteller. Innkeeper but nathless, I will not tell it yet, but ere we part, wise asterisk thou shalt be quit. 3. Assuredly, and therewithal he laughed and made cheer. 4. And told his tale, as ye shall after hear. Notes to the Prologue to the Cook's Tale. 1. Jack of Dover, an article of cookery. Transcriber's note, suggested by some commentators to be a kind of pie, and by others to be a fish. 2. Sooth play quad play, true jest is no jest. 3. It may be remembered that each pilgrim was bound to tell 2 stories, one on the way to Canterbury, the other returning. 4. Made cheer, French, fit bon mine, put on a pleasant countenance. The tale. Apprentice whilom dwelt in our city, and of a craft of victuallers was he, galliard he was, as goldfinch in the shaw asterisk, lively asterisk grove brown as a berry, a proper short fellow, with locks black combed full fetishly. Daintily in dance he could so well and jollily that he was called Perkin Reveller. He was as full of love and paramour, as is the honeycomb of honey sweet, well was the wench that with him might meet. At every bridal would he sing and hop, he better loved the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, one out of the shop thither would he leap. And till that he had all the sight seen, and danced well, he would not come again, and gathered him a many asterisk of his sort, company of fellows to hop and sing, and make such disport. And there they set Stephen for to meet asterisk made appointment to play in at the dice in such a street. For in the town was there no prentice that fairer coulda cast a pair of dice than Perkin could, and there too asterisk he was free, he spent money liberally of his dispense, in place of privity. Where he would not be seen that found his master well in his chaffair, merchandise for oftentime he found his box full bare. For soothly, apprentice reveller, that haunteth dice, riot, and paramour, his master shall it in his shop abbey asterisk, suffer for all asterisk have he no part of the minstrelsy. Although for theft and riot they be convertible, all can they play on guidern or ribable. Guitar or rebec asterisk revel in truth, as in a low degree they be full wroth all day, as men may see. At variance. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he was nigh out of his prenticehood. All were he snubbed both early and late, asterisk rebuked, and sometimes led with revel to Newgate. But at the last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper too sought of a proverb, that saith this same word, better is rotten apple out of hoard, than that it should rot all the remenant. So fares it by a riotous servant. It is well less harm to let him pace, asterisk pass, go than he shend all the servants in the place. Corrupt therefore his master gave him a quittance, and bade him go, with sorrow and mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leave asterisk. Desire now let him riot all the night, or leave. Refrain, and for there is no thief without a louk, 3 that helpeth him to wasten, and to sook asterisk spend of that he bribe can, or borrow may, steal anon he sent his bed and his array unto a compare asterisk of his own sort. Comrade that loved dice and riot and disport, and had a wife that held asterisk for countenance for appearances a shop, and swived for her sustenance. Asterisk prostituted herself, 4. Notes to the Cook's Tale. 1. Cheapside, where jousts were sometimes held, and which was the great scene of city revels and processions. 2. His paper, his certificate of completion of his apprenticeship. 3. Louk. The precise meaning of the word is unknown, but it is doubtless included in the cant term pal. 4. The Cook's Tale is unfinished in all the manuscripts, but in some of minor authority the cook is made to break off his tale, because it is so foul, and to tell the story of Gamelin on which Shakespeare, As You Like It, is founded. The story is not Chaucer, and is different in metre, and inferior in composition to the tales. It is supposed that Chaucer expunged the Cook's Tale for the same reason that made him on his death-bed lament that he had written so much ribaldry. The Man of Law's Tale. The Prologue. Our host saw well that the bright sun arc of his artificial day had run the 4th part, and half an hour more. And, though he were not deep expert in lore, he wist it was the 8 day of April, that is messenger to May, and saw well that the shadow of every tree was in its length of the same quantity that was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadow he took his wit asterisk knowledge that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clome on height, and for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude, and suddenly he plight his horse about. Pulled one. Lordings, quoth he, I warn you all this rout asterisk. Company the 4th party of this day is gone. Now for the love of God and of St. John lose no time, as far forth as ye may. Lordings, the time wasteth night and day, and steals from us, what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream, that turneth never again, descending from the mountain to the plain. Well might Seneca, and many a philosopher, bewail time more than gold in coffer. For loss of chattels may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth us, quoth he, destroys. It will not come again, without dread, asterisk no more than will Malkin's maidenhead, too when she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not moulde thus in idleness. Sir Man of Law, quoth he, so have ye bliss, tell us a tale anon, as forward asterisk is. The bargain ye be submitted through your free assent to stand in this case at my judgment. Acquit you now, and hold your behest. Keep your promise then, have ye done your devoir asterisk at the least. Duty, host, quoth he, depar dia geo assent, 3 to break forward is not mine intent. Behest is debt, and I would hold it fain all my behest. I can no better sane. For such law as a man gives another white, he should himself usen it by right. Thus will our text, but nathless certain I can write now no thrifty tale sane, worthy but Chaucer, though he asterisk can but lewdly knows but imperfectly asterisk on meters, and on rhyming craftily, hath said them, in such English as he can of oldie time, as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said them, leave brother, dear in one book, he hath said them in another, for he hath told of lovers up and down, more than Ovid made of Mentioun in his epistole, that be full old. Why should I tell them, since they he told? In youth he made of Saix and Alcyone, for and since then he hath spoke of every one these noble wives, and these lovers eke. Whoso that will his large volume seek called the Saint's Legend of Cupid, 5 there may he see the large wounds wide of Lucrece, and of Babylon Thisbe, the sword of Dido for the false Any, the tree of Phillies for her Demophon, the plaint of Diane, and of Hermione of Ariadne and Hypsipyle, the barren isle standing in the sea, the drowned Leander for his fair hero, the tears of Helen, and eke the woe of Briseis and Laodamia. The cruelty of thee, Queen Medea, thy little children hanging by the house asterisk, neck for thy Jason, that was of love so false. Hypernestra, Penelope, Alceste, your wifehood he commendeth with the best. But certainly no word write he of asterisk thilk wick asterisk example of Canis, that wicked that loved her own brother sinfully. Of all such cursed stories I say, or else of Tyrius Apollonius, how that the cursed King Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhead, that is so horrible a tale to read, when he her threw upon the pavement. And therefore he, asterisk of full avisement, deliberately, advisedly asterisk would never write in none of his sermons of such unkind asterisk abominations. Unnatural, nor I will none rehearse, if that I may. But of my tale how shall I do this day? Me were loth to be likened doubtless to muses, that men call Pierides 6, metamorphosios 7 what I mean. But nathless I reck not a bean, though I come after him with hawbake asterisk. Asterisk lout 8 I speak in prose, and let him rhymes make. And with that word, he with a sober cheer began his tale, and said as ye shall hear. Notes to the prologue, to the man of law's tale. 1 plight, pulled, the word is an obsolete past tense from pluck. 2. No more than will Malkin's maidenhead, a proverbial saying, which, however, had obtained fresh point from the Reeve's tale, to which the host doubtless refers. 3. Depar dia geo assent. By God, I agree. It is characteristic that the somewhat pompous sergeant of law should couch his assent in the semi-barbarous French, then familiar in law procedure. 4. Sakes and Alcyon. Chaucer treats of these in the introduction to the poem called The Book of the Duchess. It relates to the death of Blanche, wife of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the poet's patron, and afterwards his connection by marriage. 5. The Saint's Legend of Cupid, now called the Legend of Good Women. The names of 8 ladies mentioned here are not in the legend as it has come down to us, while those of 2 ladies in the legend, Cleopatra and Philomela, are her omitted. 6. Not the Muses, who had their surname from the place near Mount Olympus where the Thracians first worshipped them, but the 9 daughters of Pyrrhus, king of Macedonia, whom he called the 9 Muses, and who, being conquered in a contest with the genuine sisterhood, were changed into birds. 7. Metamorphosios, Ovids. 8. Hawbake, hawbuck country lout, the common proverbial phrase, to put a rogue above a gentleman, may throw light on the reading here, which is difficult. The tale, 1. O scatheful harm, condition of poverty, with thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded, to ask help thee shameth in thine heart. If thou none ask, so sore art thou wounded, that very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine head thou must for indigence or steal or beg or borrow thy dispense. Expense. Thou blamest Christ and say'st full bitterly, he misdeparteth asterisk riches temporal. Allots amiss thy neighbour thou whitest asterisk sinfully, asterisk blamest and say'st, thou hast too little and he hath all. Parfait say'st thou, sometime he reckon shall, when that his tale shall asterisk Brennan in the glede, burn in the fire for he not help the needful in their need. Hearken what is the sentence of the wise, better to die than to have indigence. Thyself neighbour will thee despise, asterisk that same if thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence, alle the days of poor men be asterisk, wicked, evil beware therefore ere thou come to that prick. Point. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friends flee from thee, alas. O rich merchants, full of wealth be ye, O noble, prudent folk, as in this case. Your bagges be not filled with am's ace, 2 aces asterisk but with asterisk 6 sink asterisk, that runneth for your chance. 2 asterisk 6 5 asterisk at Christenmass well merry may ye dance. Ye seek land and sea for your winnings, as wise folk ye know in all estate of Rignes asterisk. Ye be fathers of tidings, kingdoms and tales, both of peace and of debate asterisk. Contention, war I were right now of tales desolate, barren, empty. But that a merchant, gone in many a year, me taught a tale, which ye shall after hear. In Syria whilom dwelt a company of chapmen rich, and thereto sad and true, grave, steadfast clothes of gold, and satins rich of hue. That wideware sent their spicery, asterisk to distant parts their chaffare, was so thriftly and so new, asterisk wares advantageous that every wight had dainty asterisk to chaffare pleasure asterisk deal with them, and eke to sell them their ware. Now fell it that the masters of that sort have shapen them to Rome for to wend, determined, prepared were it for chapmanhood or for disport, asterisk trading none other message would they thither send. But come themselves to Rome, this is the end, and in such place as thought them a vantage for their intent, they took their herbergage. Asterisk lodging. Sojourned have these merchants in that town a certain time as fell to their pleasance. And so befell, that excellent renown of emperor's daughter, Dame Constance reported was, with every circumstance unto these Syrian merchants in such wise from day to day, as I shall you devise relate. This was the common voice of every man, our Emperor of Rome, God him see asterisk, look on with favor a daughter hath, that since the world began to reckon as well her goodness and beauty, was never such another as is she. I pray to God in honor her sustain, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high beauty without pride, and youth without greenhood or folly. Childishness, immaturity to all her works virtue is her guide, humbless hath slain in her all tyranny, she is the mirror of all courtesy, her heart a very chamber of holiness, her hand minister of freedom for almsgiving. And all this voice was sooth, as God is true, but now to purpose let us turn again. Our tale 3 these merchants have done freight their ships new, and when they have this blissful maiden seen, home to Syria then they went full fain, and did their needs as they have done your business formerly and lived in weal. I can you say no more. Prosperity. Now fell it that these merchants stood in grace favor of him, that was the Soudan asterisk of Syria. Asterisk Sultan, for when they came from any strange place, he would of his benign courtesy make them good cheer, and busily espy asterisk inquire tidings of sundry rignes asterisk, for to lear asterisk realms learn the wonders that they might see or hear. Amongs other things, specially these merchants have him told of Dame Constance, so great noblesse, in earnest so royally, that this Soudan hath caught so great pleasance asterisk pleasure to have her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust, and all his busy cure asterisk pleasure asterisk care was for to love her while his life may dure. Peradventure in thilk asterisk large book, asterisk that which that men call the heaven why written was with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should have his death, alas, for in the stars, clearer than his glass, is written, God wot, whoso could it read, the death of every man without doubt. In stars many a winter there beforn was writ the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes, and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates the death. But men's wits be so dull, that no wight can well read it at the full. This Soudan for his privy council sent, and shortly of this matter for to pace asterisk, to pass briefly by asterisk he hath to them declared his intent, and told them certain, but he might have grace unless to have Constance, within a little space, he was but dead, and charged them in high asterisk haste to shape for his life some remedy. Contrive. Diverse men diverse things said, and arguments they casten up and down, many a subtle reason forth they laid, they speak of magic and abyssion. Deception, but finally, as in conclusion, they cannot see in that none avantage, nor in no other way, save marriage. Then saw they therein such difficulty by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was such diversity between their both laws, that they sayn, they trow that no Christian prince would fain asterisk believe willingly wedden his child under our law sweet, that us was given by Mahound asterisk our prophet, Mahomet. And he answered, rather than I lose Constance, I will be christened doubtless I must be hers, I may none other choose, I pray you hold your arguments in peace, for save my life, and be not reckless to jet her that hath my life in cure asterisk keeping for in this woe, I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation, I say, by treaty and ambassadry, and by the Pope's mediation and all the church and all the chivalry, that in destruction of mometry, asterisk Mahometanism, and in increase of Christ's law dear, they be accorded so as ye may hear. Agreed. How that the Soudan and his baronage and all his lieges shall christened be, and he shall have Constance in marriage, and certain gold, I not what quantity, know not and hereto find they sufficient surety. The same accord is sworn on either side, now, fair Constance, Almighty God the guide. Now would some men waiten, as I guess, that I should tell in all the purviance asterisk provision the which the Emperor of his noblesse hath shapen for his daughter, Dame Constance. Prepared well may men know that so great ordinance may no man tellen in a little clause, as was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops be shapen with her for to wend lords, ladies, and knights of renown, and other folk enough, this is the end. And notified is throughout all the town, that every wight with great devotion should pray to Christ, that he this marriage receive in gree asterisk and speed this voyage. With good will, favor asterisk. The day is come of her departing. I say the woeful fatal day is come, that there may be no longer tarrying, but forward they them dressen all in sum. Prepare to set out Constance, that was with sorrow all o'ercome, full pale arose, and dressed her to wend, for well she saw there was no other end. Alas, what wonder is it though she wept? That shall be sent to a strange nation from friends that so tenderly her kept, and to be bound under subjection of one, she knew not his condition. Husbands be all good, and have been of your of old that no wives. I dare say no more. Father, she said, thy wretched child Constance, thy young daughter, fostered up so soft, and you, my mother, my sovereign pleasance over all thing, outtaken Christ on loft except on high Constance your child her recommendeth oft unto your grace. For I shall to Syri, nor shall I ever see you more with eye. Alas, unto the barbarous nation I must anon, since that it is your will, but Christ, that starve for our redemption, died so give me grace his hests to fulfill. Commands I, wretched woman, no force though I spill. No matter though women are born to thraldom and penance, I perish and to be under man's governance. I trow at Troy when Pyrrhus brake the wall, or Ilion burnt, or Thebes the city, nor at Rome for the harm through Hannibal, that Romans hath why vanquished times 3, was heard such tender weeping for pity, as in the chamber was for her parting. But forth she must, whether she weep or sing. O first moving cruel firmament, 5 with thy diurnal sway that crowdest eye, pushest together, drivest and hurtlest all from east, till Occident that naturally would hold another way. Thy crowding set the heaven in such array at the beginning of this fierce voyage, that cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Unfortunate ascendant tortuous, of which the Lord is helpless fallen, alas, out of his angle into the darkest house, O Mars, O Adizar, 6 as in this case, O feeble moon, unhappy is thy pace. Progress thou knittest thee where thou art not received, where thou wert well, from thence art thou wived. 7. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas, was there no philosopher in all thy town, is no time bet than other in such case. Better of voyage is there none election, namely to folk of high condition, especially not when a root is of a birth wino. When the nativity is known alas, we be too lewd or too slow. Ignorant. To ship was brought this woeful fare made solemnly, with every circumstance. Now Jesus Christ be with you all, she said, there is no more but farewell, fair Constance. She pained her to make good countenance. Made an effort and forth I let her sail in this manner, and turn I will again to my matter. The mother of the Souden, well of vices, espied hath her son's plain intent. How he will leave his oldie sacrifices, and right anon she for her counsel sent, and they be come, to know what she meant. And when assembled was this folk in fear together she sat her down, and said as ye shall hear. Lords, she said, ye know in every one, how that my son in point is for to leet forsake the holy laws of our Alcuran Quran given by God's messenger Mahomet, but one avow to great God I heat promise life shall rather out of my body start, than Mahomet's law go out of mine heart. What should us tighten of this new law, betide, befall but thraldom to our bodies and penance, and afterward in hell to be wydraw for we renide Mahound our creance. Denied Mahomet our belief but, lords, will ye make an assurance, as I shall say, assenting to my lore, advice and I shall make us safe forevermore. They sworen and assented every man to live with her and die, and by her stand, and every one, in the best wise he can, to strengthen her shall all his friends fand. Endeavor 8, and she hath this emprise taken in hand, which ye shall hear that I shall devise. Relate, and to them all she spake right in this wise. We shall first feign us Christendom to take embrace Christianity cold water shall not grieve us but a light Little and I shall such a feast and revel make, that, as I trow, I shall the Souden quite. Requite, match for though his wife be christened ne'er so white, she shall have need to wash away the red, though she a fount of water with her lead. O Soudenus root of iniquity Sultanus virago thou, Semiramis the second, O serpent under femininity, like to the serpent deep in hell why bound, O feigned woman, all that may confound virtue and innocence, through thy malice, is bred in thee, as nest of every vice. O Satan envious, Since thilke day that thou wert chased from our heritage, well knowest thou to woman oldie way, thou madest Eve to bring us in servage. Bondage thou wilt fordo this Christian marriage. Asterisk ruin thine instrument so, well away the while, maxed thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Soudness, whom I thus blame and warre oppose, censure let privily her counsel go their way. Why should I in this tale longer tarry? She rode unto the Souden on a day, and said him, that she would asterisk reny her lay, renounce her creed asterisk and Christendom of priests. Hands fong asterisk, take 9 repenting her she heathen was so long. Beseeching him to do her that honor, that she might have the Christian folk to feast, to please them I will do my labor. The Souden said, I will do at your hest, desire and kneeling, thanked her for that request, so glad he was, he wist not what to say. Knew she kissed her son, and home she went her way. Arrived be these Christian folk to land in Syria, with a great solemny rout, and hastily this Souden sent his son, message first to his mother, and all the realm about, and said, his wife was commend out of doubt, and prayed them for to ride again the queen, to meet the honor of his rignet to sustain. Realm. Great was the press, and rich was the array of Syrians and Romans met asterisk in fear. In company the mother of the Souden rich and gay, received her with all so glad a cheer face, as any mother might her daughter dear, and to the next city, there beside a soft pace, solemnly they ride. Not, trow I, the triumph of Julius of which that Lucan maketh such a boast, was royaller or more curious, than was assembly of this blissful host, but oh this scorpion, this wicked ghost, spirit the Soudness, for all her flattering cast under this full mortally to sting. Contrived. The Souden came himself soon after this, so royally that wonder is to tell, and welcomed her with all joy and bliss, and thus in mirth and joy I let them dwell. The fruit of his matter is that I tell when the time came, men thought it for the best that revel stint, asterisk and men go to their rest. Cease. The time is come that this old Soudness ordained hath the feast of which I told, and to the feast the Christian folk them dress in general, yea, both young and old. There may men feast and royalty behold, and dainties more than I can you devise, but all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe, that ever art successor to worldly bliss, sprent is with bitterness asterisk sprinkled end of our joy, of our worldly labor woe occupies the fine asterisk of our gladness. Seizes the end hearken this counsel, for thy sickerness asterisk. Security upon thy glade days have in thy mind the unware woe of harm, that comes behind. Unforeseen. For shortly for to tell it at a word, the Souden and the Christians every one were all asterisk to hewn, and sticked at the board, cut to pieces but it were only Dame Constance alone. This oldie Soudness, this cursed crone, had with her friends done this cursed deed, for she herself would all the country lead. Nor there was Syrian that was converted, that of the council of the Souden Wat asterisk, knew that was not all to hewn, ere he asterded. Escaped and Constance have they tan anon foot hot asterisk immediately, and in a ship all steerless, God wot, without rudder they have her set, and bid her learn to sail out of Syria again ward to Idyll. Back to Italy. A certain treasure that she thither lad asterisk took, and sooth to say, of victual great plenty they have her given, and clothes eke she had, and forth she sailed in the salt sea. O my Constance, full of benignity, O emperor's young daughter dear, he that is lord of fortune be thy steer. Rudder, guide. She blessed herself, and with full piteous voice unto the cross of Christ thus said she, O dear, O wealful altar, holy cross asterisk blessed, beneficent red of the Lamb's blood, full of pity, that washed the world from old iniquity, me from the fiend and from his claws keep, that day that I shall drenchen in the deep. Drown. Victorious tree, protection of the true, that only worthy were for to bear the King of Heaven with his wounds new, the white lamb that hurt was with a spear. Flemmer asterisk of fiends out of him and her asterisk banisher, driver out on which thy limbs faithfully extend, tend me keep, and give me might my life to mend. Years and days floated this creature throughout the sea of Greece, unto the strait of Meroc asterisk, as it was her adventure. Morocco, Gibraltar on many a sorry meal now may she bait, after her death full often may she wait asterisk expect ere that the wilde waves will her drive unto the place there as she shall arrive. Where? Men might'n ask why she was not slain eke at the feast who might her body save, and I answer to that demand again, who saved Daniel in the horrible cave, where every wight, save he, master or knave asterisk, servant was with the lion fret asterisk, ere he astart. Asterisk devoured escaped no wight but God, that he bare in his heart. God list to show his wonderful miracle it pleased in her, that we should see his mighty works, Christ, which that is to every harm triacle asterisk, remedy salve by certain means oft, as no clerks asterisk, scholars doth thing for certain end, that full dirk is to man's wit, that for our ignorance ne cannot know his prudent purveyance. Foresight. Now since she was not at the feast Wislaw asterisk slain, who kept her from drowning in the sea, who kept Jonah's in the fish's maw till he was spouted up at Nineveh, well may men know, it was no wight, but he that kept the Hebrew people from drowning, with dry feet throughout the sea passing. Who bade the 4 spirits of tempest, 11 that power have annoy land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east annoy neither sea nor land, nor tree. Soothly the commander of that was he that from the tempest this woman kept, as well when she awoke as when she slept. Where might this woman meat and drink have, 3 year and more how lasted her victual? Asterisk victuals who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave or in desert? No wight but Christ sans file. Without fail 5,000 folk, it was as great marvel with loaves 5, and fishes 2 to feed God sent his foison at her great need. Abundance. She drived forth into our ocean throughout our wildest sea, till at the last under an hold asterisk, that Nempnen I not can, asterisk castle asterisk name far in Northumberland, the wave her cast, and in the sand her ship sticked so fast that thens would it not in all a tide. 12. The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle down did fare, go to see this wreck, and all the ship he sought, searched and found this weary woman full of care. He found also the treasure that she brought, in her language mercy she besought, the life out of her body for to twin asterisk, divide her to deliver of woe that she was in. A manner Latin corrupt 13 was her speech, but algate thereby was she understand. Nevertheless the constable, when him list no longer seech asterisk, search this woeful woman brought he to the laund, she kneeled down and thanked God sond asterisk. What God had sent asterisk, but what she would to no man say for foul nor fair, although that she should die. She said, she was so mazed in the sea, that she forgot her mind, by her truth. The constable had of her so great pity and eke his wife, that they wept for ruth. Asterisk pity she was so diligent without slouth to serve and please every one in that place, that all her loved, that looked in her face. The constable and Dame Hermegild his wife were pagans, and that country everywhere, but Hermegild loved Constance as her life. And Constance had so long sojourned there in orisons, with many a bitter tear, till Jesus had converted through his grace Dame Hermegild, constables of that place. In all that land no Christians durst rout. Assemble all Christian folk had fled from that country through pagans, that conquered all about the plages of the north by land and sea. Asterisk regions, coasts to Wales had fled the asterisk Christianity the old Britons who of oldie Britons, dwelling in this isle, were Christians there was their refuge for the meanwhile. But yet Christian Britons so exiled, there were that there some which in their privity not honored Christ, and heathen folk beguiled, and nigh the castle such there dwelled 3, and one of them was blind, and might not see, but it were with thilk eye of his mind, except those with which men may see when they be blind. Bright was the sun, as in a summer's day, for which the constable and his wife also, and Constance, have take the right way toward the sea a furlong way or 2, to play in, and to roam to and fro, and in their walk this blind man they met, crooked and old, with ein fast shut. In the name of Christ, cried this blind Briton, Dame Hermegild, give me my sight again. This lady waxed afraid of that sound, was alarmed by that cry asterisk lest that her husband, shortly for to sain, would her for Jesus Christ's love have slain, till Constance made her hold, and bade her work the will of Christ, as daughter of Holy Church. The constable waxed abashed of that sight, astonished, and said, What amounteth all this fare? What means all? Constance answered, Sir, it is Christ's might, this ado, that helpeth folk out of the fiend's snare. And so far forth she gan our law declare, with such effect asterisk that she the constable, ere that it were eve, converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was not lord of the place of which I speak. There, as he Constance fand, asterisk found, but kept it strongly many a winter space, under Allah, king of Northumberland, that was full wise, and worthy of his hand against the Scots, as men may well hear. But turn I will again to my matter. Satan, that ever us waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfectioun, and cast anon how he might quite her while. Considered how to have, and made a young knight, that dwelt in that town, revenge on her love her so hot of foul affectioun, that verily him thought that he should spill asterisk perish, but he of her might ones have his will. Unless he wooed her, but it availed not, she would do no sin by no way, and for despite, he compassed his thought to make her a shameful death today. Die he waiteth when the constable is away, and privily upon a night he crept in Hermegilda's chamber while she slept. Weary, forewaked in her orisons, having been long awake sleepeth Constance, and Hermegild also. This night, through Satana's temptation, all softetly is to the bed Wygo asterisk gone and cut the throat of Hermegild in two, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way, there God give him mischance. Soon after came the constable home again, and eke Allah that king was of that land, and saw his wife despiteously slain, cruelly for which full oft he wept and wrung his hand, and ill the bed the bloody knife he fanned by Dame Constance. Alas, what might she say, for very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance and eke the time, and where, and in what wise that in a ship was founden this Constance, as here before ye have me heard devise, asterisk describe the king's heart for pity gan agrise, asterisk to be grieved, to tremble asterisk when he saw so benign a creature fall in disease and in misadventure. Distress. For as the lamb toward his death is brought, so stood this innocent before the king, this false knight, that had this treason wrought, bore her in hand that she had done this thing. Accused her falsely asterisk, but nathless there was great murmuring among the people, that say they cannot guess that she had done so great a wickedness. For they had seen her ever virtuous, and loving Hermegild right as her life, of this bear witness each one in that house, save he that Hermegild slew with his knife. This gentle king had asterisk caught a great motive been greatly moved of this witness, and thought he would inquire by the evidence deeper into this case, the truth to learn. Alas, Constance, thou hast no champion, nor fight canst thou not so well away, but he that starved for our redemption died and bound Satan, and yet lith where he lay, so be thy strong champion this day, for, but Christ upon thee miracle kithe, show without guilt thou shalt be slain as swith. Immediately. She set her down on knees, and thus she said, Immortal God, that savedest Suzanne from false blame, and thou merciful maid Mary I mean, the daughter to Saint Anne, before whose child the angels sing Asen, Hosanna if I be guiltless of this felony, my succor be, or else shall I die. Have ye not seen sometime a pale face, among a press of him that hath been lad asterisk led toward his death, where he getteth no grace? And such a colour in his face hath had, men might know him that was so bestad asterisk bested, situated amonges all the faces in that rout, so stood Constance, and looked her about. O queens living in prosperity, duchesses, and ye ladies every one, have some ruth asterisk on her adversity. Pity an emperor's daughter, she stood alone, she had no wight to whom to make her moan. O blood royal, that standest in this dreed, asterisk danger far be thy friends in thy great need. This King Allah had such compassion, as gentle heart is full filled of pity, that from his eyne ran the water down, now hastily do fetch a book, quoth he. And if this knight will swear, how that she this woman slew, yet will we us advise consider whom that we will that shall be our justice. A Britain book, written with evangels, the Gospels was fetched, and on this book he swore anon she guilty was, and in the meanwhiles and hand him smote upon the neck bone, that down he fell at once right as a stone, and both his eyne burst out of his face in sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard in general audience that said, Thou hast deslandered guiltless the daughter of holy church in high presence, thus hast thou done, and yet hold I my peace? Shall I be silent? Of this marvel aghast was all the press, as mazed folk they stood every one for dread of wreak, save Constance alone. Vengeance. Great was the dread and eke the repentance of them that had wrong suspicion upon this selly asterisk innocent Constance. Asterisk simple, harmless, and for this miracle, in conclusion, and by Constance's mediation, the king, and many another in that place, Converted was, thanked be Christ's grace. This false knight was slain for his untruth by judgment of Allah hastily, and yet Constance had of his death great ruth. Compassion, and after this Jesus of his mercy, made Allah wed full solemnly this holy woman, that is so bright and sheen, and thus hath Christ made Constance a queen. But who was woeful, if I shall not lie of this wedding but Dongild and no mo, the kinge's mother, full of tyranny, her thought her cursed heart would burst in two, she would not that her son had done so, her thought it a despite that he should take so strange a creature unto his mate, consort. Me list not of the chaff nor of the straw makes so long a tale, as of the corn. What should I tellen of the royalty of this marriage, or which course goes beforn, who bloweth in a trump or in an horn? The fruit of every tale is for to say, they eat and drink, and dance, and sing, and play. They go to bed, as it was skill and right. Reasonable for though that wives be full holy things, they must take in patience at night such manner necessaries, as be pleasings asterisk kind of to folk that have wedded them with rings, and lay asterisk a light their holiness aside a little of asterisk. As for the time, it may no better betide. On her he got a knave child anon, male 14, and to a bishop and to his constable eke he took his wife to keep, when he is gone to Scotland ward, his foeman for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek, so long is gone with child till that still she held her chamber, abiding Christ. Will. The time is come, a knave child she bare, Mauritius at the font stone they him call. This constable asterisk doth forth come a messenger, caused to come forth and wrote unto his king that clept was all, how that this blissful tiding is befall, and other tidings speedful for to say he hath the letter, and forth he goth his way, i.e. the messenger. This messenger, to do his advantage, asterisk promote his own interest unto the kinge's mother rideth swiftly and saluteth her full fair in his language. Madame, quoth he, ye may be glad and blithe, and thank God 100,000 scythe. Times my lady queen hath child, without doubt to joy and bliss of all this realm about. Lo, here the letter sealed of this thing, that I must bear with all the haste I may. If you will aught unto your son the king, I am your servant both by night and day. Dongild answered, as now at this time, nay, but here I will all night thou take thy rest, tomorrow will I say thee what me lest. Pleases. This messenger drank sadly asterisk ale and wine, steadily and stolen were his letters privily out of his box, while he slept as a swine, and counterfeited was full subtilly another letter. Wrote full sinfully, unto the king, direct of this matter from his constable, as ye shall after hear. This letter said, the queen delivered was of so horrible a fiend-like creature, that in the castle none so hardy was asterisk brave that any while he durst therein endure. The mother was an elf by aventure become, by charms or by sorcery, and every man hated her company. Woe was this king when he this letter had seen, but to no wight he told his sorrows sore, but with his own hand he wrote again, welcome the Son of Christ for evermore asterisk will, sending to me, that am now learned in this lore, Lord, welcome be thy lust and thy pleasance, will, pleasure my lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keep this child, albeit foul or fair, preserve and eke my wife, unto mine homecoming, Christ when him list may send to me an heir more agreeable than this to my liking. This letter he sealed, privily weeping, which to the messenger was taken soon, and forth he went, there is no more to dawn. Asterisk do. O messenger full filled of drunkenness, strong is thy breath, thy limbs falter aye, and thou betrayest a less secretness. Thy mind is lorn, thou janglest as a jay. Lost thy face is turned in a new array. Aspect where drunkenness reigneth in any rout, company there is no counsel hid, without doubt. O Dongild, I have no English dine worthy unto thy malice, and thy tyranny, and therefore to the fiend I thee resign let him indict of all thy treachery. Fie, mannish, fie. O nay, by God I lie, unwomanly woman fie, fiend-like spirit. For I dare well tell, though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger came from the king again, and at the kinge's mother's court he alighted, and she was of this messenger full fain asterisk glad and pleased him in all that e'er she might. He drank, and well his girdle underpight. Asterisk stowed away liquor, he slept, and eke he snored in his guise under his girdle asterisk all night, until the sun began to rise. Eft were his letters stolen every one, again, and counterfeited letters in this wise. The king commanded his constable anon on pain of hanging and of high Jewis, asterisk judgment that he should suffer in no manner wise constance within his rignet, for to abide asterisk kingdom 3 days and a quarter of a tide. But in the same ship as he her fanned, her and her young son and all her gear he should ha put, and crowd her from the land, push and charge her that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost have fear, spirit, and sleeping in thy dream be in penance, asterisk asterisk pain, trouble when dongold cast all this ordinance. Asterisk contrived asterisk asterisk plan, plot. This messenger, on morrow when he woke unto the castle held the next way, asterisk nearest, and to the constable the letter took. And when he this despiteous asterisk letter say, asterisk asterisk cruel saw full oft he said, Alas, and well away, Lord Christ. Quoth he, how may this world endure, so full of sin is many a creature? O mighty God, if that it be thy will, since thou art rightful judge, how may it be that thou wilt suffer innocence to spill, asterisk be destroyed and wicked folk reign in prosperity? Ah, good Constance, alas, so woe is me that I must be thy tormentor, or day asterisk die a shameful death, there is no other way. Wept both young and old in all that place, when that the king this cursed letter sent, and Constance, with a deadly pale face, the 4th day toward her ship she went. But nathless she took in good intent the will of Christ, and kneeling on the strong strand, sure she said, Lord, I welcome be thy sond asterisk whatever thou sendest. He that me kept from the false blame, while I was in the land amongs you, he can me keep from harm and eke from shame in the salt sea. Although I see not how as strong as ever he was, he is yet now, in him trust I, and in his mother Dara, that is to me my sail and eke my steer. Asterisk rudder, guide. Her little child lay weeping in her arm, and kneeling piteously to him she said, Peace, little son, I will do thee no harm. With that her kerchief off her head she braid, took, drew, and over his little eyne she it laid, and in her arm she lulled it full fast, and unto heaving her eyne up she cast. Mother, quoth she, and maiden bright Mary sooth is that through a woman's eggment asterisk asterisk incitement, egging on mankind was lorn, and damned I to die. Lost for which thy child was on a cross why rent. Asterisk asterisk torn, pierced thy blissful eyne saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison between thy woe, and any woe man may sustain. Thou saw'st thy child wislain before thine eyne, and yet now lives my little child, parfait. Asterisk by my faith now, lady bright, to whom the woeful cryin, thou glory of womanhood, thou fair May asterisk asterisk made thou haven of refuge, bright star of day, rue asterisk on my child, that of thy gentleness asterisk take pity roost on every rueful asterisk in distress. Sorrowful person. O little child, alas, what is thy guilt, that never wroughtest sin as yet, pardy? Pardia, by God why will thine hard asterisk father have thee spilt? Asterisk cruel asterisk destroyed, O mercy, dear constable, quoth she, and let my little child here dwell with thee, and if thou darst not save him from blame, so kiss him once in his father's name. Therewith she looked backward to the land, and said, Farewell, husband ruthless. And up she rose, and walked down the strand toward the ship, her following all the press. Asterisk multitude, and ever she prayed her child to hold his peace, and took her leave, and with an holy intent she blessed her, and to the ship she went. Victualled was the ship, it is no dreed, asterisk asterisk doubt abundantly for her a full long space, and other necessaries that should need be needed she had enough, hurried be God's grace. Praised 15 for wind and weather, Almighty God purchase, asterisk provide and bring her home, I can no better say, but in the sea she drived forth her way. Allah the king came home soon after this unto the castle, of the which I told, and asked where his wife and his child is. The constable gan about his heart feel cold, and plainly all the matter he him told as ye have heard. I can tell it no better, and showed the king his seal, and eke his letter. And said, Lord, as ye commanded me on pain of death, so have I done certain. The messenger tormented was, till he asterisk tortured must beknow, and tell it flat and plain, confess 16 from night to night in what place he had lain, and thus, by wit and subtle inquiring, imagined was by whom this harm gan spring. The hand was known that had the letter wrote, and all the venom of the cursed deed, but in what wise, certainly I know not. Effect is this, that Allah asterisk out of dreed, asterisk without doubt his mother slew, that may men plainly read, for that she traitor was to her legiance. asterisk allegiance thus ended oldie dongled with mischance. The sorrow that this Allan night and day made for his wife, and for his child also, there is no tongue that it tell may. But now will I again to Constance go, that floated in the sea in pain and woe 5 year and more, as liked Christ's son decree, command ere that her ship approach to the land. Under an heathen castle, at the last, of which the name in my text I not find, Constance and eke her child the sea upcast. Almighty God, that saved all mankind, have on Constance and on her child some mind, that fallen is in heathen hand eft soon asterisk again in point to spill, as I shall tell you soon. In danger of perishing asterisk down from the castle came there many a wight to Gorin on the ship, and on Constance. Stare but shortly from the castle on a night, the Lord S. Steward. God give him mischance. A thief that had asterisk renied our creance, denied our faith came to the ship alone, and said he would her leman be, whether she would or enud. Illicit lover. Woe was this wretched woman then begone, her child cried, and she cried piteously. But blissful Mary helped her right anon for, with her struggling well and mightily, the thief fell overboard all suddenly, and in the sea he drenched for vengeance, asterisk drowned, and thus hath Christ unwemmed kept Constance. Unblemished. O foul lust of luxury! Lo thine end, not only that thou faintest man's mind, weakenest, but verily thou wilt his body shend. Destroy end of thy work, or of thy lusts blind is complaining. How many may men find, that not for work sometimes, but for intent to do this sin, be either slain or shent? How may this weak woman have the strength her to defend against this renegade, O Goliath, unmeasurable of length? How might David make thee so mate? Asterisk overthrown so young, and of armor so desolate, devoid how durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men see it was but God's grace. Who gave Judith courage or hardiness to slay him, Holofernes, in his tent, and to deliver out of wretchedness the people of God. I say for this intent that right as God's spirit of vigor sent to them, and saved them out of mischance, so sent he might and vigor to Constance. Forth went her ship throughout the narrow mouth of asterisk Gibraltar and Sept, driving alway, asterisk Gibraltar and Ceuta asterisk sometime west, and sometime north and south, and sometime east, full many a weary day, till Christ's mother, blessed be she had shaped through her endless goodness asterisk resolved, arranged to make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint of Constance, but a throw asterisk cease speaking and speak, we of the Roman Emperor, asterisk short time that out of Syria had by letters know the slaughter of Christian folk, and dishonor done to his daughter by a false traitor. I mean the cursed wicked soudness, that at the feast let slay both more and less. Caused both high and low to be killed for which this emperor had sent anon his senator, with royal ordinance, and other lords, God wot, many a one on Syrians to take high vengeance, they burn and slay, and bring them to mischance full many a day. But shortly this is end, homeward to Rome they shape them to wend. This senator repaired with victory to Rome ward, sailing full royally, and met the ship driving, as saith the story, in which Constance sat full piteously, and nothing knew he what she was, nor why she was in such array, nor she will say of her estate, although that she should die. He brought her unto Rome, and to his wife he gave her, and her young son also, and with the senator she led her life. Thus can Our Lady Bringen out of woe woeful Constance, and many another moe, and lunge time she dwelled in that place, in holy works ever, as was her grace. The senator's wife her aunt was, but for all that she knew her ne'er the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, but to King Alla, whom I spake of yore, that for his wife wept and sighed sore, I will return, and leave I will Constance under the senator's governance. King Alla, which that had his mother slain upon a day fell in such repentance, that, if I shortly tell it shall and plain, to Rome he came to receive his penitence, and put him in the Pope's ordinance in high and low, and Jesus Christ besought forgive his wicked works that he had wrought. The fame anon throughout the town is born, how Alla king shall come on pilgrimage, by harbingers that went him beforn, for which the senator, as was usage, rode asterisk him again, and many of his lineage, to meet him as well to show his high magnificence, as to do any king a reverence. Great cheer did this noble senator courtesy to King Alla, and he to him also. Each of them did the other great honor, and so befell, that in a day or two this senator did to King Alla go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. Some men would say, 17, at request of Constance, this senator had led this child to feast. I may not tell in every circumstance, be as be may, there was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hest * behest before Alla during the meat's space, * meal time the child stood, looking in the king's face. This Alla king had of this child great wonder, and to the senator he said anon, Whose is that fair child that standeth yonder? I not, quoth he, by God and by Saint John, know not a mother he hath, but father hath he none, that I have wot. And shortly in astound * short time 18 he told to Alla how this child was found. But God wot, quoth this senator also, so virtuous a liver in all my life I never saw, as she, nor heard of of worldly woman, maiden, widow, or wife. I dare well say she had lever a knife rather throughout her breast, than be a woman wicked there is no man could bring her to that prick. Point. Now was this child as like unto Constance as possible is a creature to be. This Alla had the face in remembrance of Dame Constance, and thereon mused he, if that the child's mother were aught she could be she that was his wife. And privily he sighed and sped him from the table that he might. As fast as he could Parfait thought he, phantom is in mine head. By my faith I ought to deem, of skillful judgment, a fantasy that in the salt sea my wife is dead. And afterward he made his argument, what wot I if that Christ have hither sent my wife by sea, as well as he her sent to my country, from thens that she went. And afternoon, home with the senator, went Alla for to see this wondrous chance. This senator did Alla great honor, and hastily he sent after Constance, but trust well, her list not to dance, when that she wist wherefore was that summons and nith upon her feet she might stand. With difficulty. When Alla saw his wife, fair he her greeted and wept, that it was ruth for to see, for at the first look he on her set he knew well verily that it was she, and she, for sorrow, as dumb stood as a tree, so was her heart shut in her distress, when she remembered his unkindness. Twice she swooned in his own sight, he wept and him excused piteously. Now God, quoth he, and all his hallows bright saints so wistly on my soul have mercy, surely that of your harm as guiltless am I, as is Morris my son, so like your face, else may the fiend me fetch out of this place. Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, ere that their woeful hearts might cease. Great was the pity for to hear them plain, lament through which plaints gan their woe increase. I pray you all my labor to release, I may not tell all their woe till tomorrow, I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, truth is known that Alla guiltless was of all her woe, I trow 100 times have they kissed. And such a bliss is there betwixt them two, that, save the joy that lasteth evermo, there is none like that any creature hath seen or shall see, while the world may dure. Then prayed she her husband meekly in the relief of her long piteous pine, sorrow, that he would pray her father specially. That of his majesty, he would incline to vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him eke, that he should by no way unto her father no word of her say. Some men would say, 17 how that the child Morris did this message unto the emperor. But, as I guess, Alla was not so nice, foolish to him that is so sovereign of honor as he that is of Christian folk the flower. Send any child, but better tease to deem he went himself. And so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gently to come to dinner, as he him besought, and well read I, he looked busily guess, no upon this child and on his daughter thought. Alla went to his inn, and as him ought arrayed for this feast in every wise, prepared as far forth as his cunning may suffice. As far as his skill. The morrow came, and Alla gan him dress, make ready and eke his wife, the emperor to meet, and forth they rode in joy and in gladness, and when she saw her father in the street, she lighted down and fell before his feet. Father, quoth she, your young child Constance is now full clean out of your remembrance. I am your daughter, your Constance, quoth she, that whilom ye have sent into Syria, it am I, father, that in the salt sea was put alone and damned for to die. Condemned now, good father, I you mercy cry, send me no more into none heathness, but thank my Lord here of his kindness. Who can the piteous joy tell in all, betwixt them three, since they be thus why met? But of my tale make an end I shall, the day goes fast, I will no longer let. Hinder these glad folk to dinner be wyset, in joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell, 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was since then emperor made by the Pope, and lived Christianly, to Christ's church did he great honor. But I let all his story pass by, of Constance is my tale especially. In the oldie Roman jests men may find history's 19 Maurice's life, I bear it not in mind. This King Alla, when he his time say asterisk saw with his Constance, his holy wife so sweet, to England are they come the right way, where they did live in joy and in quiet. But little while it lasted, I you heat, asterisk promise joy of this world for time will not abide, from day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in such delight one day, that him not moved either conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kind of fray, asterisk some kind of disturbance asterisk envy, or pride, or passion, or offense. I say, but for this end this sentence, asterisk judgment, opinion that little while in joy or in pleasance lasted the bliss of Alla with Constance. For death that takes of high and low his rent, when past was a year, even as I guess. Out of this world this King Alla he hent, snatched for whom Constance had full great heaviness. Now let us pray that God his soul bless, and Dame Constance, finally to say toward the town of Rome went her way. To Rome is come this holy creature, and findeth there her friends whole and sound, now is she scaped all her aventure. And when that she her father hath wife found, down on her knees falleth she to ground, weeping for tenderness in heart blithe, she hearieth asterisk God and 100,000 scythe. Praises asterisk times. In virtue and in holy almsdeed they liven all, and ne'er asunder wend, till death departeth them, this life they lead. And fare now well, my tale is at an end now Jesus Christ, that of his might may send joy after woe, govern us in his grace, and keep us alle that be in this place. Notes to the man of law's tale. 1. This tale is believed by Tyrwhitt to have been taken, with no material change, from the Confessio Amantis of John Gower, who was contemporary with Chaucer, though somewhat his senior. In the prologue, the references to the stories of Canis and of Apollonius Tyrius seem to be an attack on Gower, who had given these tales in his book. Whence Tyrwhitt concludes that the friendship between the two poets suffered some interruption in the latter part of their lives. Gower was not the inventor of the story, which he found in old French romances, and it is not improbable that Chaucer may have gone to the same source as Gower, though the latter undoubtedly led the way. Transcriber's note. Later commentators have identified the introduction describing the sorrows of poverty, along with the other moralizing interludes in the tale, as translated from De Contemptu Mundi, On the Contempt of the World, by Pope Innocent. 2. Transcriber note. This refers to the game of hazard, a dice game like craps in which 2 ams ace, 1 and 11, 6 sink, lost. 3. Purpose, discourse tale, French propos. 4. Peace rhymed with lees and cheese, the old forms of lose and choose. 5. According to Middle Age writers there were 2 motions of the first heaven, one everything always from east to west above the stars, the other moving the stars against the first motion, from west to east, on 2 other poles. 6. Adizar, the meaning of this word is not known, but Oxifer, murderer, has been suggested instead by Uri on the authority of a marginal reading on a manuscript. Transcriber's note. Later commentators explain it as derived from Arabic al-tathir, influence used here in an astrological sense. 7. Thou knittest thee where thou art not received, where thou wert well, from thence art thou wived, i.e., thou joinest thyself where thou art rejected, and art declined or departed from the place where thou wert well. The moon portends the fortunes of Constance. 8. Fand endeavor, from Anglo-Saxon fandian, to try. 9. Fang take, Anglo-Saxon fangian, German fangen. 10. Him and her on which thy limbs faithfully extend, those who in faith wear the crucifix. 11. The 4 spirits of tempest, the 4 angels who held the 4 winds of the earth, and to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, Reverend Romans 7. 1-2. 12. Thence would it not in all attide, thence would it not move for long at all. 13. A manner Latin corrupt, a kind of bastard Latin. 14. Knave child, male child German nabe. 15. Hurried, honored praised from Anglo-Saxon Herion. Compare German, herrlich, glorious, honorable. 16. Benno, confess, German bekennen. 17. The poet here refers to Gower's version of the story. 18. Staund, short time German, stunned hour. 19. Jests, histories, exploits Latin, res gesti. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Prologue. 1. Experience, though none authoritative texts were in this world, is right enough for me to speak of woe that is in marriage. 4. Lordings, since I 12 was of age. Thanked be God that is etern on live. Lives eternally husbands at the church door have I had 5. 2. For I so often have wywitted be, and all were worthy men in their degree. But me was told, not lunge time gone is that sithen Christ went never, but one since to wedding, in the Cane of Galilee, Cana that by that ilk example taught he me, same that I not wedded should be but once. Lo, hearken eke a sharp word for the nonce asterisk occasion beside a well Jesus, God and man spake in reproof of the Samaritan. Thou hast had 5 husbands, said he, and thilk asterisk man that now hath wedded thee that is not thine husband. 3. Thus said he cert, what that he meant thereby, I cannot sayn. But that I ask, why the 5th man was not husband to the Samaritan. How many might she have in marriage? Yet heard I never tellen in mine age and my life upon this number definition. Men may divine and glosen asterisk up and down. Comment but well I wot, express without a lie God bade us for to wax and multiply. That gentle text can I well understand. Eke well I wot, he said, that mine husband should leave father and mother and take to me, but of no number mention made he, of bigamy or of octogamy. Why then should men speak of it villainy? As if it were a disgrace. Lo here, the wise King Dan asterisk Solomon, Lord for I trow that he had wives more than one, as would to God it lawful were to me to be refreshed half so oft as he. What gift of God had he for all his wives? Special favor, license no man hath such, that in this world alive is. God wot, this noble king, asterisk as to my wit, asterisk as I understand the first night had many a merry fit with each of them, so well was him on live. So well he lived blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th whenever that he shall. For since I will not keep me chaste in all, when mine husband is from the world wygone, some Christian man shall wed me anon. For then apostle saith that I am free to wed, asterisk a God's half, where it liketh me. On God's part he saith, that to be wedded is no sin, better is to be wedded than to brin. Burn what recketh asterisk me though folk say villainy asterisk care evil of shrewd Lamech and his bigamy. Impious, wicked I wot well Abraham was a holy man, and Jacob eke as far as ever I can. No, and each of them had wives more than 2, and many another holy man also. Where can ye see, in any man or age, in any period that high God defended asterisk marriage asterisk forbade 5 by word express? I pray you tell it me, or where commanded he virginity? I wot as well as you, it is no dread, asterisk doubt apostle, when he spake of maidenhead, he said, that precept thereof had he none. Men may counsel a woman to be one asterisk a maid, but counseling is no commandment. He put it in our own judgment. For had God commanded maidenhead, then had he damned asterisk wedding out of dread. Asterisk condemned asterisk doubt and certes, if there were no seed wysau, asterisk sown virginity then whereof should it grow, Paul durst not commandin, at the least, a thing of which his master gave no hest. Command the dart asterisk is set up for virginity, goal 6 scatch whoso may, who runneth best let's see. But this word is not tan of every white, but there as asterisk God will give it of his might. Except where I wot well that apostle was a maid, but nathless, although he wrote and said, he would that every wight were such as he all is but counsel to virginity. And since to be a wife he gave me leave of indulgence, so is it no repreve scandal, reproach to wed me, if that my make asterisk should die, mate, husband without exception of bigamy. Charge, reproach all were it good no woman for to touch though it might be, he meant as in his bed or in his couch. For peril is both fire and tow assemble, ye know what this example may resemble. This is all in sum, he held virginity more profit than wedding in frailty. Frailty cleep I, but if asterisk that he and she frailty I call it, would lead their lives all in chastity, unless I grant it well, I have of none envy who maidenhead prefer to bigamy, it liketh them be clean in body and ghost. Soul of mine estate I will not make a boast. Condition. For well ye know, a lord in his household hath not every vessel all of gold. 7 some are of tree, and do their lord service. God calleth folk to him in sundry wise, and each one hath of God a proper gift, some this, some that, as liketh him to shift. Appoint, distribute virginity is great perfection, and continence eke with devotion. But Christ, that of perfection is the well fountain bade not every wight he should go sell all that he had, and give it to the poor, and in such wise follow him and his lore. Doctrine he spake to them that would live perfectly, and, lordings, by your leave, that am not I will bestow the flower of mine age in acts, and in the fruits of marriage. Tell me also to what conclusion end, purpose were members made of generation, and of so perfect wise a white wyrot. Being trust me right well, they were not made for naught. Glose whoso will, and say both up and down, that they were made for the purgation of urine, and of other things smale, and eke to know a female from a male, and for none other cause. Say ye no experience wot well it is not so. So that the clerks be not with me wroth, scholars I say this, that they were made for both, that is to say, for office, and for ease for duty and of engendrier, there we God not displease. For pleasure why should men else in their books set, that man shall yield unto his wife her debt, now wherewith should he make his payment, if he used not his silly instrument? Then were they made upon a creature to purge urine, and eke for engendrier. But I say not that every wight is hold, obliged that hath such harness as I to you told, equipment to go and use them in engendrier, then should men take of chastity no cure. Care Christ was a maid, and shapen as a man, fashioned and many a saint, since that this world began, yet ever lived in perfect chastity. I will not vie with no virginity. Contend let them with bread of pured wheat be fed, purified, and let us wives eat our barley bread. And yet with barley bread, Mark tell us ate our Lord Jesus refreshed many a man. In such a state as God hath cleaped us, called us to all persevere, I am not precious, over dainty in wifehood I will use mine instrument as freely as my Maker hath it sent. If I be dangerous God give me sorrow. Sparing of my favors mine husband shall it have, both eve and morrow, when that him list come forth and pay his debt. A husband will I have, I will no let, will bear no hindrance which shall be both my debtor and my thrall, slave, and have his tribulation withal upon his flesh, while that I am his wife. I have the power during all my life upon his proper body, and not he write thus Apostle told it unto me, and bade our husbands for to love us well all this sentence me liketh every deal. Wit. Upstart the pardoner and that anon. Now dame, quoth he, by God and by St. John ye are a noble preacher in this case. I was about to wed a wife, alas, what? Should I buy it on my flesh so dear? Suffer for yet had I lever wed no wife this year. Rather abide, quoth she. My tale is not begun wait in patience nay, thou shalt drinken of another tun ere that I go, shall savour worse than ale. And when that I have told thee forth my tale of tribulation in marriage, of which I am expert in all mine age, this is to say, myself hath been the whip, then mayest thou choose whether thou wilt sip of thilk tun, that I now shall broach. That tun beware of it, ere thou too nigh approach, for I shall tell examples more than 10, whoso will not beware by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. These same words write Ptolemy, read in his Almagest, and take it there. Dame, I would pray you, if your will it were, said this pardoner, as ye began, tell forth your tale, and spare for no man, and teach us young men of your practique. Gladly, quoth she, since that it may you like. But that I pray to all this company, if that I speak after my fantasy, to take not agrief what I may say, to heart for mine intent is only for to play. Now, sirs, then will I tell you forth my tale. As ever may I drink wine or ale I shall say sooth. The husbands that I had 3 of them were good, and 2 were bad, the 3 were good men, and rich, and old unnethes might they the statute hold they could with difficulty in which that they were bounden unto me. Obey the law yet wot well what I mean of this party. By God as God me help, I laugh when that I think how piteously at night I made them swink. Labor, but by my fay, I told of it no store. By my faith, I held it they had me given their land and their treasure. Of no account me needed not do longer diligence to win their love, or do them reverence. They loved me so well, by God above, that I told no dainty of their love. Cared nothing for a wise woman will busy her ever in one constantly to get their love, where that she hath none. But since I had them wholly in my hand, and that they had me given all their land, why should I keep them for to please, care, but it were for my profit or mine ease? Unless I set them so a work by my fay, that many a night they sange, well away. The bacon was not fetched for them, I trow, that some men have in Essex at Dunmow. I governed them so well after my law, that each of them full blissful was, and fa fain to bringe me gay things from the fair. They were full glad when that I spake them fair, for, God it wot, I chid them spitiously. Rebuked them angrily now hearken how I bear me properly. Ye wise wives that can understand, thus should ye speak, and bear them wrong on hand, make them for half so boldly can there no man believe falsely swearin and lean as a woman can. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. Unless act unadvisedly a wise wife, if that she can her good, nose shall bear them on hand the cow is wood, make them believe in take witness of her owen made of their assent. But hearken how I said. Sir Oldie Caynard, 10 is this thine array? Why is my neighbour's wife so gay? She is honoured over all where she goth, wheresoever I sit at home, I have no thrifty cloth. Good clothes what dost thou at my neighbour's house, is she so fair? Art thou so amorous, what roam'st thou with our maid? Benedicity, whisperous Sir Oldie Lecher, let thy japes be. Tricks, and if I have a gossip or a friend, without guilt, thou chidest as a fiend if that I walk or play unto his house. Thou comest home as drunken as a mouse, and preachest on thy bench with evil proof. Proof thou say'st to me, it is a great mischief to wed a poor woman for costage, expense, and if that she be rich of high parage. Birth 11 then say'st thou, that it is a tormentry to suffer her pride and melancholy. And if that she be fair, thou very knave, thou say'st that every holler will her have. Whoremonger she may no while in chastity abide, that is assailed upon every side. Thou say'st some folk desire us for riches, some for our shape, and some for our fairness, and some for she can either sing or dance, and some for gentiless and dalliance, some for her hands and her arms smale. Thus goes all to the devil, by thy tale, thou say'st men may not keep a castle wall that may be so assailed over all. Everywhere and if that she be foul, thou say'st that she coveteth every man that she may see, for as a spaniel she will on him leap, till she may find some man her to cheap. By and none so grey goose goes there in the lake, so say'st thou, that will be without a make. Mate and say'st it is a hard thing for to weld wield, govern a thing that no man will, his thanks, held. Hold with his goodwill thus say'st thou, laurel when thou goes to bed, good for nothing, and that no wise man needeth for to wed, nor no man that intendeth unto heaven. With wilde thunder dint and fiery leven stroke lightning, mote thy wicked neck be to broke. May thou say'st that dropping houses and eke smoke, and chiding wives, make men to flee out of their own house. Ah, bendicite, what aileth such an old man for to chide? Thou say'st we wives will our vices hide, till we be fast, and then we will them show. Wedded well may that be a proverb of a shrew. Ill-tempted wretch thou say'st that oxen, asses, horses, hounds, they be assayed at divers stowns, tested at various basins and lavers, ere that men them buy, seasons, spoons, stools, and all such husbandry, and so be pots and clothes and array raiment, but folk of wives make none assay till they be wedded. Oldie dotard shrew. And then, say'st thou, we will our vices show. Thou say'st also that it displeaseth me, but if that thou wilt praise my beauty, unless and but thou pour alway upon my face, unless and call me fair dame in every place. And but thou make a feast on thilk day unless that I was born, and make me fresh and gay and but thou do to my Norris honour, nurse 12 and to my chamber within my bower, chambermaid and to my father's folk, and mine allies. Relations thus sayest thou, old barrel full of lies. And yet also of our prentice Jenkin for his crisp hair, shining as gold so fine, and for he squireth me both up and down, yet hast thou caught a false suspicion. I will him not, though thou wert dead tomorrow. But tell me this, why hidest thou, with sorrow on thee? The keys of thy chest away from me, it is my good as well as thine party. Property what, think'st to make an idiot of our dame? Now by that lord that called is Saint James, thou shalt not both, although that thou wert would, furious be master of my body, and my good, property the one thou shalt forgo, maugre thine eyne. In spite of what helpeth it of me t'inquire and spien, I trow thou wouldest lock me in thy chest. Thou shouldest say, Fair wife, go where thee lest, take your disport. I will believe no tales. I know you for a true wife, Dame Ailes. Alice, we love no man that taketh keep or charge care where that we go. We will be at our large. Of alle men most blessed may he be, the wise astrologer Dan Ptolemy, Lord that saith this proverb in his Almagest. 13. Of alle men his wisdom is highest, that recketh not who hath the world in hand. By this proverb thou shalt well understand. Have thou enough, what thar thee reck or care needs, behoves how merrily that other folks fare. For certes, oldie dotard, by your leave, ye shall have 14 right enough at eve. He is too great a niggard that will wern forbid a man to light a candle at his lantern. He shall have nevertheless light, party. Have thou enough, thee thar not plain thee need complain thou says te also, if that we make us gay with clothing and with precious array, that it is peril of our chastity. And yet, with sorrow. Thou enforcest thee, and says te these words in the apostle's name. In habit made with chastity and shame modesty ye women shall apparel you, quoth he. 15, and not entrust hair and gay peri, jewels as pearls, nor with gold, nor clothes rich. After thy text, nor after thy rubrich I will not work as muchel as a gnat. Thou say'st he also, I walk out like a cat, for whoso would singe the cat's skin then will the cat well dwell in her inn. House, and if the cat's skin be sleek and gay she will not dwell in house half a day. But forth she will, ere any day be dawed to show her skin and go a caterwad. Caterwauling this is to say, if I be gay, sir shrew, I will run out my boral for to show. Apparel, fine clothes, sir oldie fool, what helpeth thee to spyen? Though thou pray Argus with his 100 eyne to be my wardicorpse, as he can best body guard in faith he shall not keep me, but me lest. Unless I please yet could I make his beard, so may I make a jest of him. Thou sayest eke, that there be things 3 thrive which things greatly trouble all this earth, and that no wight may endure thee firth. 4th, O leaf sir shrew, may Jesus short thy life. Pleasant short and yet preachest thou, and sayest he, a hateful wife why reckoned is for one of these mischances. Be there none other manner resemblances no other kind of that ye may liken your parables unto, comparison but if a silly wife be one of those thou likenest a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water may not dwell. Thou likenest it also to wild fire, the more it burns, the more it hath desire to consume everything that burnt will be. Thou sayest, right as worms shend a tree, destroy right so a wife destroyeth her husband, this know they well that be to wives bond. Lordings, right thus, as ye have understand, bear I stiffly mine old husbands on hand, made them believe that thus they said in their drunkenness, and all was false, but that I took witness on Jenkin, and upon my niece also, O Lord. The pain I did them, and the woe, full guiltless, by God's sweet pine, pain for as a horse I could a bite and wine, I could a plain, and I was in the guilt, complain even though or else oftentime I had been spilt ruined whoso first cometh to the nillel, first grint. Is ground I planed first, so was our war wystint. Stopped, they were full glad to excuse them full blithe quickly of things that they never aggled their live. Were guilty in their lives of wenches would I bear them on hand, falsely accuse them when that for sickness scarcely might they stand. Yet tickled I his heart for that he weened that I had of him so great churt. Though affection, 16 I swore that all my walking out by night was for to espy wenches that he dight. Adorned under that colour had I many a mirth. For all such wit is given us at birth, deceit, weeping, and spinning, God doth give to women kindly, while that they may live. Naturally, and thus of one thing I may vaunt me, at and I had the better in each degree, by slight, or force, or by some manner thing, as by continual murmur or grudging, complaining namely a bed, there had they mischance. Especially there would I chide, and do them no pleasance. I would no longer in the bed abide. If that I felt his arm over my side, till he had made his ransom unto me, then would I suffer him do his nicety. Folly 17, and therefore every man this tale I tell, win whoso may, for all is for to sell, with empty hand men may no hawks lure, for winning would I all his will endure, and make me a feigned appetite, and yet in bacon had I never delight. I.e. of Dunmow 9 that made me that I ever would them chide. For though the Pope had sitten them beside, I would not spare them at their own board, for by my troth, I quit them word for word repaid as help me very God omnipotent. Though I right now should make my testament I owe them not a word, That is not quit asterisk repaid, I brought it so about by my wit, that they must give it up. As for the best or else had we never been in rest. For though he looked as a wood lion, furious yet should he fail of his conclusion. Then would I say, now, good leaf tack keep dear asterisk heed how meekly looketh Wilkin Ores sheep. Come near, my spouse, and let me ba thy cheek asterisk kiss 18 ye should be all patient and meek, and have a asterisk sweet wispiced conscience, asterisk tender, nice asterisk since ye so preach of Job's patience. Suffer alway since ye so well can preach, and but ye do, certainly shall you teach unless that it is fair to have a wife in peace. One of us two must bow doubtless. Asterisk give way, and since a man is more reasonable than woman is, ye must be sufferable. What aileth you to grudge thus and groan? Complain is it for ye would have my 14 alone? Why, take it all. Lo, have it every deal wit Peter. 19 shrew you but ye love it well asterisk curse, for if I would a sell my asterisk bell chose asterisk beautiful thing I could a walk as fresh as is a rose, but I will keep it for your owen tooth. Ye be to blame, by God, I say you sooth. Such manner words had we on hand. Now will I speak in of my fourth husband. My fourth husband was a reveller, this is to say, he had a paramour, and I was young and full of ragery, wantonness stubborn and strong, and jolly as a pie. Magpie then could I dance to a harp smale, and sing, wise as any nightingale, asterisk certainly when I had drunk a draught of sweet wine. Metellius, the foul churl, the swine that with a staff bereft his wife of life for she drank wine, though I had been his wife, never should he have daunted me from drink, and after wine of Venus most I think. For all so sure as cold engenders hail, a liquorish mouth must have a liquorish tail. In woman vinolent, is no defense, asterisk full of wine resistance, this no lectures by experience. But Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me upon my youth, and on my jollity, it tickleth me about mine heart root, unto this day it doth mine heart boot, asterisk good that I have had my world as in my time. But age, alas, that all will envenom asterisk poison, and bitter hath me bereft my beauty and my pith, asterisk vigor let go. Farewell, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell, the bran, as I best may, now must I sell, but yet to be right merry will I fand. Try now forth to tell you of my fourth husband, I say, I in my heart had great despite, that he of any other had delight. But he was quit, by God and by St. Jos 21 requited, paid back I made for him of the same wood across, not of my body in no foul manner. But certainly I made folk such cheer, that in his owen grease I made him fry for anger, and for very jealousy. By God, in earth I was his purgatory, for which I hope his soul may be in glory. For God at wot, he sat full oft and sung, when that his shoe full bitterly him wrung. Asterisk pinch there was no wight, save God and he, that wist in many wise how sore I did him twist. 20 he died when I came from Jerusalem, and lies in grave under the asterisk rude beam, asterisk cross asterisk, although his tomb is not so curious as was the sepulchre of Darius, which that Apelles wrought so subtly. It is but waste to bury them preciously. Let him fare well, God give his soul rest, he is now in his grave and in his chest. Now of my fifth husband will I tell, God let his soul never come into hell, and yet was he to me the most shrew. Asterisk cruel, ill-tempered that feel I on my ribs all by row, in a row and ever shall until mine ending day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay, and therewithal so well he could me glose, asterisk flatter, when that he would have my belle chose, though he had beaten me on every bone, yet could he win again my love anon. I trow, I loved him better for that he was of his love so dangerous to me. Sparing, difficult we women have, if that I shall not lie, in this matter a quaint fantasy. Whatever thing we may not lightly have, thereafter will we cry all day and crave. Forbid us thing, and that desire we press on us fast, and then will we flee. With danger utter, we all our chaffair. Asterisk difficulty asterisk merchandise great press at market maketh dear where, and too great cheap is held at little price. This knoweth every woman that is wise. My fifth husband, God his soul bless, which that I took for love and no riches. He sometime was asterisk a clerk of Oxenford, asterisk a scholar of Oxford asterisk and had left school, and went at home to board with my gossip, dwelling in our town. Godmother God have her soul, her name was Alisoun, she knew my heart and all my privity, bet than our parish priest, so may I the. Thrive to her betrayed I my counsel all, for had my husband pissed on a wall, or done a thing that should have cost his life, to her, and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, which that I loved well, I would have told his counsel every deal. Jot and so I did full often, God it wot, that made his face full often red and hot for very shame, and blamed himself, for he had told to me so great a privity. Secret and so befell that ones in a Lent, so oftentimes I to my gossip went, for ever yet I loved to be gay, and for to walk in March, April, and May from house to house, to hear sundry tales, that Jenkin clerk and my gossip, Dame Ailes, and I myself into the fields went. Mine husband was at London all that Lent, I had the better leisure for to play, and for to see, and eke for to be say asterisk scene of lusty folk. What wist I where my grace favour was shapen for to be, or in what place? Appointed therefore made I my visitations to vigilies, and to processions, festival eves 22 to preachings eke, and to these pilgrimages, to plays of miracles and marriages, and weared upon me gay scarlet gits. Gowns these worms, nor these moths, nor these mites on my apparel fret them never a deal asterisk fed asteriskquit, and knows te thou why? For they were used well. Worn now will I tell forth what happened me. I say, that in the fields walked we, till truly we had such dalliance. This clerk and I, that of my purveyance foresight I spake to him, and told him how that he, if I were widow, should awed me. For certainly, I say for no bobance asterisk boasting 23 yet, was I never without purveyance asterisk foresight of marriage, nor of other things eke. I hold a mouse's wit not worth a leak, that hath but one hole for to start to 24 escape, and if that fail, then is all why do. Done asterisk I bear him on hand he had enchanted me falsely assured him, my dame taught me that subtlety. And eke I said, I met of him all night, asterisk dreamed he would have slain me, as I lay upright, and all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hopped that he should do me good, for blood betokened gold, as me was taught, and all was false, I dreamed of him right not. But as I followed I my dame's lore, as well of that as of other things more. 25 But now, sir, let me see, what shall I say'n aha, by God, I have my tale again. When that my fourth husband was on bier, I wept algate and made a sorry cheer. Asterisk always asterisk countenance as wives must, for it is the usage, and with my kerchief covered my visage. But for I was provided with a make, made I wept but little, that I undertake asterisk promise to church was mine husband born amaro with neighbours that for him made sorrow. And Jenkin, our reclerk, was one of though. Asterisk those as help me God, when that I saw him go after the bier, methought he had a pair of legs and of feet so clean and fair, that all my heart I gave unto his hold. Keeping he was, I trow, a 20 winter old, and I was 40 if I shall say sooth, but yet I had always a colt's tooth. Gat-toothed I was, and that became me well, see note 26 I had the print of Saint Venus' seal. As help me God, I was a lusty one, and fair and rich and young and well begone, asterisk in a good way asterisk for certes I am all Venerian under the influence of Venus in feeling, and my heart is Martian. Under the influence of Mars Venus me gave my lust and licorishness, and Mars gave me my sturdy hardiness. 25 Mine ascendant was Taura, and Mars therein, Taurus alas, alas, that ever love was sin. I followed I mine inclination by virtue of my constellation, that made me that I could not withdraw my chamber of Venus from a good fellow. Yet have I Mart's mark upon my face, and also in another privy place. For God so wistly be my salvation, asterisk certainly I loved never by discretion, but ever followed mine own appetite, all were he short, or long, or black, or white, whether I took no keep, so that he liked me, heed how poor he was, neither of what degree. 25 What should I say? But that at the month's end, this jolly clerk Jenkin, that was so hend courteous had wedded me with great solemnity, and to him gave I all the land and fee that ever was me given therefore, but afterward repented me full sore. He would suffer nothing of my list. Pleasure by God, he smote me once with his fist, for that I rent out of his book a leaf, that of the stroke mine ear waxed all deaf. Stubborn I was, as is a lioness, and of my tongue a very janglorous asterisk prater and walk I would, as I had done before and from house to house, although he had it sworn. Asterisk had sworn to, for which he oftentimes would a preach prevent it and me of oldie Roman jests, teach asterisk stories, how that Sulpicius Gallus left his wife, and her forsook, for term of all his for naught. But open-headed he her say asterisk bareheaded saw looking out at his door upon a day. Another Roman 27 told he me by name, that, for his wife was at a summer game without his knowing, he forsook her eke. And then would he upon his Bible seek that ilk asterisk proverb of Ecclesiast, same where he commandeth and forbiddeth fast, man shall not suffer his wife go roll about. Then would he say right thus without doubt. Whoso that buildeth his house all of sallows, willows, and pricketh his blind horse over the fallows, and suffereth his wife to go seek hallows, make pilgrimages is worthy to be hanged on the gallows. But all for naught. I set not a ha cared nothing for of his proverbs, nor of his oldie saw, nor would I not of him corrected be. I hate them that my vices tell me, and so do more of us God wot than I. This made him wood with me all utterly. Furious I would not forbear him in no case. Endure now will I say you sooth, by St. Thomas, why that I rent out of his book a leaf for which he smote me, so that I was deaf. He had a book, that gladly night and day for his disport he would it read alway, he called it Valerie, 28 and Theophrast, and with that book he laughed alway full fast. And eke there was a clerk sometime at Rome, a cardinal that hight St. Jerome, that made a book against Jovinian, which book was there. And eke Tertullian, Chrysippus, Trotula, and Hellas, that was an abbess not far from Paris, and eke the parables of Solomon, Proverbs, Ovid's art, 29 and birds many one. Jests and alle these were bound in one volume. And every night and day was his custom, when he had leisure and vacation from other worldly occupation, to read in this book of wicked wives. He knew of them more legends and more lives than be of good wives in the Bible. For trust me well, it is an impossible that any clerk will speak good of wives. But if it be of holy saints' lives, unless nor of none other woman never the mo. Who painted the lion? Tell it me who. By God, if women had written stories, as clerks have within their oratories, they would have rid of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam 30 may redress the children of Mercury and of Venus, 31 be in their working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispense. Extravagance, and for their diverse disposition, each falls in others' exaltation. As thus God wot, Mercury is desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exaltate, and Venus falls where Mercury is raised. 32 Therefore no woman by no clerk is praised. The clerk, when he is old, and may not do of Venus, works not worth his oldie shoe, then sits he down, and writes in his dotage that women cannot keep their marriage. But now to purpose, why I told thee that I was beaten for a book, party. Upon a night Jenkin, that was our sire, Goodman read on his book, as he sat by the fire of Eva first, that for her wickedness was all mankind brought into wretchedness, for which that Jesus Christ himself was slain, that bought us with his heart blood again. Lo, here express of women, may ye find that woman was the loss of all mankind. Then read he me how Samson lost his hairs sleeping, his leman cut them with her shears, through which treason lost he both his eyne. Then read he me, if that I shall not lean of Hercules and of his dejanure, that caused him to set himself on fire. Nothing forgot he of the care and woe that Socrates had with his wives too, how Xantip cast piss upon his head. This silly man sat still, as he were dead, he whipped his head, and no more durst he sain, but ere the thunder stint there cometh rain. Ceases of Phasiphe, that was queen of Crete, for shrewdness he thought the tale sweet. Wickedness fie, speak no more, it is a grisly thing of her horrible lust and her liking, of Clytemnestra, for her lechery that falsely made her husband for to die, he read it with full good devotion. He told me eke, for what occasion Amphirax at Thebes lost his life. My husband had a legend of his wife Euryphile, that for an ouch of gold clasp, collar had privily unto the Greeks told, where that her husband hid him in a place, for which he had at Thebes sorry grace. Of Luna told he me, and of Lucy, they both made their husbands for to die, that one for love, that other was for hate. Luna her husband on an evening late empoisoned had, for that she was his foe. Lucia licorice loved her husband so, that, for he should always upon her think, she gave him such a manner love drink, sort of that he was dead before it were the morrow, and thus Algate's husbands had sorrow. Always then told he me how one Latumius complained to his fellow Arius that in his garden growed such a tree, on which he said how that his wives 3 hanged themselves for heart despiteous. O leave, brother, quoth this Arius, dear, give me a plant of thilk blessed tree, that and in my garden planted shall it be. Of later date of wives hath he read, that some have slain their husbands in their bed, and let their lecher dite them all the night, lover ride them while that the corpse lay on the floor upright. And some have driven nails into their brain while that they slept, and thus they have them slain, some have them given poison in their drink. He spake more harm than heart may bethink, and therewithal he knew of more proverbs, than in this world there groweth grass or herbs. Better, quoth he, than habitation be with a lion or a foul dragon than with a woman using for to chide. Better, quoth he, high in the roof abide, than with an angry woman in the house, they be so wicked and contrarious, they hate that their husbands love an eye. He said, a woman cast her shame away when she cast off her smock. And fartherm, a fair woman, but asterisk she be chaste also, except is like a gold ring in a sow's nose. Who could a ween, or who could a suppose think the woe that in mine heart was, and the pine? Pain, and when I saw that he would never find asterisk finish to read in on this cursed book all night. All suddenly 3 leaves have I plight asterisk plucked out of his book, right as he read, and eke I with my fist so took him on the cheek, that in our fire he backward fell adown. And he upstart, as doth a wood lion, furious, and with his fist he smote me on the head, that on the floor I lay as I were dead. And when he saw how still that there I lay, he was aghast, and would have fled away, till at the last out of my swoon I brayed, woke, Oh, hast thou slain me, thou false thief? I said, and for my land thus hast thou murdered me, ere I be dead, yet will I kiss thee. And near he came, and kneeled fair adown, and said, Dear sister Alisoun, as help me God, I shall thee never smite, that I have done it as thyself to white, asterisk blame forgive it me, and that I thee beseech. Beseech, and yet eftsoons I hit him on the cheek, asterisk immediately, again and said, Thief, thus much am I oric. Asterisk avenged now will I die, I may no longer speak. But at the last, with much care and woe we fell accorded by ourselves too. Agreed he gave me all the bridle in mine hand to have the governance of house and land, and of his tongue, and of his hand also. I made him burn his book anon right though. Then and when that I had gotten unto me by mastery all the sovereignty, and that he said, Mine own true wife, do as thee list, the term of all thy life, as pleases thee keep thine honor, and eke keep mine estate. After that day we never had debate. God help me so, I was to him as kind as any wife from Denmark unto Ind, and also true, and so was he to me. I pray to God that sits in majesty so bless his soul, for his mercy dear. Now will I say my tale, if you will hear. The friar laughed when he had heard all this. Now, dame, quoth he, so have I joy and bliss, this is a long preamble of a tale. And when the Sompnour heard the friar gale, Speak low, quoth this Sompnour, God's arms to a friar will intermeet asterisk him evermo. Interpose low, good men, a fly and eke a freer will fall in every dish and eke matter. What speak'st thou of perambulation? Asterisk preamble what? Amble or trot, or peace, or go sit down, thou lettest our disport in this matter. Hinderest, yea, wilt thou so, Sir Sompnour? Quoth the friar. Now by my faith I shall, ere that I go, tell of a Sompnour such a tale or two, that all the folk shall laughen in this place. Now do else, friar, I beshrew thy face, curse quoth this Sompnour. And I beshrew me, but if asterisk I tell tales 2 or 3 unless of friars, ere I come to Sittingbourne that I shall make thine heart for to mourn, for well I wot thy patience is gone. Our host cried, Peace, and that anon, and said, Let the woman tell her tale, ye fare as folk that drunken be of ale. Behave do, dame, tell forth your tale, and that is best. All ready, sir, quoth she, write as you lest, asterisk please if I have license of this worthy friar. Yes, dame, quoth he, tell forth, and I will hear. Notes to the Prologue, to the Wife of Bath's Tale. One among the evidences that Chaucer's great work was left incomplete is the absence of any link of connection between the Wife of Bath's prologue and tale and what goes before. This deficiency has in some editions caused the Squire's and the merchant's tales to be interposed between those of the man of law and the wife of Bath. But in the merchant's tale, there is internal proof that it was told after the jolly dame. S. Several manuscripts contain verses designed to serve as a connection, but they are evidently not Chaucer's, and it is unnecessary to give them here. Of this prologue, which may fairly be regarded as a distinct autobiographical tale, Tyrwhitt says, The extraordinary length of it, as well as the vein of pleasantry that runs through it, is very suitable to the character of the speaker. The greatest part must have been of Chaucer's own invention, though one may plainly see that he had been reading the popular invectives against marriage and women in general, such as the Roman de la Rose, Valerius ad Rufinum de non ducenda uxor, Valerius to Rufinus on not being ruled by one's wife, and particularly Hieronymus contra Jovanianum. Jerome against Jovanianus, St. Jerome, among other things designed to discourage marriage, has inserted in his treatise a long passage from Liber Oriolis Theophrasti de Nuptiis, Theophrastus's Golden Book of Marriage. 2. A great part of the marriage service used to be performed in the church porch. 3. Jesus and the Samaritan woman, John Roman 4, 13. 4. Dan, Lord Latin Dominus. Another reading is the wise man, King Solomon. 5. Defended, forbade, French defender to prohibit. 6. Dart, the goal. A spear or dart was set up to mark the point of victory. 7. But in a great house there are not only vessels of gold and silver, but also of wood and of earth, and some to honor and some to dishonor. 2 Tim Roman 2:20. 8. Jesus feeding the multitude with barley bread, Mark Roman 6, 41-42. 9. At Dunmow prevailed the custom of giving, amid much merry making, a flitch of bacon to the married pair who had lived together for a year without quarrel or regret. The same custom prevailed of old in Bretagne. 10. Cagnard or canard, a French term of reproach, originally derived from canis, a dog. 11. Parage, birth, kindred, from Latin pario, I beget. 12. Norris, nurse, French, nourrice. 13. This and the previous quotation from Ptolemy are due to the dame's own fancy. 14. Transcriber's note, some Victorian censorship here. The word given in should be quaint, i.e. cunt. 15. Women should not adorn themselves, see I Tim Roman 2, 9. 16. Chert, affection, from French, cher, dear. 17. Nicety, folly, French, niaiserie. 18. Ba, kiss, from French, baiser. 19. Peter, by Saint Peter, a common adjuration like Marie from the Virgin's name. 20. Saint Jos, or Judacus, a saint of Ponthieu in France. 21. An allusion, says Mr. Wright, to the story of the Roman sage who, when blamed for divorcing his wife, said that a shoe might appear outwardly to fit well, but no one but the wearer knew where it pinched. 22. Vigiles, festival eves, see note 33 to the prologue to the Tales. 23. Bobance, boasting. Ben Jonson's braggart in Every Man in His Humour is named Bobadil. 24. I hold a mouse's wit not worth a leak, that hath but one hole for to start to, a very old proverb in French, German, and Latin. 25. The lines in brackets are only in some of the manuscripts. 26. Gat-toothed, gap-toothed, goat-toothed, or cat or separate-toothed. See note 41 to the prologue to the Tales. 27. Sempronius Sophus, of whom Valerius Maximus tells in his 6th book. 28. The tract of Walter Mapps against marriage, published under the title of Epistola Valerii ad Rufinum. 29. Ars Amoris. 30. All the mark of Adam. All who bear the mark of Adam, i.e., all men. 31. The children of Mercury and Venus, those born under the influence of the respective planets. 32. A planet, according to the old astrologers, was in exaltation when in the sign of the zodiac in which it exerted its strongest influence. The opposite sign, in which it was weakest, was called its dejection. Venus, being strongest in Pisces, was weakest in Virgo, but in Virgo Mercury was in exaltation. 33. Intermete, interpose, French, and tremeter. The Tale, 1. In oldie days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak great honour, all was this land full filled of fairy. Fairies the elf queen, with her jolly company, danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read, I speak of many 100 years ago. But now can no man see none elves mow. For now the great charity and prayers of limitors, and other holy freers, begging friars too that search every land and every stream as thick as motes in the sunbeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens, and bowers, cities and burgs, castles high and towers, thorps and barns, schepens and dairies, villages, 3 stables. This makes that there be now no fairies. For there as wont to walk was an elf, where there walketh now the limitor himself, in undermeals and in marrowings evenings 4 mornings, and saith his matins and his holy things, as he goes in his limitation. Begging district women may now go safely up and down in every bush, and under every tree. There is none other incubus 5, but he, and he will do to them no dishonour. And so befell it that this King Arthur had in his house a lusty bokeler, that on a day came riding from river. 6 And happened, that alone as she was born he saw a maiden walking him beforn, of which maiden anon, maugre her head, in spite of by very force he reft her maidenhead. for which oppression was such clamour, and such pursuit unto the King Arthur. That damned was this knight for to be dead condemned by course of law, and should have lost his head. Peradventure such was the statute though, then, but that the Queen and other ladies so long they prayed the King of his grace till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the Queen, all at her will to choose whether she would him save or spill destroy. The Queen thanked the King with all her might, and after this, thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day. Thou standest yet, quoth she, in such array a position that of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me what thing is it that women most desiren. Beware, and keep thy neck bone from the iron executioner's axe, and if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gone a 12-month and a day, to seek and learn an answer sufficient in this matter. Satisfactory and surety will I have, ere that thou pace, go thy body for to yielden in this place. Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully psyched, sighed, but what? He might not do all as him liked, and at the last he chose him for to wend, depart and come again, right at the year's end with such answer as God would him provide, and took his leave, and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place, whereas he hoped for to find grace, to learn what thing women love the most. But he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this matter two creatures according in fear. Agreeing together, some said that women loved best richess, some said honor, and some said jolliness, some rich array, and some said lustabed, pleasure and oft time to be widow and be wed. Some said that we are in our heart most eased when that we are wife-lattered and wife-praised. He went full nigh the sooth, I will not lie. Came very near a man shall win us best with flattery. The truth end with attendance, and with business be we why-limed, both more and less. Caught with bird-lime, and some men said that we do love the best for to be free, and do right as us lest. Whatever we please and that no man reprove us of our vice. But say that we are wise, and nothing nice. Foolish 7 for truly there is none among us all. If any wight will claw us on the gall, see note 8 that will not kick, for that he saith us sooth, essay, and he shall find it that so doth. Try for be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said, that great delight have we for to be held stable and eke secker, discreet, and in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell. Give away, but that tale is not worth a rake steel. Rake handle party, we women can nothing heal, hide 9 witness on Midas, will ye hear the tale. Ovid, amongs other things, smale small saith, Midas had under his lunge hairs, growing upon his head 2 asses' ears, the which vice he hid as best he might, full subtly from every man's sight, that, save his wife, there knew of it no mo. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her, that to no creature she would tellin of his disfigure. She swore him, nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her own shame. But nathless her thought that she died, that she so lunged should a counsel hide. Her thought it swelled so sore about her heart that needs must some word from her start, and since she durst not tell it unto man down to a marish fast thereby she ran, till she came there her heart was all afire, and, as a bittern bumbles in the mire, makes a humming noise she laid her mouth unto the water down. Bewray me not, thou water, with thy sound. Quoth she, to thee I tell it, and no mo, mine husband hath long asses' ears too. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out, I might no longer keep it out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, read in Ovid, and there ye may it learn. This knight, of whom my tale is specially, when that he saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women love the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. Spirit, but home he went, for he might not sojourn, the day was come, that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride, in all his care, under a forest side trouble, anxiety whereas he saw upon a dance go of ladies 24, and yet toward this ilk dance he drew full yearn, same eagerly tend the hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, why vanished was this dance, he knew not where, no creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife, a fouler wight there may no man devise. Imagine, tell against this night this old wife gan to rise to meet and said, Sir knight, hereforth lieth no way. From here tell me what you're seeking by your fay, peradventure it may the better be, these oldie folk know much thing. Quoth she, my leave asterisk mother, quoth this knight. Certain, asterisk dear, I am but dead, but if asterisk that I can sayn unless what thing it is that women most desire, could ye me wis, I would well quite your hire. Instruct 11, plight me thy troth here in mine hand, quoth she, reward you, the next thing that I require of thee thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might, and I will tell it thee ere it be night. Have here my troths, quoth the knight, I grant. Then, quoth she, I dare me well avaunt, asterisk boast, affirm thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby, upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see, which is the proudest of them all, that wears either a kerchief or a caul, that dare say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without longer speech than asterisk roaned she a pistol in his ear. She whispered a secret asterisk, and bade him to be glad, and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said, he had held his day, as he had hight, asterisk promised, and ready was his answer, as he said, full many a noble wife, and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they be wise. The queen herself sitting as a justice. Assembled be, his answer for to hear, and afterward this knight was bid appear. To every wight commanded was silence, and that the knight should tell in audience, what thing that worldly women love the best. This night he stood not still, as doth a beast, but to this question anon answered with manly voice, that all the court it heard, my liege lady, generally, quoth he, women desire to have the sovereignty as well over their husband as their love, and for to be in mastery him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill, do as you list, I am here at your will. In all the court there was no wife nor maid nor widow, that contraried what he said, but said, he worthy was to have his life. And with that word up start that oldie wife which, that the knight saw sitting on the green. Mercy, quoth she, my sovereign lady queen, ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plighted me his troth there, the first thing I would of him require he would it do, if it lay in his might. Before this court then pray I thee, sir knight, quoth she, that thou me take unto thy wife, for well thou know'st that I have kept thy life. Preserved if I say false, say nay upon thy fay. Faith, this knight answered, alas, and well away, I know right well that such was my behest. Asterisk promise for God's love choose a new request, take all my good, and let my body go. Nay then, quoth she, I shrew us both too, curse for though that I be old and foul and poor I ennoed asterisk for all the metal nor the ore, would not that under earth is grave, or lies above asterisk buried, but if thy wife I were and eke thy love. My love? Quoth he, nay, my damnation, alas, that any of my nation should ever so foul disparaged be. But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was, that needs he must wed, and take this oldie wife, and go to bed. Now would some men say peradventure, that for my negligence, I do no cure asterisk, take no pains to tell you all the joy and all array that at the feast was made that ilk asterisk day. Same to which thing shortly answerin I shall, I say there was no joy nor feast at all, there was but heaviness and much sorrow. For privily he wed her on the morrow, and all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul, great was the woe the knight had in his thought when he was with his wife to bed, why brought he wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This oldie wife lay smiling evermo, and said, Dear husband Benedicity, fares every knight thus with his wife as ye. Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? Fastidious, niggardly I am your own love, and eke your wife I am she, which that saved hath your life and certes, yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it, and it shall be amended if I may. Amended. Quoth this knight, alas, nay, nay, it will not be amended nevermo. Thou art so loathly and so old also, and there two asterisk commenced of so low a kind, in addition that little wonder though I wallow and wind, writhe turnabout so would a god mine heart would abreast. Burst is this, quoth she, the cause of your unrest? Yea, certainly, quoth he, no wonder is. Now, sir, quoth she, I could amend all this, if that me list, ere it were days 3, so well ye might bear you unto me. If you could conduct, but, for ye speaken of such gentleness yourself well as is descended out of old riches, towards me that therefore shall ye be gentlemen. Such arrogancy is asterisk not worth a hen. Worth nothing look who that is most virtuous alway, prive and apert, asterisk and most intendeth I in private, and public to do the gentle deeds that he can, and take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will, we claim of him our gentleness, asterisk wills, requires not of our elders for their old riches. Ancestors, for though they gave us all their heritage, for which we claim to be of high parage, birth, descent, yet may they not bequeath, for no thing to none of us, their virtuous living that made them gentlemen called to be, and bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence, that hight Dante, speak of this sentence, asterisk sentiment low, in such manner rhyme is Dante's tale. Kind of full-celled, upriseth by his branches smale asterisk seldom prowess of man, for God of his goodness wills that we claim of him our gentleness. 12 For of our elders may we nothing claim, but temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I, if gentleness were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, prive and appert, then would they never find cease to do of gentleness the fair office, then might they do no villainy nor vice. Take fire, and bear it to the darkest house betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, and let men shut the doors, and go then, asterisk thence yet will the fire as fair and light bren asterisk burn as 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural eye will it hold, it will perform its on peril of my life, till that it die. Natural duty here may ye see well how that gentry asterisk gentility, nobility is not annexed to possession, since folk do not their operation alway, as doth the fire, lo, in its kind asterisk from its very nature asterisk for, God it wot, men may full often find a lord's son do shame and villainy. And he that will have price of his gentry asterisk esteem, honor for he was born of a gentle house, because and had his elders noble and virtuous, and will himself do no gentle deeds, nor follow his gentle ancestry, that dead is, he is not gentle, be he duke or earl, for villain sinful deeds make a churl. For gentleness is but the renomme asterisk renown of thine ancestors, for their high bount asterisk goodness, worth which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very asterisk gentleness of grace. True, it was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was thilke asterisk Tullius Hostilius, asterisk that out of povert, rose to high reed in Senec and read eke in Bose, there shall ye see express, that it no dreed is, asterisk doubt that he is gentle that doth gentle deeds. And therefore, leave asterisk husband, I conclude, dear albeit that mine ancestors were rude, yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously, then am I gentle when that I begin to live virtuously and waive asterisk sin. Forsake. And whereas ye of povert me repreve, asterisk reproach the high God, on whom that we believe in wilful povert, chose to lead his life. And certes, every man, maiden, or wife may understand that Jesus, heaven's king, ne would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert, asterisk is an honest thing, certain. Poverty cheerfully this will Senec and other clerks sane endured asterisk whoso that holds him paid of his povert. Is satisfied with I hold him rich though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight for he would have what is not in his might, but he that not hath, nor coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Slave, abject wretch asterisk very povert, is sin, properly. The only true poverty is sin juvenile saith of povert, merrily. The poor man, when he goes by the way before the thieves he may sing and play 13 povert, is hateful good, 14, and, as I guess, a full great asterisk bringer out of business. Deliver from trouble a great amender eke of sapience to him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it seem a lenge strange 15 possession that no wight will challenge povert, full often, when a man is low makes him his god and eke himself to know povert a spectacle, is, as thinketh me a pair of spectacles through which he may his very asterisk friends see. True, and therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve, of my povert, no more me repreve. Reproach now, sir, of elde ye repreve me. Age and certes, sir, though none authority asterisk text, dictum were in no book, ye gentles of honor say, that men should an oldie wight honor, and call him father for your gentleness, and authors shall I find in, as I guess. Now there ye say that I am foul and old, then dread ye not to be a cokewold. Cuckold for filth, and elde also may I the asterisk thrive be great wardens upon chastity. But nathless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfill your wordly appetite. Choose now, quoth she. One of these things tway, to have me foul and old till that I day asterisk die and be to you a true humble wife, and never you displease in all my life or else will ye have me young and fair, and take your adventure of the repair asterisk resort that shall be to your house because of me, or in some other place, it may well be, now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This knight adviseth him, and sore he siketh. Asterisk asterisk considered asterisk side, but at the last he said in this manner, My lady and my love, and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance, choose for yourself which may be most pleasance and most honor to you and me also. I asterisk do no force the weather of the two. Care not for as you liketh, it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she, since I may choose and govern as me lest. Pleases yea, certes wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth, at variance, for by my troth I will be to you both, this is to say, yea, both fair and good. I pray to God that I may asterisk sterve wood, asterisk die mad asterisk, but I to you be all so good and true, unless as ever was wife since the world was new. And but I be tomorrow as fair to seen, unless as any lady, empress or queen, that is betwixt the east and eke the west do with my life and death right as you lest. Please cast up the curtain, and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was and so young thereto, for joy he hent her in his arms too, took his heart bathed in a bath of bliss, 1,000 times on row he gan her kiss. In succession end she obeyed him in everything that might do him pleasance or liking. And thus they live unto their lives, end in perfect joy. And Jesus Christ us send husbands meek and young, and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives, that will not be governed by their wives. And old and angry niggards of dispense, asterisk asterisk expense God, send them soon a very pestilence. Notes to the Wife of Bath's tale. 1. It is not clear whence Chaucer derived this tale. Tyrwhitt thinks it was taken from the story of Florent in the first book of Gower's Confessio Amantis, or perhaps from an older narrative from which Gower himself borrowed. Chaucer has condensed and otherwise improved the fable, especially by laying the scene, not in Sicily, but at the court of our own King Arthur. 2 Limitors, begging friars. See note 18 to the prologue to the tales. 3 Thorpe's villages. Compare German Dorf, Dutch Dorp. 4 Undermeals, evening tides, afternoons. Undern signifies the evening, and meal corresponds to the German Mahl or Mahl time. 5 Incubus, an evil spirit supposed to do violence to women, a nightmare. 6 Where he had been hawking after waterfowl. Froissart says that anyone engaged in this sport, alite en rivière. 7 Nice, foolish, French, niais. 8 Claw us on the gall, scratch us on the sore place. Compare, let the gall jade wince. Hamlet Roman 3, 2. 9 Heal, hide from Anglo-Saxon Helen, to hide, conceal. 10 Yearn, eagerly German Jern. 11 Wis, instruct German weisen, to show or counsel. 12 Dante, Purgatorio Roman 7, 121. 13 Canabit vacus coram latron viator, Satires, X 22. 14 In a fabulous conference between the Emperor Adrian and the philosopher Secundus, reported by Vincent of Beauvais, occurs the passage which Chaucer here paraphrases. Quid est paupertas? Odibile bonum, sanitas mater, remotio curarum sapienti repertrix, negodium sine damno, possessio obs calumnia, sine solicitudini felicitas. What is poverty? A hateful good, a mother of health, a putting away of cares, a discoverer of wisdom, business without injury, ownership without calumny, happiness without anxiety. 15 Allenge, strange, from French aloigner, to remove. The Friar's Tale. The Prologue. 1. This worthy limitor, this noble Friar, he made always a manner luring cheer, countenance upon the Sompnour. But for honesty asterisk courtesy no villain word as yet to him spake he. But at the last he said unto the wife, Dame, quoth he, God give you right good life, ye have here touched, also may I that asterisk thrive in school matter a great difficulty. Ye have said much thing right well, I say. But, dame, here as we ride by the way, us needeth not but for to speak of game, and leave authorities, in God's name, to preaching, and to school eke of clergy. But if it like unto this company, I will you of a Sompnour tell a game, party, ye may well know by the name, that of a Sompnour may no good be said. I pray that none of you be asterisk evil paid. Dissatisfied a Sompnour is a runner up and down with mandments for fornication, mandates, summonses asterisk, and is wybeat at every town's end. Then spake our host, Ah, sir, ye should be hend civil, gentle, and courteous as a man of your estate. In company we will have no debate, tell us your tale, and let the Sompnour be. Nay, quoth the Sompnour, let him say by me whatso him list. When it comes to my lot, by God, I shall him quite in every groat. Pay him off, I shall him tell what a great honour it is to be a flattering limitour, and his office I shall him tell why wise. Our host answered, Peace, no more of this. And afterward he said unto the Friar, Tell forth your tale, mine owen master dear. Notes to the Prologue to the Friar's Tale. 1. On the tale of the Friar, and that of the Sompnour which follows, Tyrwhitt has remarked that they are well engrafted upon that of the wife of Bath. The ill humour which shows itself between these two characters is quite natural, as no two professions at that time were at more constant variance. The regular clergy, and particularly the mendicant friars, affected a total exemption from all ecclesiastical jurisdiction, except that of the Pope, which made them exceedingly obnoxious to the bishops and, of course, to all the inferior officers of the national hierarchy. Both tales, whatever their origin, are bitter satires on the greed and worldliness of the Romish clergy. The tale. Whilom there was dwelling in my country once on a time an archdeacon, a man of high degree that boldly did execution, in punishing of fornication, of witchcraft, and eke of bawdry, of defamation, and adultery, of church reeves, and of testaments, churchwardens of contracts, and of lack of sacraments, and eke of many another manner crime, sort of which needeth not rehearsen at this time, of usury and simony also. But, certes, lechers did he greatest woe. They should assingen, if that they were hent, caught and smale tithers one were foul wyshent, troubled, put to shame if any person would on them complain, there might astert them no pecunial pain. 2. For small tithes and small offering, he made the people piteously to sing, for ere the bishop caught them with his crook, they weren in the archdeacon's book, then had he, through his jurisdiction, power to do on them correction. He had a Sompnour ready to his hand, a sleer boy was none in England, for subtly he had his espial espionage that taught him well where it might aught avail. He could a spare of lechers 1 or 2 to teach him to 24 mo. For, though this Sompnour would be as a hare, furious, mad to tell his harlotry, I will not spare, for we be out of their correction, they have of us no jurisdiction, ne never shall have term of all their lives. Peter, so be the women of the stives, stews quoth this Sompnour, why put out of our cure? Care. Peace with mischance and with misaventure, our host said, and let him tell his tale. Now tell forth, and let the Sompnour gale, whistle, bawl nor spare not, mine owen master dear. This false thief, the Sompnour, quoth the Friar, had always bawds ready to his hand, as any hawk to lure in England, that told him all the secrets that they knew, for their acquaintance was not come of new, they were his approvers privily. Informers he took himself at great profit thereby, his master knew not always what he won. 1 without manment, a lewd man ignorant he could summon, on pain of Christ's curse, and they were inly glad to fill his purse, and make him great feasts at the nail. Alehouse and right as Judas had purses small, and was a thief, right such a thief was he, his master had but half his duty. What was owing him he was, if I shall give him his laud, a thief, and eke a Sompnour and a bawd. And he had wenches at his retinue, that whether that Sir Robert or Sir Hugh or Jack or Ralph, or whoso that it were that lay by them, they told it in his ear. Thus were the wench and he of one assent, and he would fetch a feigned manment, and to the chapter summon them both two, and pill the man, and let the wench go. Pluck then would he say, Friend, I shall for thy sake do strike thee out of our letters Blake. Black thee thar no more as in this case travail, need I am thy friend where I may thee avail. Certain he knew of bribers many mo, than possible is to tell in years too, for in this world is no dog for the bow, 3 that can a hurt deer from a hole know. Bet than this Sompnour knew a sly lecher, betterer, or an adultera, or a paramour and, for that was the fruit of all his rent, therefore on it he set all his intent. And so befell that once upon a day, this Sompnour, waiting ever on his prey, rode forth to summon a widow, an old ribib for feigning a cause, for he would have a bribe. And happened that he saw before him ride a gay yeoman under a forest side. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. He had upon a kirdepi of green, short doublet, a hat upon his head with fringes blake. Black, sir, quoth this Sompnour, hail and well o'ertake. Welcome, quoth he, and every good fellow, whither ridest thou under this green shaw? Shade, said this yeoman, wilt thou far today? This Sompnour answered him and said, Nay, here fast by, quoth he, is mine intent to ride, for to raisin up a rent that longeth to my lord's duty. Ah, art thou then a bailiff? Yea, quoth he durst not for very filth and shame say that he was a Sompnour for the name. Depardia, 5, quoth this yeoman, leave brother, dear, thou art a bailiff, and I am another. I am unknown, as in this country, of thine acquaintance I will pray thee, and eke of brotherhood, if that thee list. Please I have gold and silver lying in my chest, if that thee hap to come into our shire, all shall be thine, right as thou wilt desire. Grand mercy, quoth this Sompnour, by my faith. Great thanks each in the other's hand his troth layth, for to be sworn brethren till they day. Die 6 in dalliance they ride forth and play. This Sompnour, which that was as full of jangles, chattering as full of venom be those wariangles. Asterisk butcherbird 7 and ever inquiring upon everything, brother, quoth he, where is now your dwelling another day if that I should you seek, visit this yeoman him answered in soft speech, brother, quoth he, far in the north country, 8 whereas I hope some time I shall thee see ere we depart I shall thee so well wis, inform that of mine house shalt thou never miss. Now, brother, quoth this Sompnour, I you pray teach me, while that we ride by the way, since that ye be a bailiff as am I, some subtlety, and tell me faithfully for mine office how that I most may win. And spare not asterisk for conscience or for sin, conceal nothing but, as my brother, tell me how do ye. Now by my troth, brother mine, said he, as I shall tell to thee a faithful tale, my wages be full straight and eke full smale, my lord is hard to me and dangerous, niggardly and mine office is full laborious, and therefore by extortion I live, forsooth I take all that men will me give, algate by sleight, or by violence, whether from year to year I win all my dispense, I can no better tell thee faithfully. Now, certes, quoth this Sompnour, so fair I, asterisk do I spare not to take, God it wot, but if asterisk it be too heavy or too hot. Unless what I may get in counsel privily, no manner conscience of that have I, enter mine extortion, I might not live, were it not for of such japes will I not be shrive. Asterisk tricks asterisk confess stomach nor conscience know I none, I shrew these shrift fathers every one. Curse asterisk confessors well be we met, by God and by St. James, but leave brother, tell me then thy name, quoth this Sompnour. Right in this mean, while this yeoman gan a little for to smile. Brother, quoth he, wilt thou that I thee tell? I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell, and here I ride about my purchasing, to know where men will give me anything. My purchase is effect of all my rent what I can gain is my look how thou ridest for the same intent sole revenue to win good, thou reckest never how, right so fair I, for ride will I now into the world's end for a prey. Ah, quoth this Sompnour, benedicity, what say why? I weened ye were a yeoman truly. Thought ye have a man's shape as well as I have ye then a figure determinate in hell where ye be in your estate. At home, nay, certainly, quoth he, there have we none, but when us liketh we can take us one, or else make you seem that we be shape asterisk believe sometime like a man, or like an ape, or like an angel can I ride or go, it is no wondrous thing though it be so, a lousy juggler can deceive thee. And party yet can I more craft than he. Skill, cunning, why, quoth the Sompnour, ride ye then or gone in sundry shapes and not always in one? For we, quoth he, will us in such form make, as most is able our prey for to take. What maketh you to have all this labour? Full many a cause leave Sir Sompnour, said this fiend. But all thing hath a time, the day is short and it is past prime, and yet have I won nothing in this day. I will intend asterisk to winning, if I may, apply myself and not intend our things to declare, for, brother mine, thy wit is all too bare to understand, although I told them thee. But for thou askest, why labour we? Because for sometimes we be God's instruments and means to do his commandments, when that him list, upon his creatures, in divers acts and in divers figures. Without him we have no might certain if that him list to stand thereagain. Against it, and sometimes, at our prayer have we leave only the body, not the soul, to grieve. Witness on job, whom that we did full woe, and sometimes have we might on both the two. This is to say, on soul and body eke, and sometimes be we suffered for to seek upon a man and do his soul unrest and not his body, and all is for the best. When he withstandeth our temptation, it is a cause of his salvation. Albeit that it was not our intent he should be safe, but that we would him hent. Catch and sometimes be we servants unto man, as to the Archbishop St. Dunstan, and to Th Apostle servant eke was I. Yet tell me, quoth this Sompnour, faithfully make ye new bodies thus alway of Th elements. The fiend answered, Nay, sometimes we feign, and sometimes we arise with dead bodies in full sundry wise and speak as reasonably and fair and well, as to the Pythoness 9 did Samuel, and yet will some men say it was not he. I do no force of your divinity. Set no value upon asterisk, but one thing warn I thee, I will not jape, just thou wilt algates weet how we be shape. Assuredly no asterisk thou shalt hereafterward, my brother dear, come, where thee needeth not of me to leer. Learn, for thou shalt by thine own experience asterisk con in a chair to read of this sentence, learn to understand better than Virgil, while he was alive, what I have said asterisk or Dante also. 10 Now let us ride blithe, briskly, for I will hold company with thee, till it be so that thou forsake me. Nay, quoth this Sompnour, that shall ne'er betide. I am a yeoman, that is known full wide. My troth will I hold, as in this case, for though thou wert the devil Satanas, my troth will I hold to thee, my brother, as I have sworn, and each of us to other, for to be true brethren in this case, and both we go about in our purchase. Seeking what we take thou thy part, what that men will thee give may pick up and I shall mine, thus may we both live. And if that any of us have more than other, let him be true and part it with his brother. I grant, quoth the devil, by my fay. And with that word they rode forth their way, and right at th entering of the town's end, to which this Sompnour shope him for to wend. Asterisk asterisk shaped asterisk asterisk go they saw a cart, that charged was with hay, which that a carter drove forth on his way. Deep was the way, for which the cart stood, the carter smote, and cried as he were wood, asterisk asterisk mad, height Scott. Height Brock. What spare ye for the stones? The fiend, quoth he, you fetch body and bones, as farforthly as ever you were fold, asterisk sure so much woe as I have with you thold. Asterisk endured 11 the devil have all, horses and cart and hay. The Sompnour said, Here shall we have a prey, and near the fiend he drew, as not ne were, as if nothing full privily and roaned in his ear. Were the matter, hearken, my brother, hearken, by thy faith, whispered hearest thou not how that the carter saith. Hinted anon, for he hath given it thee, sees both hay and cart, and eke his capels asterisk 3. Horses 12 nay, quoth the devil, God wot, never a deal wit it is not his intent, trust thou me well, ask him thyself, if thou not trowest asterisk me believest, or else stint a while and thou shalt see. Stop the carter thwacked his horses on the croup, and they began to drawn and to stoop. Height now, quoth he, there Jesus Christ you bless, and all his handiwork, both more and less. That was well twite, mine Owen Lyart, asterisk asterisk boy, asterisk pulled asterisk gray 13 I pray God save thy body, and Saint Loy, now is my cart out of the slough party. Lo, brother, quoth the fiend, what told I thee, here may ye see, mine Owen dear brother, the churl spake one thing, but he thought another. Let us go forth about in our voyage, here win I nothing upon this carriage. When that they came somewhat out of the town, this Sompnour to his brother gan to roan. Brother, quoth he, here one's an old Rebeck 14 dwells that had almost as lief to lose her neck. As for to give a penny of her good, I will have 12 though that she be would asterisk asterisk mad, or I will summon her to our office. And yet, God wot, of her no I no vice. But for thou canst not, as in this country, win thy cost, take here example of me. This Sompnour clapped at the widow's gate. Come out, he said, thou oldie very trait, trot 15 I trow thou hast some friar or priest with thee. Who clappeth? Said this wife. Benedicity, God save you, sir, what is your sweet will? I have, quoth he, of summons here a bill, up pain of cursing, look that thou be upon tomorrow before our archdeacon's knee to answer to the court of certain things. Now, Lord, quoth she, Christ Jesus, King of kings, so wise one why help me as I not may. Surely as I cannot asterisk I have been sick, and that full many a day. I may not go so far, quoth she, nor ride, but I be dead, so pricketh at my side. May I not ask a libel, Sir Sompnour, and answer there by my procurator to such thing as men would oppose me? Accuse, yes, quoth this Sompnour, pay anon, let see 12 to me, and I will thee acquit. I shall no profit have thereby but lit. Asterisk little my master hath the profit, and not I. Come off, and let me ride hastily. Give me 12 I may no longer tarry. 12 quoth she. Now Lady St. Mary so wisely help me out of care and sin, asterisk surely this wide world though that I should it win, no have I not 12 within my hold. Ye know full well that I am poor and old, kythe your alms asterisk upon me poor wretch. Show your charity, nay then, quoth he, the foul fiend me fetch if I excuse thee though thou shouldst be spilt. Asterisk ruined, alas. Quoth she, God wot, I have no guilt. Pay me, quoth he, or by the sweet Saint Anne as I will bear away thy new pan for debt, which thou owest me of old. when that thou madest thine husband cuckold, I paid it home for thy correction. Thou least, quoth she, by my salvation, never was I ere now, widow or wife, summoned unto your court in all my life, nor never I was but of my body true, unto the devil rough and black of hue, give I thy body and my pan also. And when the devil heard her curse so upon her knees, he said in this manner, Now, Mabily, mine owen mother dear, is this your will in earnest that ye say? The devil, quoth she, so fetch him ere he day die and pan and all, but he will him repent. Unless, nay, oldie stoat, that is not mine intent, Polket, quoth this Sompnour, for to repent me for anything that I have had of thee, I would I had thy smock and every cloth. Now, brother, quoth the devil, be not wroth, thy body and this pan be mine by right. Thou shalt with me to hell yet tonight, where thou shalt know in of our privity secrets more than a master of divinity. And with that word the foul fiend him hent. Seized body and soul, he with the devil went, where as the Sompnours have their heritage and God, that maked after his image mankind, save and guide us all in some, and let this Sompnour a good man become. Lordings, I could have told you, quoth this Friar, had I had leisure for this Sompnour here, after the text of Christ and Paul and John, and of our other doctors many a one such pains that your hearts might agrise, be horrified albeit so, that no tongue may devise, relate though that I might 1,000 winters tell, the pains of thilk cursed house of hell that but for to keep us from that cursed place wake we, and pray we Jesus of his grace, so keep us from the tempter. Satanas, hearken this word, beware as in this case. The lion sits in his await alway on the watch 16 to slay the innocent, if that he may. Disposen I your hearts to withstand the fiend that would you make thrall and bond. He may not tempt you over your might, for Christ will be your champion and your knight, and pray, that this our Sompnour him repent of his misdeeds ere that the fiend him hent. C's. Notes to the Friar's Tale. 1. Small tithers. People who did not pay their full tithes. Mr. Wright remarks that the sermons of the friars in the 14th century were most frequently designed to impress the absolute duty of paying full tithes and offerings. 2. There might astert them no pecunial pain, they got off with no mere pecuniary punishment. Transcriber's note, astert means escape. An alternative reading of this line is there might astert him no pecunial pain, i.e. no fine ever escaped him, the Archdeacon. 3. A dog for the bow. A dog attending a huntsman with bow and arrow. 4. Ribib, the name of a musical instrument, applied to an old woman because of the shrillness of her voice. 5. Depardia, by the gods. 6. See note 12 to the Knight's Tale. 7. Wariangles, butcher birds, which are very noisy and ravenous, and tear in pieces the birds on which they prey. The thorn on which they do this was said to become poisonous. 8. Medieval legends located hell in the north. 9. The Pythoness, the witch or woman possessed with a prophesying spirit, from the Greek, Pythia. Chaucer, of course, refers to the raising of Samuel's spirit by the witch of Endor. 10. Dante and Virgil were both poets who had in fancy visited hell. 11. Thold, suffered, endured. Thole is still used in Scotland in the same sense. 12. Capels, horses. See note 14 to the Reeve's Tale. 13. Liart, grey, elsewhere applied by Chaucer to the hairs of an old man. So Burns, in the Cotter's Saturday Night, speaks of the grey temples of the sire, his liart haffets wearing thin and bare. 14. Rebec, a kind of fiddle used like ribib, as a nickname for a shrill old scold. 15. Trot, a contemptuous term for an old woman who has trotted about much, or who moves with quick short steps. 16. In his await on the watch, French, ox eggs. The Sompnour's Tale. The Prologue. The Sompnour in his stirrups high he stood, upon this friar his heart was so wood, furious that like an aspen leaf he quoke for ire. Quaked, trembled lordings, quoth he. But one thing I desire, I you beseech that of your courtesy, since ye have heard this false friar lie. As suffer me I may my tale tell, this friar boasteth that he knoweth hell, and God it wot, that is but little wonder, friars and fiends be but little asunder. For party, ye have oftentime heard tell, how that a friar ravished was to hell in spirit once by a visioun, and as an angel led him up and down, to show him all the pains that there were, in all the place saw he not a friar, of other folk he saw enough in woe. Unto the angel spake the friar though, Then now, sir, quoth he, have friars such a grace that none of them shall come into this place. Yes, quoth the angel, Many a million, and unto Satanas he led him down. And now hath Satanas, said he, a tail broader than of a carrack one, is the sail. Hold up thy tail, thou Satanas, quoth he, show forth thine erse, and let the friar see where is the nest of friars in this place. And less than half a furlong way of space, immediately asterisk two right so as bees swarmen out of a hive, out of the devil's erse there gan to drive 20,000 friars on a rout. In a crowd asterisk and throughout hell they swarmed all about, and came again, as fast as they may gone, and in his erse they creeped every one. He clapped his tail again, and lay full still. This friar, when he looked, had his fill upon the torments of that sorry place. His spirit God restored of his grace into his body again, and he awoke. But nathless for fear yet he quoke, so was the devil's erse eye in his mind. That is his heritage, asterisk of very kind asterisk by his very nature God save you alle, save this cursed friar, my prologue will I end in this manner. Notes to the prologue to the Sompnour's tale. 1 carrack, a great ship of burden used by the Portuguese. The name is from the Italian cargare, to load. 2 in less than half a furlong way of space. Immediately, literally in less time than it takes to walk half a furlong, 110 yards. The tale. Lordings, there is in Yorkshire, as I guess, a marshy country called Holderness, in which there went a limiter about to preach, and eke to beg, it is no doubt. And so befell that on a day this friar had preached at a church in his manner. And specially, above everything, excited he the people in his preaching to trentals, one and to give, for God's sake, wherewith men might holy houses make there as divine service is honored, not there as it is wasted and devoured, nor where it needeth not for to be given, as to possessioners, two that may liven, thanked be God, in wealth and abundance. Trentals, said he, deliver from penance their friends' souls as well old as young yea, when that they be hastily wysung, not for to hold a priest jolly and gay, he singeth not but one mass in a day. Deliver out, quoth he, anon the souls, full hard it is, with flesh hook or with owls asterisk alls to be wyclawed, or to burn or bake, 3 now speed you hastily, for Christ's sake. And when this friar had said all his intent, with quicum pater forth his way he went, when folk in church had given him what them lest. Pleased he went his way, no longer would he rest, with scrip and tipped staff white-tucked high, asterisk with his robe tucked in every house he gan to pour and pry, up high asterisk pier and begged meal and cheese, or else corn. His fellow had a staff tipped with horn, a pair of tables all of ivory, writing tablets and a pointil asterisk polished fetisly, asterisk pencil daintily and wrote alway the names, as he stood, of all the folk that gave them any good, askance that he woulda for them pray. See note 5, give us a bushel wheat, or malt, or ray asterisk rye a God's kitchel, asterisk or a trip asterisk of cheese, little cake 6 asterisk scrap or else what you list, we may not cheese. Choose a God's halfpenny, 6 or a mass penny, or give us of your brawn if ye have any. A dagon asterisk of your blanket, leave dame, asterisk remnant our sister dear. Lo, here I write your name, bacon or beef, or such thing as ye find. A sturdy harlot went them I behind, manservant 7 that was their host's man, and bare a sack, and what men gave them, laid it on his back, and when that he was out at door, anon he planed away the names every one, rubbed out that he before had written in his tables, he served them with niffles and with fables. Silly tales. Nay, there thou least thou Sompnour, quoth the friar. Peace, quoth our host, for Christ's mother dear tell forth thy tale and spare it not at all. So thrive I, quoth this Sompnour, so I shall. So long he went from house to house, till he came to a house, where he was wont to be refreshed more than in 100 places sick lay the husbandman, whose that the place is, bedrid upon a couch low he lay, Deus hic, quoth he. O Thomas friend, good day, God be here, said this friar, all courteously and soft. Thomas, quoth he, God asterisk yield it you, full oft asterisk reward you for have I upon this bench fared full well, here have I eaten many a merry meal. And from the bench he drove away the cat, and laid adown his potent and his hat, staff ate and eke his scrip, and sat himself adown. His fellow was walked into town forth with his knave, into that hostelry servant where as he shope asterisk him that night to lie. Asterisk shaped, purposed. O dear master, quoth this sick man, how have ye fared since that march began? I saw you not this fortnight and more. God wot, quoth he, labored have I full sore, and specially for thy salvation have I said many a precious orison, and for mine other friends God them bless. I have this day been at your church at mass and said sermon after my simple wit, not all after the text of Holy Writ, for it is hard to you, as I suppose, and therefore will I teach you I the gloss. Gloss, comment glossing is a full glorious thing certain for letter slayeth, as we clerk saying. Scholars there have I taught them to be charitable, and spend their good where it is reasonable, and there I saw our dame, where is she? Yonder I trow that in the yard she be, said this man, and she will come anon. Hey master, welcome be ye by Saint John, said this wife, how fare ye heartily? This friar riseth up full courteously, and her embraceth in his arms narrow, asterisk closely and kissed her sweet, and chirketh as a sparrow with his lips. Dame, quoth he, right well as he that is your servant every deal. Wit thanked be God that gave you soul and life, yet saw I not this day so fair a wife in all the church, God so save me. Yea, God amend defaults, sir, quoth she, Algates welcome be ye by my fay. Asterisk always, grand mercy dame, that have I found alway. But of your great goodness, by your leave, I would pray you that ye not you grieve, I will with Thomas speak a little throw. Asterisk a little while these curates be so negligent and slow to grope tenderly a conscience. In shrift and preaching is my diligence confession and study in Peter's words and in Paul's. I walk and fish Christian men's souls, to yield our Lord Jesus his proper rent, to spread his word is mine intent. Now by your faith, O dear sir, quoth she, chide him right well for Saint Charity. He is I angry as is a pismire, ant though that he have all that he can desire. Though I him rie at night, and make him warm, cover and over him lay my leg and eke mine arm, he groaneth as our boar that lies in sty. Other disport of him right none have I may not please him in no manner case. O Thomas, je vous dis, asterisk Thomas, I tell you this maketh the fiend, this must be amended. Is the devil's work hire is a thing that high God hath defended, asterisk forbidden, and thereof will I speak a word or two. Now, master, quoth the wife, ere that I go, what will ye dine? I will go thereabout. Now, dame, quoth he, je vous dis sans doubt, nine had I not of a capon but the liver, and of your white bread not but a shiver, asterisk thin slice, and after that a roasted pig's head, but I would that for me no beast were dead, then had I with you homely sufficence. I am a man of little sustenance, my spirit hath its fostering in the Bible, my body is I so ready and peanable asterisk painstaking to wake, that my stomach is destroyed. Watch I pray you, dame, that ye be not annoyed, though I so friendly you my counsel show, by God, I would have told it but to few. Now, sir, quoth she, but one word ere I go, my child is dead within these weeks too, soon after that ye went out of this town. His death saw I by revelation, said this friar, at home in our Dormitory 10, I dare well say, that less than half an hour emter his death, I saw him born to bliss in mine vision, so God me wis. Direct so did our sexton, and our firmerer asterisk infirmary keeper that have been true friars 50 year. They may now, God be thanked of his love, make their jubilee and walk above. 12 and up I rose, and all our convent eke, with many a tear trilling on my cheek, without noise or clattering of bells, Te Deum was our song, and nothing else. Save that to Christ I bade an orison, thanking him of my revelation. For sir and dame, trust me right well, our orisons be more effectual, and more we see of Christ's secret things than asterisk boral folk, although that they be kings. Laymen asterisk 13 we live in povert, and in abstinence, and boral folk in riches and dispense of meat and drink, and in their foul delight. We have this worldes lest all in despite pleasure asterisk contempt, Lazar and Dives lived diversely, and diverse guerdon had they thereby. Reward whoso will pray, he must fast and be clean, and fat his soul, and keep his body lean we fare as saith th, apostle. Cloth asterisk and food asterisk clothing suffice us, although they be not full good. The cleanness and the fasting of us freers maketh that Christ accepteth our prayers. Lo, Moses 40 days and 40 night fasted, ere that the high God full of might spake with him in the mountain of Sinai. With empty womb of fasting many a day stomach received he the law, that was writ with God's finger. And Eli, 14 well ye wit, asterisk no in Mount Horeb, ere he had any speech with high God, that is our lives' leech, asterisk physician, healer he fasted long, and was in contemplance. Aaron, that had the temple in governance, and eke the other priests every one, into the temple when they should 'a gone to pray for the people, and do service, they would 'a drinken in no manner wise no drink, which that might them drunken make. But they're in abstinence pray and wake, lest that they died. Take heed what I say, but they be sober that for the people pray, unless where that, I say, no more, for it sufficeth. Our Lord Jesus, as Holy Writ deviseth narrates, gave us example of fasting and prayers. Therefore we mendicants, we selly friars simple, lowly be wedded to povert and continence, to charity, humbless and abstinence, to persecution for righteousness, to weeping, misericord, and to cleanness. Compassion, and therefore may ye see that our prayers, I speak of us, we mendicants, we friars, be to the high God more acceptable than yours, with your feasts at your table. From paradise first, if I shall not lie, was man outchased for his gluttony, and chaste was man in paradise certain. But hark now, Thomas, what I shall thee saying, I have no text of it, as I suppose, but I shall find it in a manner glose. A kind of comment that specially our sweet Lord Jesus spake this of friars, when he said thus, Blessed be they that poor in spirit be, and so forth all the gospel may ye see, whether it be liker our profession, or theirs that swimmen in possession fie on their pomp, and on their gluttony, and on their lewdness. I them defy. Methinketh they be like Javinian, 15 fat as a whale, and walking as a swan, all vinolent as bottle in the spence. Full of wine storeroom their prayer is of full great reverence. When they for souls say the psalm of David, lo, buff they say, cor meum eructivit. 16 who follow Christ's gospel and his Lord doctrine, but we, that humble be, and chaste, and poor, poor workers of God's word, not auditors. Hearers therefore write as a hawk upon a sour's rising up springs into the air. Right so prayers of charitable and chaste busy friars make their sours to God's ears too. Rise Thomas, so may I ride or go, and by that Lord that called is Saint Ive, enter thou our brother, shouldest thou not thrive. See note 17 in our chapter, pray we day and night to Christ, that he thee send health and might, thy body for to wield a hastily. Soon be able to move freely. God wot, quoth he, nothing thereof feel I, so help me Christ, as I in few years have spent it upon divers manner friars of various sorts full many a pound, yet fare I ne'er the bet. Better cert my good have I almost beset. Spent farewell my gold, for it is all ago. Gone the friar answered, O Thomas, dost thou so? What needest thou diverse friars to seek? Seek what needeth him that hath a perfect leech, healer to seek in other leeches in the town. Your inconstance is your confusion. Hold ye then me, or else our convent, to pray for you insufficient, Thomas, that japet is not worth a mite. Just your malady is for we have too light. Because we have give that convent half a quarter oats. Too little in give that convent 24 groats, and give that friar a penny, and let him go. Nay, nay, Thomas, it may no thing be so. What is a farthing worth parted on 12? Lo, each thing that is one in himself made one, united is more strong than when it is scattered. Thomas, of me thou shalt not be flattered, thou wouldest have our labor all for naught. The high God, that all this world hath wrought, saith, that the workman worthy is his hire Thomas, not of your treasure I desire as for myself, but that all our convent to pray for you is I so diligent, and for to build a Christ's own church. Thomas, if ye will learn for to work of building up of churches may ye find if it be good, in Thomas, life of Ind. 18 ye lie here full of anger and of ire with which the devil sets your heart on fire. And chide here this holy innocent your wife, that is so meek and patient. And therefore trow me, Thomas, if thee lest, believe please ne strive not with thy wife, as for the best. And bear this word away now, by thy faith touching such thing, lo, what the wise man saith. Within thy house be thou no lion, to thy subjects do none oppression, nor make thou then acquaintance for to flee. And yet, Thomas, eftsoons charge I thee, again beware from ire that in thy bosom sleeps, ware from the serpent that so slyly creeps under the grass and stingeth subtly. Beware, my son, and hearken patiently, that 20,000 men have lost their lives for striving with their lemons and their wives. Mistresses, now since ye have so holy and meek a wife, what needeth you, Thomas, to make strife? There is, wise, no serpent so cruel, certainly when men tread on his tail, nor half so fell, fierce as woman is, when she hath caught an ire, very vengeance is then all her desire. Pure, only ire is a sin, one of the great 7 abominable to the God of heaven, and to himself it is destruction. This every lewd vicar and parson ignorant can say, how ire engenders homicide. Ire is in sooth executor of pride. Executioner, I could of ire you say so much sorrow, my tale should last until tomorrow. And therefore pray I God both day and night, and Eris man God send him little might. Passionate it is great harm, and certes great pity to set an Eris man in high degree. Whilom there was an Eris potestate, once Judge 19 as Seth Senec, that during his estate term of office upon a day out rode knights two, and, as fortune would that it were so, the one of them came home, the other not. Anon the night before the judge is brought, that said thus: Thou hast thy fellow slain, for which I doom thee to the death certain. And to another knight commanded he, Go, lead him to the death, I charge thee. And happened, as they went by the way toward the place where as he should die the night came, which men weened had been dead then thought they it was the Reed counsel to lead them both unto the judge again. They said, Lord, the knight hath not slain his fellow, here he standeth whole alive. Ye shall be dead, quoth he, so may I thrive, that is to say, both 1 and 2 and 3. And to the first knight right thus spake he, I damned thee, thou must algate be dead, at all events, and thou also must needs lose thine head, for thou the cause art why thy fellow dieth. And to the third knight right thus he saith, Thou hast not done that I commanded thee. And thus he did do slay them alle 3. Eris Cambyses was eke dronkaloo, a drunkard, and I delighted him to be a shrew. Asterisk vicious, ill-tempered, and so befell, a lord of his many, asterisk sweet that loved virtuous morality, said on a day betwixt them two right thus, A lord is lost if he be vicious, an Eris man is like a frantic beast, in which there is of wisdom none arrest. No control in drunkenness is eke a foul record of any man, and namely of a lord. Especially there is full many an eye and many an ear asterisk awaiting on a lord, he knows not where. Watching for God's love, drink more attemperly, asterisk temperately wine maketh man to lose wretchedly his mind, and eke his limbs every one. The reverse shalt thou see, quoth he, anon, and prove it by thine own experience that wine doth to folk no such offence. There is no wine beariveth me my might of hand, nor foot, nor of mine ein sight. And for despite he drank much more 100 part than he had done before, times and right anon this cursed Eris wretch this night sown let asterisk before him fetch, asterisk caused commanding him he should before him stand, and suddenly he took his bow in hand, and up the string he pulled to his ear, and with an arrow slew the child right there. Now whether have I a sicker hand or non? Sure asterisk not, quoth he. Is all my might and mind agon, hath wine bereaved me mine ein sight. Why should I tell the answer of the knight? His son was slain, there is no more to say. Beware therefore with lords how ye play asterisk use freedom sing placebo, 20, and I shall if I can. But if asterisk it be unto a poor man. Unless to a poor man men should his vices tell, but not a lord, though he should go to hell. Lo, Eris Cyrus, thilk asterisk Persian, asterisk that how he destroyed the river of Jason, 21 for that a horse of his was drowned therein, when that he went Babylon to win he made that the river was so small, that women might wade it over all. Everywhere lo, what said he that so well teach can, be thou no fellow to an Eris man, nor with no wood man walk by the way, furious lest thee repent. I will no farther say. Now Thomas, leave brother, leave thine ire, dear thou shalt me find as just as is a squire, hold not the devil's knife eye at thine heat, thine anger doth thee all too sore smart. Asterisk pain, but show to me all thy confession. Nay, quoth the sick man, by Saint Simon I have been shriven this day of my curate, confessed I have him told all wholly mine estate, needeth no more to speak of it, saith he, but if me list of mine humility. Give me then of thy good to make our cloister, quoth he, for many a mussel and many an oyster. When other men have been full well at ease, hath been our food our cloister for to reset asterisk raise, build, and yet, God wot, unneth asterisk the foundment asterisk scarcely asterisk foundation performed is, nor of our pavement is not a tile yet within our ones. Asterisk habitation by God, we owe £40 for stones. Now help Thomas, for asterisk him that harrowed hell, asterisk Christ 22 for ells must we our books sell. And if ye lack our predication, then goes this world all to destruction. For whoso from this world would us bereave, so God me save, Thomas, by your leave, he would bereave out of this world the son for who can teach and work in as we con. Know how to do, and that is not of little time, quoth he. But since Elijah was, and Elisha, asterisk Elisha have friars been, that find I of record in charity, why thanked be our Lord. Now Thomas help for Saint Charity. And down anon he set him on his knee. The sick man waxed well nigh wood for ire, asterisk mad, he woulda that the friar had been a fire with his false dissimulation. Such thing as is in my possession, quoth he, that may I give you and none other, ye say me thus, how that I am your brother. Yea, certes, quoth this friar, yea, trust well, I took our dame the letter of our seal. 23 Now well, quoth he, and somewhat shall I give unto your holy convent while I live, and in thine hand thou shalt it have anon on this condition, and other none, that thou depart it so, my dear brother, divide that every friar have as much as other. This shalt thou swear on thy profession without fraud or cavillation. Quibbling, I swear it, quoth the friar, upon my faith. And therewithal his hand in his he layth. Lo here my faith, in me shall be no lack. Then put thine hand adown right by my back, said this man, and grope well behind, beneath my buttock, there thou shalt find a thing that I have hid in privity. Ah, thought this friar, that shall go with me. And down his hand he launched to the clift, asterisk cleft in hope for to find there a gift. And when this sick man felt this friar about his tail groping there and here, amid his hand he let the friar a fart. There is no capel asterisk drawing in a cart asterisk horse that might have let a fart of such a sound. The friar upstart, as doth a wood leoun. Fierce. Ah, false churl, quoth he, for God's bones, this hast thou in despite done for thee nuns, asterisk on purpose thou shalt abbey this fart, if that I may. Asterisk suffer for his manie, which that heard of this affray, servants came leaping in and chased out the friar. And forth he went with a full angry cheer countenance and fetched his fellow, there as lay his store. He looked as it were a wild a boar, and ground with his teeth, so was he wroth. A sturdy pace down to the court he goth, where as there woned a man of great honour, dwelt to whom that he was always confessor. This worthy man was lord of that village. This friar came, as he were in a rage, whereas this lord sat eating at his board. Unnethes might the friar speak one word, with difficulty till at the last he said, God you see. Save. This lord gan look and said, Bend a sight, what? Friar John, what manner world is this? I see well that there something is amiss, ye look as though the wood were full of thieves. Sit down anon, and tell me what your grieve is, grievance, grief, and it shall be amended, if I may. I have, quoth he, had a despite today, God yield you, adown in your village, reward you that in this world is none so poor a page, that would not have abomination of that I have received in your town, and yet ne grieveth me nothing so sore, as that the oldie churl with locks whore, blasphemed hath our holy convent eke. Now, master, quoth this lord, I you beseek. No master, sir, quoth he, but servitor, though I have had in school that honour. 24 God liketh not, that men us rabbi call neither in market, nor in your large hall. No force, quoth he, but tell me all your grief. No matter, sir, quoth this friar, an odious mischief this day betid is to mine order and me, befallen and so par consequence to each degree of holy church, God amend it soon. Sir, quoth the lord, ye know what is to doon, asterisk do distemper you not, ye be my confessor. Be not impatient, ye be the salt of earth, and the savour, for God's love your patience now hold, tell me your grief. And he anon him told as ye have heard before, ye know well what, the lady of the house I stiller sat, till she had heard what the friar said. Hey, God's mother, quoth she, blissful maid, is there aught else? Tell me faithfully. Madame, quoth he, how thinketh you thereby? How thinketh me? Quoth she, so God me speed, I say, a churl hath done a churlish deed, what should I say? God let him never thrive, his sick head is full of vanity, I hold him in a manner frenesy. A sort of frenzy, madame, quoth he, by God, I shall not lie, but I in otherwise may be Oric, asterisk revenged I shall defame him over all their I speak. Wherever this false blasphemer, that charged me to part that will not departed be to every man alike, with mischance. The Lord sat still, as he were in a trance, and in his heart he rolled up and down. How had this churl imagination to shew such a problem to the friar? Never ere now heard I of such matter, I trow the devil put it in his mind. Believe in all arithmetic shall there no man find, arithmetic before this day, of such a question, who should make a demonstration, that every man should have alike his part as of the sound and savour of a fart. O nice proud churl, I shrew his face. Foolish curse low, sires, quoth the lord, with hard grace, who ever heard of such a thing ere now, to every man alike? Tell me how it is impossible it may not be. Hey nice asterisk churl, God let him never asterisk foolish asterisk thrive the rumbling of a fart, and every sound is but of air reverberation, and ever wasteth light and light away. Little there is no man can demon, by my fay judge, decide if that it were departed equally. Divided what? Lo my churl, lo yet how shrewdly asterisk impiously, wickedly unto my confessor today he spake. I hold him certain a demoniac. Now eat your meat, and let the churl go play. Let him go hang himself a devil way. Now stood the Lord Squire at the board that carved his meat, and heard word by word of all this thing which that I have you said. My lord, quoth he, be ye not asterisk evil paid, asterisk displeased I coulda tell, for a gown cloth asterisk cloth for a gown asterisk to you, Sir Friar, so that ye be not wrought. How that this fart should even asterisk dealed be equally among your convent if it liked thee. Tell, quoth the Lord, and thou shalt have anon a gown cloth, by God and by Saint John. My lord, quoth he, when that the weather is fair, without wind or perturbing of air, let asterisk bring a cartwheel here into this hall, cause asterisk but look that it have its spokes all, 12 spokes hath a cartwheel commonly, and bring me then 12 friars, know ye why, for 13 is a convent as I guess, 25 your confessor here, for his worthiness, shall asterisk perform up the number of his convent. Complete then shall they kneel adown by one ascent, and to each spoke's end, in this manner, full sadly lay his nose shall a friar. Carefully, steadily your noble confessor there, God him save, shall hold his nose upright under the nave. Then shall this churl, with belly stiff and taut asterisk tight as any tabard, asterisk hither be why brought, drum and set him on the wheel right of this cart upon the nave, and make him let a fart, and ye shall see on peril of my life, by very proof that is demonstrative that equally the sound of it will wend, asterisk go and eke the stink, unto the spoke's end, save that this worthy man your confessor, because he is a man of great honor, shall have the first fruit, as reason is. The noble usage of friars yet it is, the worthy men of them shall first be served, and certainly he hath it well deserved. He hath today taught us so much good with preaching in the pulpit where he stood, that I may vouchsafe, I say for me, he had the first smell of farts 3, and so would all his brethren heartily, he beareth him so fair and holily. The Lord, the Lady, and each man, save the Friar, said that Jenkins spake in this matter as well as Euclid, or as Ptolemy. Touching the churl, they said that subtlety and high wit made him speaken as he spake. He is no fool, nor no demoniac. And Jenkin hath why one a new gown, my tale is done, we are almost at town. Notes to the Sompnour's tale. 1 Trentals, the money given to the priests for performing 30 masses for the dead, either in succession or on the anniversaries of their death. Also the masses themselves, which were very profitable to the clergy. 2 Possessioners, the regular religious orders, who had lands and fixed revenues, while the friars, by their vows, had to depend on voluntary contributions, though their need suggested many modes of evading the prescription. 3 In Chaucer's day the most material notions about the tortures of hell prevailed, and were made the most of by the clergy, who preyed on the affection and fear of the survivors, through the ingenious doctrine of purgatory. Old paintings and illuminations represent the dead as torn by hooks, roasted in fires, boiled in pots, and subjected to many other physical torments. 4 Qui cum pater, who with the Father, the closing words of the final benediction pronounced at Mass. 5 Askance, the word now means sideways or asquint. Here it means as if, and its force is probably to suggest that the second friar, with an ostentatious stealthiness, noted down the names of the liberal to make them believe that they would be remembered in the holy beggar's orisons. 6 A God's kitchel / halfpenny, a little cake halfpenny, given for God's sake. 7 Harlot, hired servant, from Anglo-Saxon, hiren, to hire, the word was commonly applied to males. 8 Potent, staff French, potence, crutch gibbet. 9 Je vous dis sans doubt, French, I tell you without doubt. 10 Dorter dormitory French, dortoir. 12 The rules of St. Benedict granted peculiar honors and immunities to monks who had lived 50 years, the Jubilee period, in the order. The usual reading of the words ending the 2 lines is lone or lone and alone. But to walk alone does not seem to have been any peculiar privilege of a friar, while the idea of precedence or higher place at table and in processions is suggested by the reading in the text. 13 Boral folk, laymen, people who are not learned. Boral was a kind of coarse cloth. 14 Eli, Elijah 1 Kings Roman 19. 15 An Emperor Javinian was famous in the medieval legends for his pride and luxury. 16 Cor meum eructivit, literally, my heart has belched forth. In our translation, i.e. the authorized King James Version transcriber, my heart is inditing a goodly matter. P.S. Roman 45, 1. Buff is meant to represent the sound of an eructation and to show the great reverence with which those in possession, the monks of the rich monasteries, performed divine service. 17 Enter thou our brother, shouldest thou not thrive. If thou wert not of our brotherhood, thou shouldst have no hope of recovery. 18. Thomas, Life of Ind. The life of Thomas of India, i.e. St. Thomas the Apostle, who is said to have traveled to India. 19. Potestate, chief magistrate or judge, Latin potestas, Italian podesta. Seneca relates the story of Cornelius Piso, de Ira, I-16. 20. Placebo, an anthem of the Roman Church from Psalm cxvi. 9, which in the Vulgate reads, Placebo domino in regioni vivorum, I will please the Lord in the land of the living. 21. The Jason, Seneca calls it the Gins, Sir John Manville tells the story of the Euphrates. Gihon was the name of one of the 4 rivers of Eden, Gen Roman 2, 13. 22. Him that harrowed hell, Christ, see note 14 to the Reeve's tale. 23. Mr. Wright says that it was a common practice to grant under the conventual seal to benefactors and others a brotherly participation in the spiritual good works of the convent and in their expected reward after death. 24. The friar had received a master's degree. 25. The regular number of monks or friars in a convent was fixed at 12, with a superior, in imitation of the apostles and their master, and large religious houses were held to consist of so many convents.